information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja, and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Aso Villa mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping. It was also the site of the Aso Rock Declaration, issued by Commonwealth heads of government during the CHOGM in Abuja in 2003. The chapel, cafe, and mosque are all located within the villa complex. There are several rooms for various functions inside the Nigerian Presidential Mansion in Aso Rock. The building houses the offices of the Nigerian President and Vice President, as well as meeting spaces.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this is why they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say the work is challenging, engaging,
and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we, the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the latter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, compliments of the season and welcome to another episode of the Morning Buzz and Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry Appelheim.
And I am Nena Ndomdioto. Top on our radar this morning.
All right, they're talking about the aftermath of the bombing in Sokoto. The Sokoto government confirms a successful hit on terrorist camps, no civilian casualties.
And of course, political showdown. Atiku accuses Tinubu of using local government autonomy to woo governors into APC. These are the major topics of discussion for today. However, we also have other interesting trending stories. Before we proceed, we urge you to kindly click on the subscription button and subscribe to our YouTube channel on Voice of the People TV. On other social media platforms, we air at VOP TV Live. Also, visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. As Voice of the People Television, your opinion matters to us. Therefore, we encourage you to call and share your thoughts and reactions via WhatsApp on 0904 473 2605, because here you have more than a voice.
All right, to the Nigerian police force, which has apprehended the two notorious kidnapping kingpins responsible for a string of violent crimes across Katsina, Zamfara, Niger, and Kwara states. The suspect, Abubakar Usman, also known as Sidi, and Shehu Muhammadu, known as Gide, were arrested during a covert operation along the Komen Masalashi axis of Kayama local government area. Police reported they identified the 26-year-old Usman as the individual recently seen in a viral social media video flaunting firearms and large sums of cash. During the arrest, the operatives recovered an AK-47 rifle with 20 rounds of live ammunition, 500,000 naira in ransom money, and a new motorcycle valued at 1.85 million naira, allegedly purchased from kidnapping proceeds. The suspects are currently assisting investigators in tracking down remaining members of their syndicate. Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun has praised the professionalism of the operatives and reaffirmed the force's commitment to dismantling criminal networks nationwide. And of course, this is a big story as far as the fight against the terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and all form of criminality is concerned. These guys have been brandishing their spoils of crime on TikTok, which was quite a big slap on the face of those who claim to be monitoring situations like this, where criminals using social media to maybe encourage their fellow colleagues and those who want to potentially join the crime scene in terms of brandishing their loots and so on and so forth. I think this is a way to nip it in the bud. What do you think?
Yeah, when I actually saw the story, I was happy because I know that I've seen this particular guy on social media, and this is like a step in the right direction. If someone like him can be arrested, then that means it just acts as a deterrent. But what Nigerians will be asking is it just about the arrest? What comes after? Because we've seen, nothing has. Probably after a while, you tell me that you've rehabilitated, or what's the word they usually use? There's a word. Amnesty. There's an amnesty. No, not even amnesty. There's another word they usually use that they now take them back. There's a word I'm looking for, but I can't remember it anyways. But that's what. They reintegrate them into the society.
Wow.
So you understand?
So
if someone like
before, so they were just
they will now reintegrate them. So that's what should not be done. That should not be done.
Someone
because
say that they should send them to their maker.
Of course, because they've actually sent many persons to their maker.
Imagine how many people are falling
exactly.
victims.
So it should not just be something that after a while you now say you are reintegrating them to the society. We want to see more actions or more decisive actions taken on these people, not just arrest. And I'm sure that's how Nigerians feel about this.
I think the National Assembly passed was talking about a bill about terrorists being sentenced to death.
But the Attorney General of Federation actually said they don't want death sentence for things like that for some reasons, anyways. But
due to the Amnesty International treaty that Nigeria has, that death sentence should not be passed. But I think Nigerians will not be. Some Nigerians on social media and X especially have even questioned the arrest, saying maybe it was a coincidence. The guy went to buy something and they caught him, and someone identified him. Not like intelligence report. You know how our security operatives are when they catch a big load, they start making it look as if
they actually did the work.
Did the work and so on and so forth. Maybe a tip off. Somebody just say like, I recognize this face. Police come and look at it before you know the guy got caught. Because this guy has been getting away with this for so long. And some of his videos have been far back as 1-2 years ago. That means he has been doing this, posting on social media, and nothing has happened.
And there was only a time I was asking myself, I said, okay, if these people can really, show their, as in like send tweets and send it on TikTok, how come nobody's trying to get to them? And then I think one of the presidential aides one time said the reason we cannot track these people is because the numbers they use are not registered in Nigeria. Very flimsy excuses. And like, how can somebody be, showing himself and then showing whatever he's doing on air, on social media, and nobody has done anything? Well, thank God he's been caught. Let's hope that this will serve as deterrent to every other person who is.
Definitely, we'll hope so. Yeah. All right.
Moving on. The Elegant Nurses Forum has condemned the alleged intimidation and life-threatening treatment of a whistleblower nurse Rufus Mojisola in Kwara State. In a statement released, the forum accused authorities of gross human rights violation following Mojisola's decision to speak out on professional ethics and patient safety. The group claims the nurse was punitively transferred to a facility in an area plagued by terrorist activities before being attacked by suspected sponsored thugs. The statement further alleges that Mojisola was coerced into resigning after threats were issued to her father. The forum also criticized the Kwara State leadership of the Nurses Association, of the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives, for its inaction, suggesting a compromise within the union. While labeling the situation a climate of fear and oppression, the Elegant Nurses Forum called for an immediate end to the victimization of health workers who stand for the truth. Okay, so, when I saw the story, I had to go look for the backstory of this particular incident. So apparently, the lady, according to her, she said, amongst where she was posted, she's like the only registered nurse, and she's been victimized. According to her, she's saying it's probably out of envy and jealousy. Yeah. And then, she said they get to make her, they humiliate her, they slap her, sometimes ask her to kneel down even on uniform, and then ask her to do things that are not in line with her duty, her professional duty and all of that. And when she said all of this and then she put it up, she talked about, not even social media, she actually raised the alarm. I think she went to the higher authority, and she was even still victimized or humiliated in front of the chairman of, the chairman of, I can't remember exactly, but she was victimized even in front of the man, and then nothing has been done. And then she said, and then she was given a query. And this actually speaks to how degrading our healthcare system has become. And she actually really talked about some things that are being done that are not professional, like the usage of reuse of syringe without sterilizing, and so many unprofessional things that are being done in that particular healthcare. I would think that the Kwara State government should have taken this up, or the local government or whatever, and then she was not transferred
to a high volatile and insecure the area.
Do you understand? So it just this kind of thing would actually bring down somebody's morale. At some point, she was actually made to resign. According to the story, she was made to resign. So this is like our healthcare system, we don't even have so many health professionals.
Most of the nurses are even applying to leave the shores of our country. Imagine this kind of story. Others who want to go into the nursing profession will believe, okay, let me just study nursing
something else and then leave.
And then leave the country.
And leave the country.
Leave the country. Just have the certificate, because if you take a look at Kwara State, I think is a state that needs qualified professionals to handle the healthcare sector. But when the qualified professionals out of envy, those that are unqualified, it's pretty sad. I think it applies to most sectors. When they see that you are the better person, you're more intelligent, even the education sector, there's also a level of victimization among even co-lecturers and so on and so forth. Even any profession, it now depends on how you're able to handle it. And there should be ethics and codes that guide the nursing profession to make sure that nurses are protected from all of this. And I'm excited that the elegant nurses
It's taking it up, right?
forum are taking it up. I think it's more like a pressure group among the nurses, and I believe those who are in this forum should make a lot of noise about this and make sure they fight for this lady. And since I've heard that she's resigned, what's going to happen to her right now? Is she going to look for a job in the private sector? Because nurses are highly needed in all sectors as far as they're talking about the healthcare sector is concerned.
You know, one of the things the Elegant Nurses Forum said in this particular story, they actually called out the state chapter of the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives. They feel like they've not done enough. That they've not actually, because if they've done enough, if they really took this up, probably this would not have escalated to this point. Because this is someone who is registered under your body. You should actually stand and then, be able to support her in situations like that. Is why we have professional bodies. Professional bodies is not just about just bearing the name or just making it known that you are part of this body. In situations like this, they should actually stand up for you and ensure that they fight for you. But it looks like the Kwara State chapter of the Nursing Association is not doing this, and that's why this forum is saying that if they don't, it looks like there's there's more to it, and then probably the state government, there's something that is happening.
She's been stigmatized because she's not from that region. Because I understand the name.
No, she's Yoruba now.
Yes, that's a big question, because she should be among a region where she should feel comfortable, and maybe I don't know. Maybe somebody, maybe the director, the head director, wants to have something with that, all those kind of things, and decide to pick on her, and they feel maybe she knows too much, she's asking questions, she wants things to be done rightly.
But it's actually not wrong for her to want things to be done rightly.
That is what is obtainable, because she understands, she's a better professional than a lot of them. We have a lot of auxiliary nurses who cannot even apply a simple syringe injection on a patient. And I've gone to hospitals, some private hospitals, for instance, where you see some nurses who are not qualified, all dressed up like qualified nurses, and they can't even just get your vein. And you find out that they keep inserting and piercing all of your veins and so on and so forth. Before you know, you get yourself injured, and they will have to. Now sometimes they even want to practice, use you as a practice tool, Then they start inserting all of your veins, all your body. Before you know it, you are bleeding everywhere. You're hot. Before they will not get the professional nurse who knows it better, and the person will be able to trace your name. It's pretty sad. It's pretty sad. That profession, I think something needs to be done. People need to be well vetted before they are allowed to even take care of patients. And it's pretty sad that a lot of Tom, Dick, and Harry are in that profession just because of the money and the beauty of wearing the nurse uniform and so on, but they are not good to practice the profession.
Yes, it actually tells how, like I said earlier, how degrading our healthcare system. We need to do more. Healthcare is very important.
Very, very
important. And it's paramount to our society. You can't just allow just anybody just be there. Okay, so we know that we have auxiliary nurses. We know we have community health workers.
The professional nurses,
yes, but that should not mean that they should now, for a professional nurse, it should not meet this kind of punishment or this kind of this kind of, how would I put it, this situation that she's facing. She should not be facing this kind of situation at all. The Elegant Nurses Forum had given 72 hours. I just hope that this
72 hours already doing a countdown.
Yes, I just hope that this is taken up and something is done to this lady, so that people who want to get into the profession don't feel like, okay, so when I get into this profession and then I will now be victimized, I'll now be facing this kind of humiliation. And all the time when you're sent to states that are not or local government that are not the state government, no, not states, the state government, the state capital, right? That's what I would say. When you no local government
these days for the wrong reasons, do you think?
Well,
we fed the banditry, and now we're hearing nurses are being victimized and so on and so forth. I just hope Kwara State will not be the hotbed of controversy, just like we're hearing of late. I hope that the state government should sit up. And I think that recently we even saw a video where the state governor was having a party abroad with the family, and whether the birthday celebration and so on, but that's outside of it. We just hope that governance and responsibility is taken seriously out there in Kwara State. And of course, Today we'll be having our illustrious guest joining us as the show progresses, talking about Dr. Peter Nosike, who's a philosopher, development economist, and a best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator, economy, finance, politics, and power. Of course, we're quite familiar from a time on the issues. Would I like to say quickly good morning, Dr. Nosike?
I don't know where that word illustrious come from.
Good morning, compliments of the season.
Good morning, I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have you. And of course,
seeing another Christmas in Nigeria is not easy.
Wow.
It's not easy. Yes,
Nosike will just go with very.
Yeah.
Nosike, what do you mean?
Surviving in Nigeria is not. It's not easy.
Wow. Oh, that's true. That's true. I think I attest to that too, Dr. Nosike. You're spot on. All right, and of course, virtually we'll be having Eze Eluche and Esquire, Anthony at Law, and the public and political affairs analyst also joining us virtually this morning. And of course, from Benin, we'll be having Honorable Ibrahim Momo, a lecturer, public affairs analyst, joining us on the morning buzz. And before we get into the more, let's go to the newspaper review this morning. And let's take the newspaper. But before we do that, let's take a quick break. You're still on the morning buzz on Voice of the People Television.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
It's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
our holiday is part of our daily routine, and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
We stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
on behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are. Job continues.
All right, good morning. You're still with us on the Morning Buzz and Voice of the People Television. Once again, compliments of the season. Let's get to the newspaper and see what they have for us. And we'll start off with the Guardian newspaper, which is definitely looking very interesting. And of course, the excitement of those who are Trump fans. And of course, this one very bold says alleged Christian genocide. Some still saying it's alleged anyway. At last, Trump struck. Wow, striking on Christmas Day. Yeah, that's why Christmas present. And of course, he said the word Merry Christmas to the. Anyway, let's not get into that. All right, let's go on top of that. The Guardian newspaper, where this one says how Ebola outbreak stimulates development of Lassa fever vaccine. And that's on the newspaper feature on page 4 of the Guardian newspaper. And a follow up to that, there's Nigerians will shock politicians, elites in 2027. That's coming from Makinde, the governor of Oyo State, on the politics corner of pages 8 to 9 of the Guardian newspaper. And of course, the follow-up to the headline going down by the left, there's Maiduguri bombing, Shetima assures end to violence as northern senators condole with victims. That's on the news page 2. And follow up to that, explosion rocks Kwara, 5 injured, 4 buildings damaged. The news page 3. And follow up to that, as a PDP faction inaugurates caretaker committee in Oyo. Pages 3 as well. Africa's future positive outlook will be shaped by leaders with competence, character. Still on page 3 of the news on Guardian. And emulate humility Obedience of Jesus Christ, Bishop Odedeji counsels Christians. And Khan visits Tinubu, says a security push yielding results. And because our leaders live by bread alone. Wow, that could be an interesting read. Because I remember the Bible says, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word coming out of the mouth of God. Okay, let's not become a pastor, because inside stuff, back page of the Guardian newspaper.
We now move on to the Saturday Telegraph, and the banner headline here, it's America's airstrikes in Northwest, long overdue. And this was said by Ejiofor, Amakri, Obi, and others. And the riders under this, one of the riders under this is include Northeast, North Central in strikes. Another of the rider is analysts express mixed feelings on economic impact, say action to boost investor confidence as oil records highest weekly gain. And also another rider on this particular headline, Tambuwal urges calm after airstrikes in Sokoto. Above the mast headline, above the mast, one of the headlines here is NAS orders review re-gazette of tax laws over alleged discrepancies. And that, of course, we also have AFCON. We are ready for Tunisia crackers, says Iwobi. And another of the headline here, we have Obi committed to ADC will soon declare for party. And this was said by, of course, some sources that we don't know about. And under this, we have, under the rider under this, he will make announcements when he's ready. Okay, this is said by Obedient spokesman Tanko. Another headline we have still on Saturday Telegraph is police arrest suspected kidnappers, recover firearms in Kebbi. Another of the headline we have, which is also boldly written by Afenifere, peaceful change through political system almost impossible under Tinubu. And the riders we have under this is with INEC, judiciary, legislature under president's control. Says 2025 witnessed shrinking of political space, rise in insecurity, and increased poverty. Also backs attack on terrorists in Nigeria. These are all said by a group called Afenifere.
All right, moving on to the first daily newspaper. Okay, before we get to that, let's just have Dr. Nosike react to the first two that we took before. Maybe we'll still look at more newspapers. And of course, Dr. Nosike, Trump struck at last. Okay, the alleged Christian genocide, still they say alleged, okay, because a lot of stories out there, all the videos we've seen and so on and so forth, but the Guardian is still on the process of saying alleged Christian genocide. But at last, Donald Trump struck. A lot of those were saying, when will Trump strike? When is it going to happen? But eventually, on Christmas Day, when Nigerians were celebrating Christmas, Sokoto, I think some people inquire, say they saw some things flying overhead. A piece of it. And of course, coming from the Gulf of Guinea, that was where the strikes, according to the story, Trump striking at last. What do you think?
So for me, I know that he will strike. Because Trump is coming in the image of Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, as the president of the United States, never take nonsense from anybody. There was a time Iran was in signing that's an MOU. Understand? What Ronald Reagan did was he walked out of the meeting and ordered a strike on Iran. And that's exactly the kind of person who Donald Trump is. Once he says something, he makes sure that he matches it with action. But most Nigerians are always impatient. He says something in November, December, people are already losing hope when they see strike, when they see coming. But it doesn't work that way. Security takes time, security takes intelligence, security takes strategy. But this is just, it's the best Christmas gift for Nigerians in 2025, and more of it will still come.
Okay.
More of the strikes will still come because they already have their intelligence. They know who is doing what in Nigeria.
Okay. But the likes, okay, sorry. Okay, but the likes of Gumi and Co said that it's not right that foreign invasion should not be encouraged. That we remember where the spokesman of the presidency was saying that Peter Obi was encouraging the foreign invasion, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has released a statement saying they had a collaboration with the U.S. government in this strike in Sokoto State.
The truth is that Nigeria government were taken unawares. Understand?
So you mean that they were taken away, but just doing saving face?
They just trying to because they are already airborne. America was already airborne before Nigeria government has to approve that strike. There was not okay, go. It never happened. They were already. It just like I'm just on my way to your house. I just called you, Jerry. Where's your address? Understand me? So because they don't want to what happened in 2014 to happen when under Obama they wanted that to go and rescue the Chibok girls. And the information was leaked. Understand? So they are not carrying Nigerians along in this strike. Understand? In short, they are forcing Nigeria to run at their own speed, and not America running at Nigeria's own speed. So they were already airborne. Understand? And Nigeria has no other alternative than to approve of the strike. That was why when Donald Trump sent that message, they were confused. If you check at the time that Donald Trump tweeted and the time that the Minister of Information also did his own, it's a difference of hours. And when a strike happened in Nigeria, Nigerian government should tell us first before somebody outside of Nigeria. But because they did not know, they were not carried along, understand? That's why they have to, we know about it, we know about it. They know about nothing.
Does this expose, okay? Yeah.
Okay, so I actually don't want us to dwell so much on this airstrike because we have it in one of our main topics. But I want Dr. Anosike to really talk about this Afenifere's, one of the things on the headline, one of the headlines, peaceful change through political system, almost impossible under Tinubu. Afenifere is saying this. Can you speak on that?
Nothing really impossible. Impossible means nothing. Understand? Impossible means nothing. Power belongs to the people, and the people united can never be defeated. When Nigerians say it is okay for Tinubu to go, Tinubu will go. Tinubu will go. And just a minute, I want to also respond to P2B. P2B has been among the leaders of ADC right from time. Understand? And he is going to make his declaration, and when it's going to happen, it's not only him. Understand? Many people are going to ADC with him. I know their names, but I don't want to mention it now. So any day P2B is officially, because he has been among the leaders of ADC. Any day he's declaring officially, a lot of big wigs are going with him.
You say you know their names.
I don't want to mention it now.
Why are you not telling us? And they will have some exclusive to give to our viewers. It's just like
I'm giving you an exclusive. Yeah. I say many top people in the society would declare alongside him on the day he will make his official declaration.
Are we having governors declaring alongside him? Because I think governors put a lot of weight. Like APC have been getting governors to join them.
You will see a lot of top people declaring that same day with P2B.
But I want to ask this, Dr. Peter. Do you really think that ADC holds any room for Peter Obi? Does he? Because we have Atiku there. Do you think that with Atiku there, do you think that Peter Obi will be able to really get the presidential ticket?
Jerry is here and his knockout room. Everybody is going to fight for shit.
The guy is getting the words. Anyway, okay. We would like you to also respond to other stories because we also looked at talking about looking at the Guardian, where Makinde says that Nigerians will shock politicians' elite in 2027. What does Makinde mean by this? He has been throwing a lot of stones at the presidency of late. Is it that his relationship with the president, who he supported at the last election, have gone sour?
Well, because in this struggle, he has been in bed with Nyesom Wike. That it was them that that destroyed the PDP. So, assuming that Damagu is also one of those that destroyed PDP, because if they had wanted PDP to survive, Makinde, what's his name? Okay, so those G5 people who have been sacked not more than a week after the 2023 presidential election. Because that's what they have sacked them, then start rebuilding. But they allow them to stay for a long time and they gain the taproot. That's what is happening now. Understand? So, but the issue is this: with the way Nigeria is going, Nigerians are not happy. Every Nigerian knows that his quality of his life is better 4 years ago than now. And it is not every election, I have been saying so far, it's not every election that you can rig. Nobody anywhere in the world can rig 5 million votes difference. Understand? That's why coalition is very, very important. And once ADC is able to present a popular and acceptable candidate, understand?
Okay.
Even if Sheyi Tinubu or Oluremi Tinubu is the INEC chairman, Tinubu will go.
Oh, very interesting.
Even if Sheyi Tinubu or Oluremi Tinubu is the INEC chairman, Tinubu will go. Nobody can rig a difference of 5 million votes. Okay. That's why we say that election is too big to rig.
Election is too big to rig. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anosike. But because of our time, we need to wrap up on the newspaper review. We now move on to one of our main topics. Sokoto government confirms successful hit on terrorist camps and says no civilian casualties. We'll take details of this after the break. So stay with us.
Welcome back. You're still on the Morning Buzz on Voice of the People Television. The Sokoto state government has confirmed a joint airstrike by the Nigerian military and United States forces targeting terrorist enclaves in Tangaza local government area. In a statement released on Friday, the Director General of Media and Publicity, Abubakar Bawa, confirmed that the operation was carried out on Wednesday to degrade bandit networks along Nigeria's northwestern borders. While the full impact of the strike is still being assessed, the government clarified that no civilian casualties were recorded in the Tangaza community. Authorities also addressed the discovery of suspicious objects near Jabo town in Tamboa local government area. The objects are currently undergoing analysis by Nigeria U.S. military experts to determine their nature and origin. The Sokoto state government says it welcomes the international collaboration, describing the partnership with the U.S. as a critical step in tackling cross-border crime and terrorism. Residents are assured that ongoing operations are focused strictly on safeguarding lives and property. And we still have to help us analyze these stories. We have in the studio Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. And of course, virtually, we have an Eze Luche, an Esquire, Anthony at law, and public political affairs analyst joining us virtually. And of course, for Benin, we also have Honorable Ibrahim Momo, a lecturer, public affairs analyst. Good morning, Dr. Anosike, once again. He's been with us through the newspapers. And of course, good morning, Eze Luche, Esquire, Anthony at law. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me on.
Always a pleasure. And of course, Honorable Ibrahim Momo, good morning. It's great to have you join us on the Morning Boss.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
All right, let's start off with the Esquire there, because I really want to look at the angle as a lawyer. What do you think about the sovereignty of the nation in all of this? We've been having foreign invaders coming from the Sahel region, invading our country and committing all sorts of crime. And it looks like it's now a free-for-all. Though some pressure grows from the North feels that America is invading the sovereignty of the country. What does this say about Nigeria as a country? How would the international space view Nigeria, knowing that it's now a free-for-all, anything can happen, people can come from anywhere and determine the fate of the country?
Well, thank you very much. The reality is that in addressing or tackling terrorism, particularly of this of the nature of ISIS, which is a global terror network, states collaborate and work together. So it's not really an issue of sovereignty at this instance. It's more of how do you address the problem. When the Islamic State in Syria and Iraq, which is what ISIS is, when they first came up and in Iraq and were killing the Yazidis, slaughtering people and then doing all sorts, there was a global, the globe actually came together. I mean, NATO, the Arab countries came together to address these issues.
Now, talking about collaboration, we had those who are...
But my concern with what...
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, is that for the very first time, the Nigerian government has admitted that there is a ISIS presence in Nigeria. Because if you remember, all along, the government has been saying that these were bandits, these were farmers' headmen clashes, these were cattle rustlers. Now, for the very first time, via the American pronouncements which Nigeria keyed into now, they have admitted that there are ISIS terrorists operating in Nigeria. Now, if you realize that ISIS has its own singular purpose, the enthronement of an Islamic caliphate in any region where they operate, that means these guys have been here and they are actually trying to have an Islamic caliphate in Nigeria. And what they do, wherever they whenever they come on board, is to exterminate non-Muslims. Which means by admitting that there is ISIS operating in Sokoto, the federal government of Nigeria has admitted that there is some element of Christian genocide going on. Because ISIS, wherever they operate, they commit genocide. They kill off in Iraq, for instance, they massacred and committed genocide against the Yazidi population. So likewise, if ISIS is operating in Sokoto, the federal government of Nigeria has simply admitted that to some extent there's a Christian genocide going on in Nigeria. Then you ask yourself, why have they been prevaricating on this issue? Since the government is aware that ISIS has been operating in Nigeria, why was it lying and telling Nigerians that what we have is farmer headsmen clash, bandits, and all sorts? And what has the government been doing until this American strike? You see, this government keys into issues and they make pronouncements without realizing that some Nigerians will also go through what is going on, what they are saying, and realize the foolery, the foolishness in what they are trying to make us believe. ISIS has been operating. We've been saying that there's been Christian genocide going on, and this government keeps on saying no. What will ISIS be doing in Nigeria? Will it be killing the Muslims? No, of course it will kill the moderate Muslims. Because when ISIS operated in Iraq and the Levant, they also killed moderate Muslims. But they had a zero tolerance for other religions, such as the Christians and the others. So Nigeria, by these pronouncements, has admitted that with the presence of ISIS in Nigeria, there is indeed a Christian genocide going on in this country. Thank you.
Still taking a look at this military cooperation, people like Gumi have said that the government should halt cooperation with the U.S. government. What do you have to say about that, coming from Gumi, who supposedly it looks like he's a voice among these guys, talking about these guys who have been a bane, a problem to the society?
Well, to some of us, the continuing freedom Sheikh Gumi enjoys proves to some extent the complicity of the Nigerian government in the criminality going on in the north. Because from his pronouncements, from his actions, from the role he plays, serving as an intermediary between the Nigerian government and the terrorists, serving as a conduit to fund or to send ransom monies to these characters, Sheikh Gumi should be enjoying freedom unless the government and security agencies are in collaboration with him. So his pronouncements are nonsensical. I mean, they are immaterial, because picking him up or arresting him or even the dispensing of him is not going to be a big deal for the Americans. If they see him as a threat, if they see his pronouncement as as enabling terrorists, he will not be a problem, because people who are far bigger than him have been taken out. He should go and ask the Hamas terrorists. He should go and ask the generals of the Iranian army what happened to them when they are deemed to be terrorists. So he can keep on talking the crap he's talking, but the Nigerian government should be ashamed that a character like Gumi still exists, still try to rubbish the Nigerian government's efforts at addressing criminality and terrorism, and they still hobnob with him. They still have meetings with him. But like I said earlier, it only buttresses the reality that this government we have is complicit. And I use that word strongly, because if you're not complicit, how will you be telling us that 300 students were kidnapped and they keep on being released in batches and no arrests were made? How do you tell that all these terrorist attacks, no arrest, no prosecution, you just release them and everybody goes happy? Come on. The reality is that Gumi can continue saying what he's saying until the day he becomes or he's deemed as a threat to those who are serious to tackle the issue of terrorism. For now, he's just ranting about, and he's free to do that.
Okay, thank you very much, Barrister. Let's go to our Benin guest, Comrade Ibrahim. Okay, so let me ask you this. I think I wanted to chime into this issue about Gumi. Why does it look as if the federal government is pampering him, if I could use that word? Because for someone like him, if someone like Nnamdi Kanu could be termed a terrorist, why, as of course, for what he has said, not what he did, why is it that Gumi is still left without anybody doing anything to him, and then he's saying not what he's saying? He looks like he's a terrorist sympathizer. Nobody, none of the officials, none of the authorities has actually said anything against him.
Okay, thank you very much. Quite a very topical issue you have raised. First is the issue around Gumi. He has not claimed to be a header or one of these criminals. If what he has done so far is supportive of those criminality, and I think that the proper thing to do, as we should do for every criminal or supporter of criminality, is to call him into focus, for questioning. Let's find out what is it that he knows that is giving him the temerity to be talking the way he's talking. I don't even think it's just for the criminals in that Gumi tend to speak for. I think all criminal groups across the country, including IPOB, the way you see people openly, IPOB has been proscribed by terrorist organizations in this country, just like Boko Haram. But you see people like Gumi is coming out openly to support some of these criminals. You see people also coming out for other terrorist groups in the country. I think that more than even the criminals, it is this media aids, this unpaid, well, I don't even know where they are paid, unpaid supporters who are speaking for the spokesperson, who are speaking for them across media platforms. That what I that we should hold accountable. I think that Gumi has no business being free to make the kind of comments he's making, and then the government is not coming to, holding him accountable. Ditto for other terrorist organizations across the country. I think that the way to stop criminality is not to pamper it. It's not to even overlook or ignore the rantings of their paid supporters, or of their illegal spokesperson. It is the act of clamping down on all those who are connected, who are acting on their state. For example, the criminals themselves, the Fulani headers, the headers that Gumi tends to be supporting and speaking for, they don't come out open to speak for themselves. But we are seeing Gumi every now and then is making very careless statements. In the same vein, you can look at Nnamdi Kanu. How often do you hear Nnamdi Kanu speak? It's only in court, maybe you hear him speak. But we have people who are speaking for him, justifying him up and down. So I think that if we want to stop criminality, let us deal with all those spokespersons too, like Gumi, who are taking advantage of the media particularly to make very wild and unsubstantiated allegations and claims. It's a way of putting if you can't. The terrorism, one of the things that helps terrorism is that the media coverage it gets. So if you can clamp down on people like Gumi, then you kill the fire or the fear which they justify or propagate or engage in propaganda around the criminality that they are doing.
Okay, let me go to Dr. Anosike. The thing is that, in spite of all of this information that there was a strike, but I've not been able to get anywhere where the information has told us the number of bandits that have been neutralized and the number of terrorists that have been neutralized, what was actually in that compound. And of course, because there was also an incident that one of the places that was struck that nobody's were seen, and the videos have seen so far so good. So is that strike looking like it was a warning, or that terrorists were actually neutralized? That is what the information that we don't want to just hear there was a strike. What was the result of the strike?
I want to start by responding to what my friend in Benin said about Gumi and others taking advantage of the media
space. Yeah,
that's not true. Government is aiding Sheikh Gumi. Government is aiding Sheikh Gumi. When Fred Wanjago, the SND of Ajawe State, after he was jailed for one year, Lagos State government banned him from holding any press conference. Do you understand me? Lagos State government banned him from talking to the media, which means government has power to do that. So if government is not aiding Gumi, they should have also banned him from talking to the media. Understand? So now that Wanjago has been banned, no journalist can go to him for anything, because everybody knows that government say that he shouldn't talk to the press anymore. So if government is not aiding Sheikh Gumi, they should have banned him from speaking with the media.
What is so special about Gumi? Because when he went to Dubai, the Dubai government repatriated him and deported him and said that he is a figure who sympathizes with terrorists. A certain author has said that he should be arrested. Why is Gumi looking like he's bigger?
He has a geographical advantage. Understand me? He has an advantage of geography where he came from. So we are in a country of George Orwell's Animal Farm. Some animals are more equal than others in Nigeria. Because if it's me that have been saying what Gumi is saying, I would have been in Kirikiri long time ago. Because and from a geographically disadvantaged part of the country. So government is supportive of what he is doing. And for Gumi to be taking Nigerian soldiers into the forest to negotiate with terrorists, understand, shows you that the military is also behind, because I cannot command even the next officer to follow me into the forest. Understand me? So for soldiers to be following him into the forest to negotiate means that the Nigerian government is fully supportive of what he is doing. Understand?
Okay, how should the American government look at this? If someone like Gumi is given freedom to have negotiations with this terrorist and nothing is being done, do you think America is going to trust the process which the government is saying that they have been collaborating?
There's no collaboration. There's no collaboration. When they say joint strike, this strike happened from United States military distinct
ship
in Ghana, and no Nigerian soldier was there. Understand me? Ghana was where this unmanned strike took off. Nigerian soldiers were not there, and even like I told you before, they were already airborne because it is unmanned before this thing was approved. And the Sokoto state government, everybody is taking credit now. Both the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Sokoto state government, and so on and so forth. Everybody, we are aware that we are taken by surprise. But the issue is this. They make sure that there will be no collateral damage. Understand me?
Does that show the effectiveness of the strike?
Sure, because for me, I'm always afraid of collective punishment. That's where innocent people are being harmed because of bad people. In law, it said that it is better for 99 criminals to escape than for one innocent person to suffer injustice. I believe strongly in that.
Okay.
So now, assuming that one innocent person was affected, it will have turned all the whole news around.
Okay.
So for me, it is a precision attack, and I pray that it continues this way.
Okay. Let me go to Barrister. Barrister, so a coalition of united and political parties has actually brought another angle to this. They actually said that this strike has indicted the federal government because if you remember, when Trump, when he issued this first threat, he said, the first statement about this alleged genocide, he said, if Nigerian government doesn't act, he would come in guns a-blazing. So the coalition, which is CAP, is saying that the reason this has happened is because our federal government did not handle this matter. According to him, it's saying that this has actually shown how incapable the federal government is in dealing with this situation that we have in the country. What do you make of this?
Well, they are only being very factual. I mean, the government has shown gross incompetence in virtually every aspect of governance, one of them being security. What the government has been doing is to throw money at the topic, 5-point-something trillion for security. But every Nigerian knows how that kind of money will go. There will be contracts for conferences, for visits, for bulletproof vehicles, for everything except the welfare and I mean the soldiers who will actually do the fighting. So I think the opposition politicians have been very realistic, and the government just played along. And let me address this issue of the so-called collaboration. The U.S. will not collaborate with Nigeria on this kind of bombing. What will happen is there will be an order that will be given. We are coming to your country, and maybe a phone call, a complimentary phone call will take place. Yes, we will be striking your country in the next 15-20 minutes. And by then, the missiles are already airborne. They are already airborne by the time that meeting or that phone call took place. Because the Foreign Affairs Minister is claiming that there was a phone call between him and Secretary Rubio, and that Bola Tinubu gave the order. Which order? For what? I mean, where will he give? Who will he give an order when the missiles are already airborne? So the reality, we have to be realistic. This government has lost credibility in terms of securing the lives and wealth of the people. Rather, in the midst of this insecurity, what is the government's focus? The government of Bola Tinubu is focused on putting more taxes on Nigerians, extracting more money from Nigerians, and not even addressing security issues. So yes, I very much agree with the conference of the opposition parties. The government has lost credibility, and efforts should be harnessed to ensure that we don't continue in this state come 2027. And let me address what the lecturer in Benin said. He tried to compare apples and oranges. You see, we're always going that route, which is very, very unhelpful. If there is if the government pronounces a group as a terrorist group, which the entire international community has told them that they should stop talking nonsense. When the government made that pronouncement that IPOB was a terrorist group, the international community ruled it off because they know that this is agitation for self-actualization. That is what is on ground. And then trying to equate people like Gumi with those who are advancing the cause of self-actualization is preposterous. It's taking the comparisons too far. Gumi is in bed with terrorists. Gumi leads policemen and security personnel to terrorist dens. He knows where they are. He takes money on their behalf and hands over to terrorists. And somebody is here comparing the Gumi with anybody who's talking about the need for self-actualization to stop marginalizing the people. That is very, very unconscionable. But terrorists are the same all over the world, but terrorists are terrorists, not terrorists and those who are taking for equality, for goodness sake. Thank you very much.
Okay, Barrister, I want to stay with you. Other stakeholders have actually called on the U.S. government not just to send the airstrikes to Sokoto, because of course some other people are even saying at first some persons were saying why Sokoto. Would have thought that it would have started with Sambisa first. Would have thought it would have started with Borno and all of that. But of course, it started with Sokoto, and we have what we have. But these stakeholders are saying that the U.S. should also go into other places, not just Sokoto. That we have the Northwest, we have the Northeast, and all of that. What do you make of this?
Well, I think Sokoto is important in the sense that is the seat of the caliphate. That is where Sultan Saad Abubakar III sits. And this is the man who claims to be the head of all the Muslims in the country. In all his pronouncements, Sultan Abubakar III has never condemned these terrorists, never condemned terrorists. He keeps on, he prevaricates, he talks about the need to protect Islam and all that stuff, and he has never condemned terrorism. He has never condemned the mass slaughters, the genocidal killings in the Middle Belt. So, I mean, the whole idea of Sokoto, I believe, was to tell the Sultan that they know the root cause of these issues. That if these kind of things continue, they don't know what next to do. But I believe choosing Sokoto was not just a fluke. And like the reports we are seeing now, there was areas where there was like not much damage, but there doesn't have to be much damage. What has been shown is the capability and willingness to strike anywhere. And when I say anywhere, I mean anywhere. I don't think Nigeria even has the capabilities to even know when missiles are coming in. Not talk of aerial air defense systems. We don't have anywhere in this country. So what the US has done is to show capability and willingness to strike anywhere these terrorists are. And do they know where the terrorists are? The answer is yes. Were there casualties experienced by ISIS? The ISIS, that's ISWAP. Because what we have in Nigeria is ISWAP. Do they have the capacity? Do they know where these characters are? Yes, they know. So it is hoped that with this first strike, these terrorists will take a step backwards and rethink their lives. Because I believe that there should be subsequent strikes. And that is what I just believe, that there will be subsequent strikes if the rot continues. And it will continue to have subsequent strikes.
All right, very interesting, because more videos are beginning to pour out online where they were also affected by the bombings, and it looks like America has a big plan. What next from here, Dr. Nosike? Well, should we be expecting more surprises? Because strikes like this should not be announced before that.
He has said there will be more strikes, and there's going to be more strikes. So this is an opportunity for government to be serious about the security. Because this was the swore that's on the day that they come on board. we are going to protect the life and property of the Nigerian people. So if they are doing it, America would not have come in. So this is failure on their own part.
Failure on their own part. Of course, Honorable Momo, your final takes on this before we move on. As far as this situation is concerned, what next should we be expecting? More strikes? And on the part of the government, what should they be doing now? Because it looks like the information imbalance and the propaganda some people have been saying that the government has been part of is no longer going to work this time. They need to match words with action.
Well, for me, I think first, it is to expose the failure of our governance architecture, security architecture. Because I can't remember when last I had an airstrike, on a terrorist stronghold, in Nigeria. I can't remember when last that was done. So this is done. It's a wake-up call to the Nigerian security apparatus that, yes, these challenges are there, and you are obliged to take action, effective action. So that, for me, is the first thing. I think, where do we go from here? That's the first thing, a wake-up call. Of course, Dr. Anofike has spoken very eloquently to that point. The other point I need to also point is that if we look at it, there's a challenge that we may not have alluded, have taken cognizance of. In Nigeria, we are Nigerians. We know in Nigeria the security groups, the violent non-state actors. We know of Boko Haram. We know of the killer headers. We know of ISWAP. Critically, I think the barrister also mentioned that in passing too, ISWAP. The reality is that even in that press statement, it appears that one of two things. It's either that Trump does not know in the Truth Social post, does not know the groups. If he had called Boko Haram or bandits or killer headers or ISWAP, it could have been more closer to correctness. But what he said was ISIS. And I think the Vice made that point earlier, that's the first time we are hearing ISIS in Nigeria. It shows that maybe there's a disconnect. Yes, security challenges are security challenges, but particularization is also very important. So if either he didn't know, so at least what the US is mostly aware of is ISIS, or it is a new front. Okay, they have left the old ones, the old guard, the Boko Haram, bandits, whatever. Let us address the new one, which I think is most unlikely anyway. And so I think that there was one mistake there, and that was. And then finally on the point around Sokoto, Sokoto is in the axis where we have the highest level of criminality in the country today. You have that Sokoto, Kaduna, Zamfara belt, that northwest belt. That is where even the illegal mining is going on. That is where banditry is going on. That's where kidnappings of mostly school children, villagers is going on. So it is important. For me, it was important that it was Sokoto in the northwest, the hotbed of this criminality currently, that strike took place. And for the good of the country, I hope that they actually did hit targets and destroyed and killed terrorists. If it was just symbolism that was achieved, I think that would not have been enough. But if they had indeed decimated some terrorists operating in that region, I think the people of the region would be happier today than they were before Christmas, if I may say that.
All right, Dr. Anofike, our producers just brought out the video. That video is actually from Kwara State, where there was also an incident where some people spotted that whether a bomb destroying a building, and even there was an object described also to be maybe an explosive that was also discovered. So it was even after the announcement. It looks like more strikes have continued, and more announcements are going to come very soon. What does this say about this whole situation? It's just that the government might be behind in terms of all the updates. We might be having social media and people from the ground giving their own information different from what the government should be giving us?
That America don't trust Nigerian security. So it will be a mistake giving them information. This is what I want to do. There's already a negative precedent of 2014. Understand? So they will not be giving them information. But on the issue of ISIS and ISWAP, ISWAP is a branch of ISIS. ISWAP, Islamic State of West Africa. Understand? So ISIS and ISWAP are the same thing. Understand me? So ISIS, ISWAP is a branch of ISIS. So, but terrorists are terrorists, whether they are Boko Haram, they are ISWAP, they are Nakarawa, ISIS, that's ISWAP, terrorists are terrorists. We don't need to ask which one do you belong to before killing you.
Wow. Yeah, sounds like a Trump man there. Anyway, Nena.
Okay, well, Dr. Anosike always has a way with his words. Anyways, let's move on to the second conversation we have today. Political showdown. Atiku accuses Tinubu of using local government autonomy to woo governors into APC. We'll discuss this after the break. Just stay with us. Glad to have you back, and thank you for staying with us. It's still the Morning Buzz on Voice of the People Television. Political showdown. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has accused President Bola Tinubu of using the delay in local government financial autonomy as a political bargaining chip. In a statement released this week, Atiku alleged that the president is intentionally withholding enforcement of the July 2024 Supreme Court ruling to pressure state governors into joining the All Progressive Congress. The accusation follows President Tinubu's warning during the recent APC National Executive Committee meeting in Abuja. The president threatened to issue an executive order to mandate direct funding for local councils if state governors continue to withhold allocations. However, Atiku dismissed the threat as political drama, arguing that the Supreme Court's judgment is already final and binding. He noted that the Apex Court clearly declared state control of local funds unconstitutional and banned the use of unelected caretaker committees. Atiku is calling on the president to stop the threat and simply instruct the Attorney General of the Federation to enforce the ruling immediately. He warned that the continued delay is crippling grassroots development and amounts to failure of leadership and a breach of the Constitution. We still have joining us to analyze the studios. We have in the studio Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Also, we have joining us virtually Barrister Eze Eluche, attorney at law and public political affairs analyst. Also joining us from our Benin studio, we have Honorable Ibrahim Momo, a lecturer and a public affairs analyst. Let's come to you first, Barrister. What do you make of this statement by the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar? But I also want you to speak to, is it constitutional? Because I've actually heard that this Supreme Court judgment about the local government autonomy is not constitutional, is not in line with our Constitution. So can you first speak to that and then also now go on to what the former Vice President is saying, that the President is using this as a political chip?
Thank you very much. The Supreme Court judgment, we've had quite a lot of very odd Supreme Court judgments. Because in this particular one, there's a constitutional provision that the states and local governments must maintain a joint strategy account. They must maintain it. It is enshrined in the Constitution. Now, when you say autonomy, I mean, does it take into consideration the reality that there's a constitutional provision that states must maintain a state local government account, joint account? I mean, that's why that judgment was actually questioned. It's still one of those hazy judgments of the Supreme Court, just like the judgment that of the power of the president to suspend the governor, and also several funny judgments have come out from the Supreme Court. But the reality is this: Section 7 of the Nigerian Constitution allows for democratically elected councils, which means that the issue of appointing caretaker committees and all that is totally unconstitutional. So if a council chairman or the councillors are democratically elected in the true sense of the word, they will be able to assert themselves. They will be able to insist on their funds being their own funds. But what we have in reality all over the country, both in the APC, PDP, and all the in-betweens, they are just people who are appointed. Then there is a state-managed elections for that there is a charade. Nobody votes. People are not votes. Results are announced. So the people who are there at the local government know they are there at the behest of the governor. So even if you say, okay, all the money goes to them, the governor still has a way of extracting the funds back from these people who he appointed in the first place. So in a nutshell, I don't really agree with what Atiku Abubakar has said, because what the president is using is, he doesn't even need to use this. He uses the police, he uses the EFCC, he uses the CBN. There are several tools with which the federal government, the president, can compel the coming into the APC of all opposition parties, and it's using it effectively. If you don't, that is what the EFCC was set up from the very beginning. If you remember, when Olusegun Obasanjo set up the EFCC, he usually threatened governors that I will send the EFCC after you, and that has been the recurring decimal. So I do not agree with Atiku that this issue of local government funds is one of the tools. I mean, it could be one of the tools, but it's not even the main tool. The federal government has always had a way of pressurizing the state governors to do their bidding. The only difference is this. Now we have a more desperate president who does not give a damn, and he uses whatsoever. He even uses the threat of suspension. I mean, for whatever reason, Bola Tinubu can wake up, he doesn't like your face. Based on Supreme judgment, he doesn't like your face. He will say there is insecurity in your state, and he removes you for 6 months. Like he did in Rivers State. Okay, if there is ISIS in Sokoto State, why has Mr. President not even deemed it fit to remove the governor of Sokoto State and gone there to do emergency on security issues? So the argument of Mr. Atiku that it was this local government issue, this local government autonomy is what is being used, it's not false flat, because Tinubu, the desperate president he is, has several tools, such as even the declaration of a state of emergency, where there was no emergency. Because until the time that Tinubu declared the emergency in Rivers State, there had been no recorded killings, political killings in Rivers State. But he went ahead and declared a state of emergency in that state. So let us not just oppose for opposing sake. Yes, Tinubu is using several tools, of which one of them could be the LGR. It doesn't even come in. It doesn't even come near to the major tools of compulsion Tinubu is using: the EFCC, the police, and several others. And greatest of all, the new power given to him, the new unconstitutional power given to Tinubu by the Supreme Court, that the president can sack a government, which is very unconstitutional and unsporting decision. We continue to applaud in his own profession. We continue to applaud Justice William, who was so dissenting voice in that very young decision, because that is the judgment that will retard Nigeria's progress and set us back quite a lot.
Now, let's go to Dr. Nasike. You would like to react to that?
With Atiku Abubakar's political experience, I feel because in 1993 he had wanted that to contest for the president of Nigeria, 1993, and how to step down for MKO Abiola. So I feel since then he ought to have been reading our constitutions, understand? So with his political experience, I think that he should have known better. Understand? What he's saying about this local government that Supreme Court judgment is kindergarten. It is. I don't expect article to be saying that kind of a thing. One, as we speak, that section, that law cannot be implemented. Understand? Because a section of the Constitution says that the money due to the local government should be paid into a joint account. Understand? That the money due to the local government should be paid into a joint account, which is being operated between the state and the local government. Understand? So this part of the Constitution has not been expunged. It is still there. Understand? It has not been amended. So if Tinubu had wanted this section to work, he would have asked his people in the state, in the National Assembly, to either expunge this constitution, this part of the Constitution, or to amend it. Understand? But that thing has not been done. And Governor Fintri of Adamawa State went to court on this Supreme Court judgment. They have not started hearing this case. And any day that is said, the state government will, Makinde is also in court on the same issue, because that judgment cannot be implemented because of that section of the Constitution. Mind you, the Supreme Court takes orders from the Constitution, and not Constitution taking orders from the Supreme Court. So Constitution remains supreme over the Supreme Court. So saying that he is using local is balderdash. Understand me? What he is using is EFCC, and it did not start today. Obasanjo also used EFCC. The only person that did not use EFCC well is Yar'Adua and Jonathan, because they are very weak. Understand? Because they are very weak. When under Obasanjo, any governor that's not on the same page with Obasanjo, Nuhu Ribadu will declare him corrupt. Understand? Any governor in the opposition is corrupt. That was what Nuhu Ribadu was doing as chairman of EFCC. And the same thing that Tinubu is also doing now. So he is using EFCC to pursue these people, understand? To coerce them into joining APC. Then using rigging of election, that what happened in Edo, understand? Many of the first-time governors don't want Edo experience. And then this new power that was given to him, that Supreme Court judgment of declaring state of emergency, that's in the states. So this local government autonomy is not there at all. It's not. So Atiku should know better. He should have eminent lawyers that he should be consulting before making certain statements.
Okay, Dr. Noseke, if this Supreme Court judgment is not in line with the Constitution, why is the president mandating the governors to obey this, and then even saying that if they don't obey, he would execute, or he would issue an executive order? Does it mean that even the president does not know that this is not in line with our Constitution?
Well, we are in an era of impunity where human beings are stronger than institutions. Understand me? That's exactly what is happening. So Tinubu is now feeling that he is living above our Constitution. And the governors ought to know better. That is my own concern.
All right, let's go to Comrade Momo, who is with us from the Benin studios. If you take a okay, we understand this out. Let me take this to the barrister. Well, I understand that there's supposed to be effective separation of power in a democratically elected government. But what we've seen so far, the Supreme Court interprets the Constitution and says this is what is obtainable. Then it now upholds on the responsibility of the presidency, which is the executive arm of government, to make sure they execute the law. So what is now all the arm twisting and the dilly-dallying? If they know they were not interested in talking about executing this law for enforced instance, why did the federal government push it? Is it that the president is trying to delay the execution of this law until after 2027, and the governors know this, and that is why they are also looking like it's a carrot stick situation? Everybody is throwing a carrot and trying to see how much time they can buy. And the fact that the governors will know, definitely, they don't joke with their money. That is what they will use to prosecute the next election. And these local government funds are a lot of money we're talking about. This is not peanuts. This is not change. A lot of money is actually involved. What is all the delay about? Why all the delay, darling? And we cannot say Atiku is just saying this, because as a former vice president, he has a lot of connection with these current governors who would have somehow passed across information that this is what is currently ongoing. Yes, Barrister, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, that question was actually for you.
Okay. Well, the reality is this. The Supreme Court judgment puts the law in a flux, sort of, because the Constitution is very, very clear. Section 162, 5 and 6 goes ahead and mentions the name of the account that this money should be paid into. And if the Supreme Court now tries to make itself a constitutional amendment unit, it's unfortunate, because the role of the Supreme Court was only to adjudicate on the laws, not to serve as a constitutional amendment process. So the reality is that the issue of payment into local government accounts directly from the federation account is unconstitutional. And that is why it cannot be implemented. That judgment of the Supreme Court should not be implemented, because the constitution is very, very clear. What should have happened was for there to be a constitutional amendment process. Let that section be amended. Or better still, the law enforcement agencies can monitor the operation of that state's local government joint account. Because if the sum of maybe 100 billion is paid in for a particular local government, the state government must ensure that that money is used for the local government affairs, and not to be funneled into the government's pocket, into the governor's pocket, like happens presently. So the reality is this: that the Tinubu cannot use that tool as a ploy to enforce or to compel governors. Atiku erred, but I can understand maybe he was not well advised on this. He erred on that pronouncement. There are several other tools that the president can use, not this one. Even if you implement the Supreme Court judgment, you are going unconstitutional, ultra vires the Constitution. That's why many lawyers in fact, that judgment was a shame on the judiciary, because the Supreme Court clearly exceeded its mandate. Its mandate has never been to amend the Constitution, but rather to adjudicate on constitutional issues, not to change the provisions, particularly in this case where it was very, very clear. The name of the account was even mentioned in the Constitution, state and local government joint accounts. So what was the Supreme Court thinking when it made that judgment? If not that the president had made a pronouncement that he wants to have autonomous local government areas, and they now went ahead and did what the president wanted, which makes the judiciary appear to be a parastatal of the executive.
Okay, Barrister, let me ask you this. Of course, you made mention of the fact that the Supreme Court has given judgments that are not in tandem with what is obtainable. But why is this so? Does it mean that the Supreme Court is becoming a tool in the hands of the executive?
Oh, I mean, you put it blank. That is how it is. That is what it means. Clearly. And then it's unfortunate that I'm saying this, but that is the reality. For political matters, yes. Absolutely, yes. And there's a plethora of judgments that have been delivered, including the one that ratified or validated Mr. Bola Tinubu's presidency. Mr. Bola Tinubu is not qualified to be a candidate for presidency. But this Supreme Court not only validated it, made him, swore him in, and allowed him to become the president. And all Nigerians are now suffering the pangs of that illegal judgment. The second one was the issue of, there are several issues. The second one, the judgment that the Supreme Court recently passed, was the death sentence on Sunday Jackson. A man was defending his life And you now, this message the Supreme Court sent via that judgment was that it was wrong for you to defend yourself against Fulani herdsmen. A nonsensical judgment by any parameter. But in all this, we also have to remove, there is a dissenting judgment. In that case of Sonny Jackson, Justice Ogunwumichu was the only dissenting judge in that panel of the Supreme Court. So we cannot give a blanket condemnation of the Supreme Court because there is still some justices in that bench, on that bench, who always keep the flag of justice flying high. So that's why we must be a bit circumspect. We must not give a blanket condemnation, but there must be a rejigging of the Supreme Court. There must be a removal of the rogue elements. I use that word because they have made judgments that make law a laughingstock. Like this particular one we're discussing now. The Constitution is explicitly clear. Section 162, 5 and 6 gives you the name of the account, and the court goes ahead and says that the opposite should be the case, that monies can be paid directly to the local government. How and why? Are you going to overrule the Constitution by a mere judicial pronouncement? No way. Sad. So the Supreme Court, yes, under this Bola Tinubu presidency, has unfortunately is now serving like an arm of the executive. That is why, for instance, when recently Mr. President attended a judges conference, we were all taken aback when that is prohibitive tune on your mandate to stand was rendered at the conference of justices, and there was no attempt by any of the justices who spoke to condemn that music that was played, that made it appear that the entire Nigerian judiciary were now singing that they stand on Bola Tinubu's mandate. No, Bola Tinubu is one standing on the mandate of Nigerians. Unfortunately, even that mandate is not, he didn't even get it. Nobody gave him. He said, like he has repeatedly said, Tinubu ran away with it and is now doing what he wants with it. Sad for Nigeria. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Nosike, going to you, because talking about impunity, and we talked about the judiciary of late, even the legislative arm supposedly, had it been thorough research was done, was it not supposed to be that the federal government, if they were serious about the autonomy situation, the legislative should first of all go into amendments of the Constitution before taking it to the Supreme Court to make sure that it is well interpreted and followed through? What source of impunity would make them go through all this process, and at the end of the day, they loopholes? Is it that the Attorney General of the Federation is not doing his job?
The truth is that Tinubu cast a spell on the judiciary and on the National Assembly, and it is working.
Wow.
Tinubu's spell is working, that's on all the institutions in Nigeria. Because one, imagine Tinubu don't want this autonomy to work. If he wants that to work, today we have 2/3 of APC members in the Senate. Understand? They can do and undo. So if Tinubu wants this local government autonomy to work, he will just tell Akpabio, amend that section of the Constitution that said that money will be paid into a joint account between the local government and the state. They will do it within 24 hours. The National Assembly is standing on Tinubu's mandate. The judiciary is standing on the Tinubu's mandate. We are getting on your mandate, we shall stand judgments in the country. Understand? So his spell is working. Understand me? So he doesn't want it to work. So he is fooling Nigerians. Nigerians will not be thinking that Tinubu is not the problem, but the governors are. Because we are not enlightened enough to know what is happening. Understand? So Nigerians will be thinking that Tinubu meant well. Why he is the person that gave you salt and still draw rain to beat you. You see it? So the issue is this: until that section of the Constitution is expunged or amended, Understand? Tinubu cannot enforce it. Because any governor that goes to court will win.
So why all the drama? Why all the drama? Is this just to make Nigerians feel hopeful that they are really going to have a local government autonomy?
No, it is renewed hope. Understand me? It is. Or they had hope in 20 under Buhari. So now he gave them a renewed hope. 2027, he's coming with a rekindled hope. And we know that hope is not a strategy. You cannot take hope to the bank and borrow money. I'm hoping on something. If I get, I will pay. Understand me? So he is confusing Nigerians. Because that section of the Constitution cannot work until it is amended or expunged. Many of the governors are Governor of Enugu State is a lawyer. He read in Buckingham University. So why must somebody be threatening you with what you know? With what you know is an illegality. So the only thing that can make this impossible is juju.
All right, let me go to the barrister, because if you take a look at it, we are gradually going towards a one-party state, because the president looks like he enjoys a lot of powers as far as he is concerned, and Dr. Nosike said it looks like juju. I don't know where that's coming from anyway, but if there is something like that, that means he should be able to hypnotize and make sure he gets his way all the time. But if we're looking at it, the governors are looking at the presidency and not taking them serious, because they know that it's just lip service. At the end of the day, they go back and determine the fate of their local government chairman and, of course, how it operates. The money is still coming to them. They are deciding the fate of the local government. So the autonomy is just on the pages of newspaper, but in reality, there's no effectiveness. What does now say about the president and what he believes in and what he stands for?
Well, thank you very much. I think the reality is this. We should look at the ground norm, the fundamentals of the Nigerian state, our constitution. I mean, if you have a fraudulent constitution that was just concocted by a military regime, all these issues will be cropping up. Today is either local government autonomy, tomorrow is the land use decree, the next day is the issue of Sharia, because Nigerians never sat down to decide what they want. The whole idea of even local governments, why will, in a federation, you have the states and the federating units. In Nigeria, the federating units are the states, while the Nigeria is the country. So the local government should be of no concern to the country in real terms, and that is how it is in all federations. That is why, for instance, in America now you have the gerrymandering going on. The states can decide on how they have constituencies, decide on local government issues or county issues. But in Nigeria, because of the upward nature, because of the fraudulent nature of our constitution, that was just concocted overnight and signed into law, people did not really discuss it. We have such issues cropping up. Why will a state like Lagos, for instance, with all the population it has, have less local governments than a place like Kano, and so on? When in real terms, in terms of economic viability, Lagos should have more. And these issues crop up. So the better way forward to address not just the local government autonomy issue, but all other issues of Nigeria is to have a constitutional conference where Nigerians will come together and decide what they want to do with Nigeria. I mean, every time we keep on doing constitutional review, constitutional this, constitutional that, it's not helpful. Because at the end of the day, we just only do fire brigade approach, address one issue today. Tomorrow we see that there's another issue to be addressed, and it's a continuous process of time wasting. The earlier we arrive at this and come together and say, let us decide, all Nigerians, to know whether we're going to continue, whether we want to have a federation based on rule of law. We decide on the constitution, how it will be mapped out, and not the present document we have. If we have forgotten Let me remind Nigerians, what we call the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria is a mere shadow of Decree number 24 of 1999 that was signed by Abdul Salam Abubakar. He is the sole person who signed this document we call the Constitution. And when it was signed, it has so many typographical errors, so many factual errors, so many lies embedded in it. And until we go to that root and address it, we'll keep on having these problems. But to my belief, there is absolutely no reason why the federal government will be interested in what happens at the local governments. It's none of its business.
All right.
Know where Isun Jaba is. Why would he be interested? It is the governor who should be addressing, who should be focusing on that. But we have a very skewed system that needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
All right, Barrister, but it's really worrisome because where this is all coming from is from Atiku Abubakar, who was concerned that governors have been lured to join talking about the political party in power. Does this not supposed to worry a democratically elected president that when he leaves office and have a situation where there's a one party in control of the country, it's a fallout of what democracy is supposed to stand for. So what's now the reason for election if there's no opposition? That means we should just allow one party to just be in control forever. Should it not be a case where there should be room for opposition so that at least there should be checks and balances?
Do you think he really wants to leave power? Do you think he wants to leave office? From what the mannerisms, what's going on, do you really believe Mr. Tinubu wants to leave office? Because, my dear, by the time he has this number of governors across, and the governors control the House of Assembly of their states, he already has more than 36 states that will alter the constitution to anywhere he wants, in any manner he wants. Why do you think he went into Benin Republic to save another dictator who was in Benin Republic, who had altered the Benin constitution to ensure that he becomes a life president? Do you really think that there was an election that brought in Mr. Tinubu? It's only when you're a Democrat, when you came into office via democratic means, that you think like a Democrat. But when you snatch and run away with the votes of the people, like Mr. Tinubu told us he did, and we know he did, why would you be interested in democracy? I mean, you just use democracy as a cover, as a subterfuge to get what you want. And what this man wants is power. If he was thinking of elections, you think his son and his daughter will be gallivanting all over the country, talking the way they're talking? You think his wife will go and embarrass a governor in Osun State? No, he wouldn't. But this man, I mean, for Nigerians who don't even realize it, the target is not just the next elections. Mr. Tinubu is taking charge of the country, and then he wants to perpetuate himself in office. But like always happens in these instances, when he thinks he has it all, when he thinks he has everything covered, that is when the reality will dawn on him that he has nothing covered. Like I've been telling people that I do not believe that Mr. Tinubu and his vice Kashim Shettima will be on the ballot for presidential elections come 2027. For whatever means, I just believe, I have that notion that they will not be on the ballot.
Barris, is that a threat? Because even one El-Rufai said so. Are you buttressing his point on that?
I am. On that ground only. El-Rufai is another queer character. He's another queer character.
Well, you seem to agree with him on that.
not on everything he says.
All right, Dr. Nosike, he has made a very punchy statement there. What do you have to say?
No, for me, I know that if Tinubu manages to stay beyond 2027, he will not stay beyond 2031.
Okay. That means you're giving me 2 terms? He's going
to. I said, if he manages to stay beyond 2027, he will not stay beyond 2031.
Why do you think so? Because Nigeria
is too big for him.
If he has a one-party system,
Nigeria is too big for him.
Your mandate is looking like an anthem.
No.
Various arms of government.
Nigeria is too big for him.
Okay.
Nigeria is more than big for him.
But he's been in control, in charge.
Because one, the North agree that it's the turn of the South.
Okay.
Understand me? So Nigeria is more than big for him. If he manages to stay beyond 2027, he will never stay a day beyond 2031.
Why, Joe, can you just help us understand why you feel that he will not stay beyond 2031? Can you just expound on that?
It's too big.
No, he's saying it's too big, but it looks like a very pregnant statement you're saying it's too big for Nigeria. Are you saying that
He doesn't have the power to make changes?
Exactly, and are you also saying that there are some regions that would not allow him stay beyond his you said that this is the time for the West.
This is happening because
for the South.
The North is in agreement that that the South should be in power as we speak. Understand? But by 2031, understand? The votes are up there, not here. Understand? And when that thing comes, everybody will come back to his senses. During Obasanjo, understand me? During Obasanjo, people got back to their senses. Understand? So now we have we have sent our thinking faculties on holiday. But when that time comes, we'll call it back. That if he manages to stay beyond 2027, which is still under probability. For now, he thinks that he has everything under wrap. I don't agree with him.
Okay.
Understand? They will make a serious mistake that will cost them 2027. But if they manage to stay beyond, Tinubu will not stay beyond 2031.
And the one party will outlast
We
him?
will never have one party state in the country.
We'll never have one party state in the country. Of course, I want to say big thanks to our man in Benin for being awesome, though we could not get him at the tail end. Talking about Honorable Ibrahim Momo, it's great having your insights on the morning boss today. And of course, also to Barrister, who's been with us all through as far as this segment is concerned. Okay, and of course, we'll be going on a break and come back with trends. And stay tuned on the Morning Boss. We'll be right back.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us from the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
ẹ̀yin tèmi ní nàìjíríà lókè òkun mò ń kí yín fún kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
All right, on the trends this morning, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, has officially wedded a new wife, Queen Zainab Ngo Emba. That's quite a complicated name, but the announcement was made by the Dajo family on Friday, welcoming the new bride into the family home in Benue State. Queen Zainab was previously married to the Oni of Ife, Oba Adeyeniton Ogunwusi, before their union ended in 2017. The high-profile marriage comes as the nation navigates significant security development. This includes recent reported airstrikes by the United States against terrorist enclaves in the northwest and a recent explosion in the Ofa area of Kwara State that has left residents in a state of panic. The SGF family has called on supporters to continue their prayers and backing for the minister as he embarks on his new union. Okay, and quite an interesting one. It looks like the woman knows how to get high-profile husbands. And this time around, he has picked up the SGF. Who next? I don't know. I hope this marriage will last. But I'm not saying who is next, but this marriage will last the time. But 2017 is quite a long time to remain single. That's about more than
That's like 10 years.
10 years.
No, not 10 years, sorry. 8 years.
8 years.
We're in 2025.
Yeah, she's 2025.
I'm thinking also
And
2027.
she decided to end the year with a marriage to a high-profile man, talking about the SGF. And it looks like the Benue men, they have a way of copying new wives. We saw, talking about the musician, Afrobeat musician, Idibia. He's have been lamented. I hope the SGF will not be in that situation. But I know he will not be controlled, but he will be in control in this one because he still has government power. What do you think?
Government power in his house.
He's the SGF currently as we speak.
The fact is, the SGF does not mean that he has government powers in his house. They are two different things. Of course, when you're
talking from the part of a woman, okay?
Yes, because you know, so some persons would say, some persons would say that he is. When, for example, a woman who is a pastor, who is a reverend in church, and then by the time you get back to your house, you drop your powers. So for the SGF, the fact that he's the secretary to the federal government, the government of the federation, does not mean that he would also take those same powers into his home. Of course, he's a man. Men have powers in the home anyways.
Yeah, the head of the home.
Yes, the head of the home and all of that. But it's actually very, very, this story is, would I want to say funny? Because, like you mentioned, it looks like she has a way of getting high-profile people.
Yeah, the trophies,
from the Oni of it.
Husband.
And it's not just. You just imagine these people being in the same gathering. I don't know if they left, if they have cordial relation. That's like when I mean cordial relations, the Oni and this particular woman. So just imagine there's a gathering of high-profile people, and she's there, and then it's to me, I feel like it's an awkward situation, but I don't know what kind of relationship that they have. And the SGF, does he not have a wife? Because I tried checking if he had a wife before.
Because what they said is they welcome her to the family. I don't know how big the family is. Barrister, are you still with us? What do you make of this high-profile wedding?
Yes, I am. My take on this is that it shows how unserious these characters who rule over us really are. In other climes, look at the US. Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Just in 1 minute, you can wrap your
okay, so the man has all the time to go after, make a new wife and all that stuff. Maybe he should be given a leave of absence. Let him leave the office for more serious people to take while he does his honeymoon. And maybe he should be given a 1-year honeymoon, let him leave office, because this is a very serious time. We need serious people to be on government. The state, his own home state, Benue, is burning. And this man is going about frolicking. So he should just leave office and go and enjoy himself. And then while somebody who's more serious takes over the reins of, because as the Secretary of State of the federal government, it's a very, very vital office. Let him go and rest and enjoy himself. Let somebody who's more interested in Nigeria become the Secretary of the federal government. Thank you.
Playing hardball with the barrister, and of course, but the Bible says he finds a wife, finds a good thing, but he says that this is not the best time for him to be looking at.
Would there ever be a best time to get a new? Does it mean that because something is happening, shouldn't get a new wife? But that is if so. I think I don't know if he has another wife. If he has a wife previously, I might want to align with barrister. But if this is just his first wife,
I don't. Just about one man.
I don't think there's really. If this is his only wife, I don't think that there's a best time for when his own calling.
Religion accepts that you have more than one wife.
What religion is that?
Yeah. I think she's even taking it hard here. But that's how we wrap it up this morning on the Morning Buzz. And of course, maybe you take up your case with Judge Akube, find out, put the call through to him and ask him questions. Maybe we'll be able to answer you, Nina. All right. Thank you very much for joining us on the Morning Buzz. It's a wrap on the show this morning. My name remains Jerry Apelho. I say thanks for joining us on the Morning Buzz.
And I am Nenandam Dioto. Thank you very much and do have a lovely day.
All right. All the best.
L 2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right. 54 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
May your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers. Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mo ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo wa la rí bá ti ṣe táàárọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags. And what do you know? Today is Boxing Day. I hope the gifts are pouring in. Well, it happens to be a day in Nigeria where all netizens can talk about is the U.S. airstrikes and how it was conducted. You do know that President, I was going to say former president, but he's still the president of the United States of America, Donald Trump had said if terrorism does not end in Nigeria, they're going to be hearing from the U.S. So they carried out a stealth operation, should I say Boxing Day, Christmas Day, and that's all Nigerians can talk. But there is something that is trending online. They're saying, why was it the U.S. president that announced the operation, and why has the Nigerian president kept mum, even if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has come out to say that it was at President Tinubu's approval. After his approval, it was at his go-ahead that the operation was carried out. But hey, not just to detract from what is going on online, I'm going to take you directly to X now. But first, this is where we get to tell you all things trending, all things topical, right here on your favorite dial channel, VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and of course, I'm not flying solo.
I'm Ikechukwu Agu. Yes, it is another very good day to be here to talk conversations, and of course, Vivian actually started on a very good note. But of course, if this is the very first time you're joining us, please do like, share, and subscribe on our YouTube platform, and do not forget to hit that notification bell so you don't get to miss another episode of our show. Without further ado, let's fly this plane. All
right, so our first hashtag for today, like I alluded to, is U.S. airstrikes. That's it. So I'm going to take you straight up now to X because I already did an intro to that particular story. Shall we? Let's take a look at the first post now. This is coming from Aminu W. Tambuwal, who happens to be a former governor of Sokoto State, the very state where the U.S. carried out its covert operation. So he says, I have noted the reports concerning an airstrike carried out as part of ongoing counter-terrorism efforts through cooperation between the federal government of Nigeria and the United States. I urge our communities to remain calm and law-abiding as relevant authorities clarify the circumstances surrounding the operation. I wish to assure the people of Sokoto South that I am in active talks with relevant security authorities to obtain full details and ensure that all necessary safeguards are upheld. It is important to reassure the public that counter-terrorism operations are targeted at criminals and criminal and terrorist elements who threaten our collective safety, and not at innocent civilians who are themselves victims of insecurity. The protection of civilian lives remains paramount and remains central to all legitimate security operations. Let's take a look at the concluding part of Senator Tambuwal's post now. He says, I commend the courage and professionalism of our military and security forces who continue to work tirelessly, often in collaboration with international partners, to confront terrorism and banditry under extremely challenging conditions. Their sacrifice and commitment to restoring peace and stability deserve our full support and cooperation. I also call on community leaders, traditional institutions, and residents to continue working closely with security agencies by sharing credible information and resisting misinformation that could heighten fear or tension. Together, through unity, vigilance, and support for lawful security efforts, we will overcome the forces of terror and secure lasting peace for Sokoto State and Nigeria at large. So that is ADC chieftain, former governor of Sokoto State, who also happens to be a one-time senator, Aminu Tambuwal. And netizens are applauding him for sounding like a president. They're saying this is what a leader should sound like. Ikechukwu, I don't know if you want to jump on this before we take a look at what netizens are saying, because it's quite lengthy, their responses.
I think we'll look at what netizens say.
All right, so we'll take it straight back to X, and let's see how netizens are reacting. Like I said, people are saying Tambuwal just struck the proper note of a leader because he touched all angles. He's calling for the proper security of civilians. So Linda says, you're doing a good job, Mr. Governor. Alebo says, why not Sambisa or Lake Chad? So Alebo is saying, why weren't those places the ones that were bombed? Flowing Lava says, this is a true Democrat talking. The same people are tired of insecurities and need help, but he didn't use politics and religion to color the situation, but objectively asking for calmness and understanding. What a great leader. Ugo Obioha says, we urge them to remain calm. What are their options? More reactions. Let's go and take a look at them. So Olumide Oni says, this is commendable from a northern leader. A tweet devoid of any bias or sentiments. Hope others to emulate. The fight is against criminals and terrorists and not innocent people. Honorable Faj says, God bless you, sir. You have sense, wallahi. A very responsible and reassuring statement, distinguished senator. This is the kind of leadership needed in sensitive times, balancing support for national security efforts while firmly standing for the protection of innocent civilians. May peace and stability be fully restored in Sokoto and across Nigeria. More reactions? Let's go and take a look at them. I Occupy Nigeria says, Donald Trump struck and Tinubu stayed silent. And then he says, the description, there's supposed to be one before this, but let me just carry on with this. It says, on Christmas Day, Donald Trump announced that the United States carried out missile strikes inside Nigeria. Hours later, Nigeria's president had still not addressed the nation. And then he said stuff in pidgin as well. Same thing, same I Occupy Nigeria. And this is his modus operandi if you follow him on X. It says, Donald Trump strike, Tinubu keep quiet. For Christmas Day, Donald Trump talks say, United States carry missile go strike inside Nigeria. Many hours later, Nigeria president still never talked to the nation. Let's take a look at the post that the Department of War put up, actually conveying Donald Trump's message. That's it. So the U.S. Department of War says, at POTUS, tonight at my direction, so this was on the 24th. Tonight at my direction, as Commander-in-Chief, the United States launched a powerful and deadly strike against ISIS terrorists scum in northwest Nigeria, who have been targeting and viciously killing primarily innocent Christians at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. I have previously warned these terrorists that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, they would be held to pay. And tonight there was. The Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Under my leadership, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. May God bless our military, and Merry Christmas to all, including the dead terrorists, of whom there will be many more if their slaughter of Christians continue. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. And then Bayo Onanuga, presidential spokesperson, puts up this one on behalf of the presidency. He says, Nigerian government approved the airstrikes by U.S., and that is coming from Foreign Minister Tugar. The Nigerian government said President Bola Tinubu gave the go-ahead. Are you seeing? The Nigerian government said President Bola Tinubu gave the go-ahead for the U.S. strikes against terrorists in the country's northwestern region. A Foreign Affairs Minister, Yusuf Tugar, said this on Friday, hours after the U.S. Department of War and President Donald Trump announced the North American nation had conducted strikes against the terrorists. So this has got tongues wagging, right? While Ikechukwu and I talk about this, why don't we take a look at the visuals, a silent film of the site where the U.S. struck. So what does this, this is just a snippet of the post. This is not the whole of it, right? What do you make of Onanuga's post? It doesn't sound like it's even coming from him.
Well, yes, it's not Onanuga's post.
So he's reporting what the Minister of Foreign Affairs said.
Absolutely. I mean, he's one of the spokespersons, so I think...
Can we take a listen to this man? We'll be right back.
Okay.
Take a listen, guys.
Glory be to God, there was no loss of life and no loss of property. This thing happened around 10:45.
Allah, there is no any loss of life, no any loss of property. You can see by your naked eyes, so you can see there is no any loss of life.
All right, so those are residents of some communities in Sokoto State saying that there were no loss of lives. So it was a multiple strike. So some parts of Sokoto, no fatality, but the U.S. president is reporting that terrorists died. So we are keeping our fingers crossed to see how this one pans out. So you were saying?
So first, if the no loss of life from their own parties, no innocent person has died.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But from Bayo Onaniga's statement, I mean, it is his job to actually, bring the position of the government to the people, right? And he won't just make comments without having a conversation with, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and other persons who are actually very involved in this particular case. But the truth is, looking at the statement from the president, Nigeria's president via Bayo Onaniga, and also Donald Trump's statement, I think the big pick for me here is the fact that yes, the Nigerian president actually, according to the Nigerian government, they gave the order to do it. And of course, the American government actually kept their word by saying, if this thing doesn't stop, we will strike. And that's it for me. And I think if it continues like this, even if the Nigerian government continues to actually, say, okay, don't just hit this place again. And then we get to see that these terrorists, win off our country, then of course I think it's going to be a big one for us all, because our safety in the end is going to be. But then again, right?
Juxtapose that to the statement that the former Sokoto governor put up, Aminat Tambuwal, asking the members of the communities to be calm, that everything is okay. This is like calming nerves. Like you are in your community and all of a sudden you hear blasts and all. So it is actually proper for you to tell the people what's going on, especially after it has happened 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. That is not the kind of post we've seen from the presidency. Yeah. That is coming from a former governor of the state and not even the current governor.
So what I'm saying is, for Tambuwal is a politician. He understands, what these sort of things can actually do to any government, sitting or outside the government. He understands what, politicians can actually leverage from this as well. So he also understands what you must tell the people. You also recall that he was one time, number 4 man in the country, Speaker of the House of Representatives. So he understands the weight of all of these things, even in legislation. But what I'm saying is, as for Tambuwal making that statement, it shows that one is an either statement, 2, this is his people. So people will definitely be concerned. And this is where, the fault of the Nigerian government is, because now it's the appropriate time for you to actually communicate properly. Just imagine that, the American counterpart didn't actually make a statement. How long are we going to wait before we hear a statement from, from this side of the world, which is the Aso Rock? It's actually not, fair on the people. That's exactly why he's actually coming out to actually speak to his own people and say, you know what? Please be calm. This is actually not against you. This is not. He mentioned that this is not. You are not the target. It's actually the criminals are actually the target.
Which is the crux of the matter.
Which is actually the biggest.
That's the crux of the matter. That the target is actually terrorists.
Yeah.
The terrorist enclave, and not the innocent members of a community.
And I also like the fact that American governments have kept their word. The
you
fact
said that before.
Sincerely.
You've said it before. So, but I want us to move on to the next hashtag, which is sort of related to this one. You remember that Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, Israeli Prime Minister, had dropped a message, a Christmas message, and he mentioned it that, look, if you guys do not stop slaughtering or killing Christians, you're going to hear from Israel. A few hours after he said that was when the U.S. struck. Now, if you understand the relationship between Israel and U.S., you know that they are in bed. They are like 5 and 6. So it looks like a coordinated affair. But netizens are saying that, look, you guys, this Netanyahu man, he understands the language of terrorists. And now that he doesn't even talk too much, his own is just to act. So they were saying that, look, you guys get your acts together. So I'm going to take you to a post now, which is going to lead us to the video Netanyahu pushed out yesterday regarding this very matter and how netizens are responding to it. We are doing hashtag Benjamin Netanyahu now. Let's do it. So Nefertiti says, and she's quoting the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And the Muslim militant displacement and attacks against the Christians in Nigeria, that too must end, and it must end now. To all our Christian friends around the world, know that Israel will always stand by you. Take a listen, guys.
I send warm greetings to our Christian friends around the world. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. From here, the Holy Land, Israel, the only country in the Middle East where the Christian community is thriving. Israel is the only country in the Middle East where Christians can practice their faith with full rights and in total freedom, where Christian pilgrims are embraced with open arms and are so deeply appreciated, where Christians can celebrate proudly their traditions and openly do so without any fear. In Jerusalem, the city municipality every year officially distributes Christmas trees. It's been doing so for 2 decades. By contrast, a few days ago, in the Palestinian town of Jenin, Palestinians burnt a Christmas tree in the Holy Redeemer Church. That's the difference. Israel stands up for Christians across the region, wherever they face widespread intimidation and persecution. While Israel's Christian population is growing, the Christian population in countless areas across the region has been dwindling due to systematic discrimination and oppression. This has happened in Iraq, it's happened in Syria, it's happened in Lebanon, it's happened in Turkey, and it's happening in the Palestinian Authority. The birthplace of Jesus, Bethlehem, used to have 80% Christian population. That's when we were there. When we left and gave it to the Palestinian Authority, it has since dwindled from 80% to 20%. The persecution of Christians or members of any religion cannot and must not be tolerated. And Muslim militant displacement and attacks against Christians in Nigeria, that too must end, and it must end now. I'm sending Israel's Christmas blessings to our Christian friends around the world.
All right, so you see now, he said, I think he was magnanimous enough to talk about Muslims too, who are being targeted in Nigeria, but he specifically mentioned Christians and all of that. So netizens are reacting. Let's continue to take a look at the reactions now. That was Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who actually gave a brief description of how Christianity started in Jerusalem and how it has dwindled after they gave over part of their land to the Palestinians. Someone is going to come back to that. So just take note, yeah, as we take a look at the responses. Let's do that. So Tochukwu of Divine Mercy says, the man that speaks the language that terrorists understand has spoken. He might not need to drop any further statements. A simple, clear directive to Mossad being their secret service, will get 1 or 2 major sponsors of these terrorists in Nigeria to where they belong. Let's take a look at the next post, shall we? Godson says, the ovation is getting loudest. While Trump may dwell on rhetoric for long, Netanyahu doesn't talk too much. He believes more in action. If Nigeria is now in his radar, then terrorists and jihadists should be very worried. Even those in Aso Rock won't be spared. More reactions? So Tinubu 4+4 with the handle S. Makinin, says, I'm a Christian, but the people of Israel do not recognize Jesus Christ. So where is that word coming from? So I think I can answer that. In Israel, there are Jews, and then there are Messianic Jews, those who believe in Jesus Christ. But basically, netizens are saying Netanyahu, who doesn't talk much, if he's got Nigeria on his radar now, then there might just be really fire on the mountain.
Well, absolutely. McKinney, who was actually talking about Israel not recognizing Christians, I think he failed to see where, the Prime Minister was talking about the birthplace of Jesus. I mean, if he doesn't recognize him, definitely the birthplace will not be a thing for him in his conversation.
He's also Jewish, too.
But away from that, Netanyahu is a man who likes action. The Israelis are known to actually take, decisive actions. And there's, like you said, rightly said, that, there's this very strong bond between the U.S. government and the Israel. They are strong allies. And these are more like the representative of the U.S. in the Middle East, and which is a very core area for America's, foreign policies. So when he made that statement yesterday, I knew something was up.
Exactly.
I knew something was up because Netanyahu, before he makes statements, the action is already in play.
Because, that's the first time he's going to talk about this Christian genocide thing.
Before he makes statements, there's something already in play. That's how, he lives. If you've been following him, how the Israeli government have been acting anytime he's in office, right? You know that before he makes statements, something is already in play. I recall when the October 7 incident happened, when the whole world was saying, they should Israel should calm down, not to attack these people. Do
you want to give that context?
Yes, when terrorists actually attacked
Hamas specifically attacked Israel.
Israeli citizens, close to the border. And one of the statements he made was that there's actually nothing that's going to stop Israel from actually getting back their people who have been taken hostage and the ones who have been killed. Israel will definitely react, even if it's going to be the last man standing.
Yeah, but do you even remember what he also said? That they were going to decimate that place until they neutralize the leadership of Hamas?
Absolutely. And they listed out all of the persons who are the leadership of Hamas, and they start taking them out one after the other. That's exactly the man Netanyahu is. And whatever it is that is making America, drag their foot about whatever it is happening, and maybe because of diplomatic conversation between the Nigerian government and all of that, when he made that statement, I knew there was a conversation already with the American government that time to strike is now. Just one strike will change the dynamics. The terrorists now will know that, okay, this is not just talk now. There is already action. I'm waiting for comment from someone like Sheikh Gumi to see if he's going to tell the American government not to provoke these terrorists.
Gumi has been talking, right? He's been saying the Nigerian government should not continue with this partnership with the U.S. And I also see someone like Omoyele Sowore condemning what the U.S. has done and all. So there are lots of talking points. I'm sure
it's all about responsibility, right? Someone give you an option.
Side now?
On the Nigerian government's part, someone give you an option. The person is bigger than you.
Yeah.
Yes, it's unfair. You're a sovereign state. We also saw it in Benin Republic. Whether we like it or not, Nigeria stepped in. Whether the Benin citizens, average normal Benin citizen likes it or not, Nigeria stepped in. Even if the government of Benin say don't come in, and Nigeria sees it fit that okay, this is going to destabilize South Africa, Nigeria can still step in. It is what it is.
But it's a totally different thing because Benin Republic was the one that invited Nigeria.
That's what I'm saying.
And initially, when the US said it was going to step in, Nigeria kicked against it. But I remember something you kept saying over and over, that this is not an invasion against a sovereign state. It is a counter-terrorism affair. And I think that picture is getting clearer now.
Yeah.
But the thing now is Nigeria fully in cooperation with the US?
According to Bayonanaga statement, yes.
It seems to be.
That's the thing.
Right? But Nigerians are wondering, why was it the US that made the announcement? And why was it the foreign affairs minister that came on board hours later to talk about the invasion, to say, yes, that he called President Tinubu 5 minutes before the thing happened and the president said, go ahead. Or that he called him 19 minutes before and he said, go ahead. So Nigerians just want clarity on the matter. But hey, the thing is, the fight is against terrorists. Chicken now.
Yeah. So whether we like it or not, terrorism is not just a state affair. Terrorism is something that affects, the entire world. If you allow it to actually, fester in Nigeria, it's definitely going to snowball into other countries, within the West Africa, and then perhaps, the entire Africa. That's how it works. You recall that, Nigerian government also alluded to the fact that many of the weapons we have here is from Libya, right? Because, it's porous, there's a different gang actually, holding sway there. And that's exactly how terrorism works. If it happens that, terrorism by, stroke of chance take over the state of Nigeria, God forbid, but if it happens, it's exactly what we're going to see. They're definitely going to start having influence in other parts of the world.
Well, let's not paint that picture.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying this is why.
But your final thoughts on this, though?
Yeah, I'm saying this is why the American government or any other country that is bigger would definitely want to step in and say we have to nip this in the bud because it's not going to be your problem alone when it goes bigger than you.
I remember the late President Muhammadu Buhari, who had said once upon a time that if Nigeria breaks, that was when people were saying that Nigeria was going to break and divide. And he said, if it happens, the world will bear the brunt of it because Nigeria has got the largest population of blacks world over.
Not if it breaks peacefully.
Well, that's it. That's another point to read. I don't want us to drag that up. But let's move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag VP Shettima. So the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, visited Borno. You remember there was a Christmas Eve suicide bombing in Borno, and there were victims, right? So the Vice President visited the state and also visited victims of the suicide bombing. We'll take you to X now, so you're going to see the post that Mr. Stanley put up. That's going to lead us to a video that he also put up. Hashtag VP Shettima. Stanley Ukwocha says, State House press release, VP Shettima visits Borno bomb blast survivors, pledges sustained federal-state security collaboration. Vice President Kashim Shettima has assured residents of Borno State that Nigerians nationwide that the federal government remains resolute in its duty to protect lives and property following a bomb explosion at Gamburu Market in Maiduguri on Wednesday. This is just as the Vice President has commiserated some of the blast victims receiving treatment at the hospital and conveyed the sympathy of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the federal government to them. Senator Shettima spoke on Friday in Maiduguri after visiting survivors of the attack who were receiving treatment at the Muhammadu Buhari Trauma Center at the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. President Tinubu, by the way, is in Lagos, holidaying. The next hashtag is going to show us a call on him. But in the meantime, though, Stanley Ukwocha put up this video. Take a listen.
Of the president to commiserate, to sympathize with the victims and reassure the good people of Borno and by extension the nation that the government remains unwavering in its commitment to secure the lives and properties of the citizenry. The governor of Borno has been up and doing, working round the clock to complement the efforts of the federal government. I sincerely appreciate the efforts and investments in the security architecture by the Borno State government. But most importantly, we are united in victory as well as in challenges. We are one nation tied to a common destiny. By the grace of God, inshallah, this madness will soon be over.
So the Vice President is saying this madness is going to end soon. His words, precisely. The Punch, no, The Nation, I beg your pardon, has another twist to this particular story. Let's take a look at that, and then we have another video for you. The Nation says, police reported recovering fragments of a suicide vest at the scene, though no group has claimed responsibility. The method used is consistent with tactics previously employed by Boko Haram insurgents in the region. The Vice President expressed confidence in Nigeria's security forces, promising that those behind the attack will be brought to justice. He described the incident as a reminder of the ongoing challenges posed by the long-running insurgency in the northeast, despite relative calm in Maiduguri in recent years. Can we just have a silent film of the Vice President in the teaching hospital where there are survivors of the bomb blast while Ikechukwu and I talk about this? Thank you so much. Ikechukwu, suicide bombing at some point, I think it was under former President Goodluck Jonathan, was as the highest. Yeah. But it looked like, it was phased out. Do you think this is it making a comeback again?
Yeah, I mean, if terrorism,
because it was basically the Boko Haram group insurgents that would, employ the method. Yeah. Bandits don't do it that way.
I don't know which is bandits. I just see all of them as terrorists. What I know is that when terrorists are acting, when they start having that freedom, they start, metamorphosing. They start using different kind of, tactics to actually get what they want. They start attacking soft targets. They start going after military formations. This happened a lot in between 2014 and 2015 before the election. And after the late general actually won the election, he actually managed to actually curb it. And now we're having it again. Of course, before this particular incident happened yesterday, we actually saw a lot, of cases of people being attacked, kidnapped. General was actually killed. I'm talking about General Obama.
Yeah, but there was really no case of suicide bombing.
It's brewing. When these guys started getting comfortable, right? They started recruiting more persons, and then they started, pushing them into different fields, right? That's exactly how terrorists work. They're not stationary. They're not just one particular area. It's not just about let's kidnap. It's not just about go attack military formation. They start moving from getting because funds keep coming in when they start negotiating release of criminals.
Well, talking about that, I think one of the things the U.S. said is also that they're going to clamp down on sponsors of terrorism.
Absolutely.
They're also saying Nigerian authorities saying that they're going to trace accounts of terrorists and bandits and kidnappers to ensure that they get to where they are. Also, they're going to monitor them online to ensure that, they don't have the kind of freedom. Because I heard you saying that if they become comfortable, it's when they do stuff. The federal government, as well as the U.S., is ensuring that they do not have that level of comfort to either go back to the way it was or metamorphose. But hey, that's the VP there in the teaching hospital interacting with victims of the suicide bombing.
But you do know that, this terrorist incident, right? When we're talking about weapons coming from Libya, it's not just about guns. Bombs also, come with it. All these sort of vests also come with it. So, and many of these terrorists, they don't even, get their ransom via transfer. They get their ransom, paid in cash because, of course, you can also trace people's account. You can also trace them through the account. So many of them also go, buy this thing in cash via black market. So it's a lot. But I know the security wants to actually, nip this in the bud. I think they have all it takes to actually do it. Absolutely. I just hope they're able to actually put this to bed. This is actually a huge nightmare for Nigeria.
Yeah, but it looks like the fight is on, and we're going to see how it continues to pan out. And that is #VP Shettima. The vice president is in Borno visiting victims of the Christmas Eve suicide bombing. Now, let's move on to the next hashtag, which is #CAN. CAN being the Christian Association of Nigeria. So, the chairman of CAN, or the president of CAN, whichever you will, alongside some of the leaders of the association, paid a courtesy call on President Tinubu today in Lagos. Because like I said earlier on, President Tinubu as well as his wife, they're in Lagos holidaying, and CAN decided to pay them a visit to say thank you for all you do for Nigeria. So there's a video. I'm going to put up a post that's going to lead us to the video. Let's do it, yeah? #CAN.
Thank you very much. This visit by the leaders of Christian Association of Nigeria to the home of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, his wife, the mother of the nation, Senator Oluremi Tinubu. Yeah, thank you very much. This visit by the leaders of Christian Association of Nigeria to the home of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, his wife, the mother of the nation, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, is to felicitate with flight is already around the first family in this particular period of Christmas, and to appreciate them for what they are doing, especially for providing for the poor and being committed to moving our country forward. And of course, the recent efforts they are making to see that Nigeria every Nigerian lives in peace in this country. It is something that we are so happy about. I can tell you, this Christmas happened to be the first Christmas in many years that we were not woken up with a phone call at midnight to say that the church was attacked. And it is a testimony that we must share, and we hope and pray that this will continue. We are also here to pledge our commitment to continue to work with the President for the progress and development of our country, Nigeria.
Thank you, sir.
All right. That is Daniel Oko, the president of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN. And he said the reason why they visited the president was to say, one of the reasons actually, that for the very first time in a while, this is the first time that no church was attacked on a Christmas day. That's him talking. Ikechukwu, do you think this sort of really is saying, President Tinubu, we are with you in this whole thing? Because there's a talk of Christian genocide. This is the main Christian body in Nigeria. and they're visiting the president to say thumbs up for what you're doing. Is this like a vote of confidence they're passing on the president?
Definitely, it sounds like a vote of confidence. This is the first time. I mean, this is not happening, but I mean, yes,
the first time on a Christmas day,
yes, Christmas
that
day.
a church wasn't attacked.
But I mean, are we going to take just the Christmas day as that the country is safe? No. But again, I understand what they're saying. Christmas is a very significant day, and for all it's worth, it should be entirely peaceful. And yes, going to see the president on that regard, I think it made some sense. I mean, if someone is actually appreciative of little things, definitely the president will want to definitely do more. That's exactly how they're actually saying it. And hopefully, this Christmas is going to be the beginning, of a new beginning that the churches and all the entire countries will start getting the sort of attack we witnessed in the last 3 to 4 months that was heavy and consistent. So hopefully, I think this is actually a good way to actually encourage the president that, okay, we noticed the little you've done so far. Just follow whatever it is you did on Christmas Day as use it as a landmark or a roadmap to ensure
or
that
a template.
Or a template. Thank you.
Yeah.
To ensure that the entire country is safe.
All right, safe to let it lie at that. We'll move on to the next hashtag now, which is a story we've been following right from the moment it broke. So I'm talking about the tax laws. Now, the very first day, House Rep member, Representative Dasuki from Sokoto State, the moment he blew the whistle to say, guys, what I bought with my money, the gazetted copy of the tax law is totally different from what the National Assembly had signed and passed into law. Now, we brought you that video, we brought you the reactions, and that story has continued to gather momentum until opposition parties, the NLC, trade union, all of them are saying Nigerians do not accept this law that is supposed to take effect from January 2026. We're talking about weeks from now. So there is another twist to it. This is the latest. The National Assembly is telling the president to halt it. There needs to be a review, and then it must be re-gazetted. Now, not the fake tax law, but the one that is accepted and approved and signed by the National Assembly. So I take it to X now, so you take a look at that post, shall we? Thank you. So Chidi Odikanlo says, the ATNAS Nigeria has, you do know him, right?
Yeah, very well.
Human rights activist. He's also a lawyer. The ATNAS Nigeria has now considered that the hashtag forged tax laws were truly forged. Their response is to claim powers to re-gazette the duly passed version. The records should be clear. The ATNAS Nigeria has no power to order a re-gazetting of an already gazetted document reclaiming or claiming to be a duly passed law. This is heaping unlawfulness upon criminality. There are two ways to achieve this goal. One, they can table the gazetted legislation before the NAS, repeal it formally, and replace it with a duly passed one, which is then sent to be gazetted. Two, they can take the thing in the gazette to the courts. See the way he said it. Two, they can take the thing in the gazette to the courts to be struck down and then have it replaced. Whichever course they choose, those who forged the law should be identified and brought to account. The people deserve that. And then he retweeted what the publications he read posted. So let's take a look at the next post now. You're going to be seeing publications that are posting this report now. Shall we? Let's do it. So Nairametrics says National Assembly orders review and re-gazetting of Nigeria tax laws. And then netizens are responding to Odikanlo's comments and how he tabled how this thing can be achieved, and not just the review and re-gazetting, but the repealing of the law. Let's take a look at the next post now. So Kelechi Ibe says, this makes no sense. The ATNAS Nigeria must first admit the alterations and then follow due process. The presently gazetted versions need to be repealed first before another gazettement is done. So the Daily Trust also is where Chidi Odikanlo picked the breaking news from and then made that post. And then Kelechi is also singing the song that Chidi Odikanlo is singing, that you must first repeal the gazetted version before you now do another one. Let's see the next reaction, because there are lots of them. So Chuks Nwachukwu says, we are going to have two versions of the same law in circulation and effect. The NAS should know the meaning and legal import of the gazetting of a law. There must be some kind of legal instrument invalidating the wrong gazette. A gazetted executive order can do it. More reactions. This has become a very technical discourse on X, and you can see lots of lawyers are jumping on it. So BBC Niger also jumped into the fray to say House of Reps orders review re-gazetting of tax laws passed by the National Assembly and implied condemnation and denigration of the forged version earlier gazetted by the federal government. So Ikechukwu, this gist is taking another twist, right? Netizens, lawyers, activists are saying you must first repeal the gazetted version before you do a review and then gazette a new law.
That's how it should be done. I mean, once something is wrong, it is wrong. There's no way, there's no need to start sugarcoating it. It's just so unfortunate that we're in part of the country where we just understand that you can do something anyhow. And that's exactly why you see, the National Assembly trying to actually shift the goalposts, trying to actually find a way to actually make this illegality legal.
Why do you even think this happened? It was because Nigerians began to cry. No. There was so much hue and cry over this tax laws.
To Dasuki. Indeed, not all heroes wear cape. He's actually a hero here.
I agree.
And
he should wear the Superman cape.
Absolutely. He did something very beautiful.
Do you know what he did? In fact, thank you for bringing that up. He said when the tax laws, when it was gazetted, that he used his own money
to buy
it, and he spent 3 days looking at it.
That's what a man
that's due diligence.
Who really wants to represent these people does, right? I mean, I wonder how over 300 persons in the house seated there, nobody spotted it, just one man.
And it was 400 pages. You remember how is it Oyedele?
Yes, Taiwo Oyedele.
He is the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Tax Reforms. He had come out to say, 400 pages. That it's not easy, like just sit down and go through
they sat down themselves to actually draft this thing, but it's not easy to go through it. Come on, can you even imagine that? That's what I'm saying. I said it earlier that politicians have one thing in common: hypocrisy, and that's what they do. But I mean, I just want to focus on this particular thing.
Oyedele is not a politician.
If you're eating,
a technocrat.
If you're eating with a politician, it will rub off you somehow.
But let's cut him some slack though, because he also said that some of these processes are manual. In fact, most of them are manual. That it's a process issue, that it will have to go from one department to the other, and that the processes are just too tedious. And then he said, has happened with these laws and the hue and cry about it must not be wasted. He said this should be used to ensure that the processes are made fine. He's calling for finesse now.
And that's why I said, head must roll, to ensure that this, because now if something happens to whoever it is involved, or those who are involved in this, charade, definitely if something this big is coming again, all eyes will be open. That.
So you're saying who switched what?
Yes, I mean it's different if it's just a change of word, an error, an S in place of a plural in place of singular. But this is just an entire statement. That's exactly what we are dealing with here, and there's no way that's a mistake. That's not an error. Someone actually did something. But for this National Assembly, I worry sincerely. The Senate, they are really not helping us at all in this country, because I really expect the Senate under Godswill Akpabio to just say
for today, which is a follow-up to one we've been doing for some days now. It is Ebo Noah for today, which is a follow-up to one we've been doing for some days now. It is Ebo Noah. He is the Ghanaian Noah. So yesterday we told you on the 24th he had predicted that there was going to be a worldwide flood on the 25th. In fact, he started doing that prediction and I started building arks, 8 of them, and people were trooping in. He had to come and beg people to stop coming, like, don't come into the ark again. That God had decided not to flood the world because he intervened. Ebo Noah prayed. So God has shifted the flooding. That's according to him. Shortly after that, we heard that he bought a Mercedes-Benz worth millions of dollars. Today, we see him singing. It reminds me of Prophet Odumeje that we saw with Flavor. That's almost the same thing you're going to see in a short while. So let me take you. It is hashtag Ebo Noah, follow up to what we've been doing. This is how he's actually partying today with his, ragtag attire. I'll take you to X now so you see the post that's going to lead us up to the video. Let's do it. So, our fave online doc, who has been following this story, says another update. Ghanaian false prophet, they're qualifying him as a false prophet now. He says, Ghanaian false prophet who made global news for predicting the world will end by flood on Christmas, made a dramatic entry at Sarkodie's concert yesterday. From buying Mercedes to special appearance at rap concert. My man don't cash out. Sarkodie is one of the biggest artists in Ghana. So, hey, looks like his fan base is
I think he's the biggest at the moment.
At the moment, yeah. Guys, take a listen.
Conference Center, Rapaholic, still, now the catch on celebrating a pope. Now we invite man, God reveals to redeem. And I mean, child, ya pope, what pope, now I mean, it's here, and the second of us,
So the director was kind of educating me that actually the concert organizers seem to be mocking him because the background is telling a story that when you see that kind of background, what traced up, it means it's false. Wow, I'm even learning right now. Do you know what our director Manfred just told us? You understand it? Or is it the first time you're hearing it?
Well, I don't know about, directing and all of these things. So,
apparently they are saying they are acknowledging that he's a false prophet is what they are saying, basically. But he looks like he's living the life. Let's quickly take a look at the comment section. People are saying he needs new clothes. I will quickly go through that before we wrap up. Quickly, let's do it. It is #Ebonoa. So, let's see. Yeah, Lovanik says he needs new clothes. Fanboy says just another entertainer. And then Robbie Jade says he's not finished yet. Oxford says bro predicted the end of the world by flood and ends up hyping the crowd with water effects on stage. Divine postponement came with VIP tickets and a Mercedes upgrade. It's $1 million question, but we need to wrap it up here, guys. If this prophet continues to trend, we'll continue to bring you the gist. Trust me, this is how we do it. It's tradition, follow up and all. But I got to say big thanks to the incredible crew that made this show a success. Thank you so much, guys. Bigger thanks goes to you for watching. If you liked it, keep a date with Ikechukwu and I for another edition of Hashtags, same time, same station. That'll be on Monday, yeah? In the meantime, guys, enjoy today's Boxing Day. Enjoy yourself. I do hope you get lots of gifts coming. Bye. I am Vivian Oguche.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel
We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
ẹ̀yin tèmi ní nàìjíríà lókè òkun mò ń kí yín fún kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday,
6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
The 14th edition of the Voice Achievers Awards, themed Debunking Notions, Reshaping Mindset, brought together exceptional Africans and international dignitaries to reflect on the continent's evolving global influence. The convener of the Voice magazine, Elvis Iro, alongside other organizers, say the award seeks to celebrate the achievements of the honorees and inspire new ways of rethinking Africa's role as an innovative partner on the global stage.
When I came to the diaspora, there was nothing for us as Africans. Living in a strange country, a strange language, I just felt that I needed to create something that would bring us together. So I started with the magazine, and then we were every year having an anniversary, just having party. And I thought, oh, there should be more to it than this. And then we thought of recognizing our friends. You know, people were supporting we as Africans. And then we thought, okay, why should we just only appreciate our friends? What about ourselves? And I realized that if we don't celebrate us, nobody will celebrate us. And so that was where the whole idea of the Voice Achievers Award started. And our motto is that it is actuated towards Africa's advancement. So this is all about encouraging people to do more in what they are doing.
It's an African award. Africans in diaspora, friends of Africa, in every walks of life, you know, be it for sports, be it, name it, you know, media, entertainment, it cuts across.
Awardees and other stakeholders also expressed excitement, noting that the recognition reinforces the need to keep adding positive value and to maintain a mindset that drives progress.
Africa is rising. The time has fully come for Africa. Those of us who went overseas to study, I was funded by the federal government of Nigeria as far back as 1977. All of that knowledge is coming back to Africa. It's not only about remittance anymore. The tide is changing. The Gen Zs, the millennials, the Gen X, and the boomers, such as myself, we are ready to bring to bear global standards into local adaptation.
We need to celebrate ourselves and feel worthy in order to feel comfortable to be celebrated, right? Everything always starts on our inside, in our own heart, and how we feel about ourselves.
It's important that people have an open mind, and not everything is rosy and beautiful, obviously. So, there are also problems. Every country has their challenges, every country has their problems. But you should at least not come with already an idea of what the problems are. Go and see for yourself and talk to the people.
Sometimes we go through breaks and we go through pauses, and it's God's divine timing. So sometimes you just have to be patient, and sometimes the dream you want, maybe you're not necessarily prepared for it. So you need to ask yourself, what is it I need to do to get myself prepared? Am I causing blockages, or are there people in my life that are causing blockages? And just figure out what is it, the steps you need to take to make your dream come true.
We know that actually there are some few ones among us who are not doing the right thing, but that doesn't mean that Nigerians are not good people. We are good people, but I advise every Nigerian to go out there and shine and give us a good image and good names.
The best thing we can do for the whole country is to have a renewed mindset, and we need to start speaking positive stuff, because what we see outside now is what is going to determine the future of not just my business, your business. It's going to be for everybody in the country. Every time anybody speaks anything negative about the country, it's us the marketing ourselves. Investors are going to go, and this mindset of blaming everything on everybody should stop. We should start taking ownership.
Look what you have and try to build from there. And that's what I did. I made a comic about my neighborhood. And then before I knew it, I started to get awards. Big companies started to ask me if I could do the same for them. So it all started by just showcasing what you have in your direct environment instead of looking out.
Love is very expensive, but it's scarce. It's scarcity. When we try to impart love in our mindset, I think the world is going to be a better place.
As the night unfolds and achievers are being recognized, organizers believe that tonight's celebration is not just about the awards, but about inspiring a new culture of excellence in the African continent. Matthew Ogunsuada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Lagos today joined the global community to mark the International Day of Persons with Disability with a strong message on dignity, access, and inclusion. At the event organized by the Lagos State Office of Disability Affairs, participants from across the disability community highlighted the progress made so far and the challenges that still limit full participation in society.
We are also human beings like them, that what others can do, we can also do better.
Our mobility, how to deal with our challenges. People don't sometimes, like I am partially sighted. Most people don't know that there's a condition called partially sightedness.
Speakers stressed that when persons with disability are included, their skills and contributions become undeniable, their relevance becomes visible, and their success is guaranteed.
When the disabled are accepted, there will be provisions for their needs, just like every other person.
There is ability in those children if they are given the chance to participate, the chance to be around their peers, their age group, and they can also bring out that ability in them only if they allow that inclusion.
Disability is not a disease. And so, because it's not a disease, then, there's so much that can be done about it.
The state government reaffirmed its commitment to global principles such as the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability and the Sustainable Development Goals, especially those focused on equity, education, decent work, and inclusive community. They emphasize that inclusion is a right, not a privilege.
Today, I am pleased to announce that very soon, Lagos State will introduce the Lagos Disability Inclusion Compact. It's a comprehensive policy framework designed to deepen accessibility.
The government also called for stronger partnership, noting that it cannot build an inclusive society alone. It appealed to private sectors, employers, technology creators, faith-based organizations and communities to open doors, design accessible platforms, and dismantle discrimination.
Our administration and policy is about everyone. Our Themes Plus developmental agenda speaks to this. The plus is an intentional, deliberate focus on inclusivity, youth, and gender equality.
According to the state, persons with disability are innovators, creators, professionals, and visionary leaders who enrich workplaces, inspire creativity, and strengthen communities. The government announced that Lagos will soon introduce the Lagos Disability Inclusion Compact, a comprehensive framework to expand inclusive education, improve transportation support, enhance digital accessibility, deepen economy empowerment, and reinforce LASODA's regulatory power. The state commended on its agency for swift action in addressing recent discrimination incidents, insisting that accessibility must become a natural part of every system. As Lagos marks the 2025 International Day of Persons with Disability, the call is for every resident to recommit to dignity, justice, and empathy. And people build a strong society where ability is defined not mobility, vision, or hearing, but by courage, creativity, and potential. I I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ugunswada.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers.
The Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers Membership Induction Ceremony is an official event where new entrants into the profession are formally admitted as members of the institution. New members who have completed the required training, examination, and professional interviews are officially inducted into NIESV. They earn the right to practice as professional estate surveyors and valuers in Nigeria. The event underscores NIESV's mission to enhance service delivery, improve real estate standards, and regulate professional practice across the country.
This is an event that I presided over. It is an important event in our institution. That is when we welcome new members into our institution, and I'm so happy about the quality and the number of members that we have inducted. 539 new members joined the profession. That is a big deal for us, and we are happy to celebrate them.
The possible challenges is people try to know them. That okay, yes, we are out, we're into the market, we are here to serve you, but with good sensitization and the market driven, there's no problem. The vision is to see how we can fit the market with our professional dexterity.
Like as a surveyor, I've been in this game for a very long time, for almost 40 years now or more. As you grow, you have challenges. When the number is fewer, it's easier to manage challenges, you start to control and coordinate and control. But as you grow, you see a lot of people who are not serious-minded, who are not committed, and you have to do a lot of job to remove the chaff from the grain. There are temptations. People will offer you money to give them what they want, and you do it, you get the money. Those people, when they need something that is serious, they don't continue. But they know that you have a price. You can compromise.
You know, the real estate profession, it's a noble profession. The profession of estate surveying and valuation, it's a noble profession that has to do with service to people, and not just people, to the nation as well. And aside from that, it's a profession that integrates people. You get to deal with people and get to manage them. And at the end of the day, it's something I had passion for. And of course, I feel fulfilled getting to serve people.
Today seems to be one of the most exciting days of my profession as an estate surveyor and valuer. It's one of the moments we all look up to, a very exciting day, a day where we behold the estate profession as the bedrock of all of they have to do. The milestone of this is it is one of the basis rock as a trust, one thing we look up to as an estate surveyor and valuer.
My expectation is to see how you can bring your expertise, what you've learned, your experience over time and practice, how you can bring it in and see that professionalism is brought into this profession. Because over time we've noticed that because of lack of professionalism, the reputation of the profession has been, is something that people now doubt. So my expectation is to come into this profession fully with the weight of experience and what we've been taught during our national continuous development, and from the weight of experience of our guest speaker today, to bring them together and see how we can move the profession to the next level.
The 2025 induction ceremony of the Nigerian Institution of the Estate Surveyors and Valuers was indeed a significant milestone. It's more than celebration. It's a celebration of value, a celebration of integrity and credibility. VOP's TV Precious Agmano reporting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football. Live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Lagos is expected to witness an increase influx of visitors, goods and activities during the festive season, particularly as residents and tourists observe the popular Dirty December period, marked by concerts, parties and social gatherings. But even before the peak of the celebrations, transport fares from Lagos to the southeastern state are already climbing ahead of the annual Christmas and New Year travel rush. Operators at major bus terminals say the rise in fares is driven by growing demand, high fuel costs, and increased operational expenses. I am at the Jibo bus terminal here in Lagos, where passenger movements are gradually increasing ahead of the Christmas and New Year festivities. While many commuters are ready to reunite with their loved ones, the price and the hike of transportation is forcing many to reconsider their travel plans. Some passengers I spoke with say they have no choice but to travel despite the costs, while also urging the government to address fuel price hike and insecurity in travel highway.
Normally, it's getting high. It's even better now because by this weekend for Godself, it will stay increased because it's the season now. Normally that is how it used to be. But if God will help us, like let me say during the season, like they know that people used to travel, let me say nothing changed. It's just like normality. At least it will be better for people and more affordable because some people will like want to go home, but due to the transportation, they will not go. I don't have money for morning bus, so I have to wait for the night bus. It depends, Cha. It depends on the company. Yeah, it depends on the company and their prices. The last time I traveled was last year. God help me, I went in peace. So as I'm traveling to, I pray. I know that the country is not safe, but I pray God will help me. I will still travel in peace again. The government should help us. So we will still help ourselves, but they need to help us based on the security and other things. Like the price of everything is changing. Like the price of things, not only transportation, even food. To get food stuff, everything is increasing, not only transportation.
If you need to say the country is not supposed to be like this, but we are the one that spoiled the country by ourselves. Even this transportation issue, it's not supposed to be like this. Imagine that you want to go to your village. From here to your village will cost 40-something thousand, or something thousand. That means you cannot buy anything to your family or to your friend or to yourself. Because if you spend 30,000 from here to east, how much are you going to spend? My own decision is everything I make a human to live. Then she will lose everything.
It's been long that I saw my mom and my dad face to face. So that's why over 4 years now, I've not seen my mom face to face and my dad face to face. That's the reason why I'm traveling. So concerning the transport fare, I cannot blame the transporters. The government should, if government reduce their fuel money, them also will reduce their price. And another thing I want to say about the security on the road for people that is traveling. Government should provide security, at least soldier on the road and police for the security of the people that is traveling. On the norms, when there is no festive time, like today, Bonny Way, we paid 30,500. But on the norms, when there is no festive time, I think it should not be more than 20,000 or 25,000 naira. But I don't know why the thing always like that. I'm going from Lagos to Umuahia. The government should reduce the price of fuel and provide security for people. Like now, I know that most of people wants to go home, but because of insecurity, most of them is afraid. And another thing, money. There is no money, and transport fare is high. That's why. So I want government to work on that area.
Transport operators are calling on the government to address fuel prices, improve road infrastructure, and create policies that will ease transportation costs during peak travel periods.
I want the government just help us to reduce fuel, because without no fuel we can't work. Because everything now we don't suffer. Month now we are buying full of 12,000 sometimes inside machine, sometimes 30, sometimes 15. I want the government just help us to reduce the fuel. And people are traveling because if you want to travel now, we are afraid that bandits are around on the road. We are afraid to travel anywhere now, because everything now that has been hard now. The government just help us with the bandits and the fuel. If that one have come down, some people will be happy now. But without no fuel, we can't be happy on the road. But you see, if you want to go some small place now, you say 500. It's not our fault. Fuel is there and agbo is there. Everything. That thing have tired everybody. Now I'm coming today now. We just buy full of 10,000. I don't know how much I will see on it. I just come outside.
As Nigerians embark on journeys this festive season, safety remains a top priority for passengers and commuters already burdened by increasing transport costs. Passengers and drivers are calling on the government to address the insecurity along major pathways in order to make holiday travels not only affordable but safe for all. Reporting from the Jibowu bus terminal here in Lagos, Matthew Ogunswada for Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization, What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The 2025 Future Makers Women in Tech graduation and award ceremony emphasized not just training, but community and collaboration. Graduating founders shared how detailed facilitation, dedicated mentorship, and access to partners helped shape their personal and business growth.
What we're celebrating today is the graduation of the 6th cohort of Women in Tech Enabled Business Incubator, sponsored by Standard Chartered Bank. These cohorts, we have women that are running businesses, providing solutions in health, providing solutions in speech therapy, in agribiz. We also have women that are, using tech to solve financial inclusion challenges. We also had mentoring and coaching sessions. And what we're doing today is celebrating the top 5. And these top 5 have been awarded $10,000 for their businesses. The first thing that they get coming on this program is a networking and finding that they're not alone. The second thing is that their confidence is built, and then they now realize that they have agency and they can use their voice for good. And lastly, what happens is that when they're empowered, what we see is that these women, having been empowered, they go ahead to empower others and hold the hand. So as they're rising with other women.
During the fireside chats, speakers highlighted the need for stronger female networks, urging women in tech to seek clarity of purpose, be visible, share their stories, and collaborate intentionally. They summarized this mindset in the acronym CROSS: contribute to the ecosystem, rise with others, remain open-minded, embrace storytelling, and build strong bridges. The ceremony concluded with the announcement of the top 5 outstanding participants recognized for their innovation and resilience.
I would say the women are getting their voices heard. Over the years, over the last 8 to 10 years, we've seen a growing number of female techpreneurs, as we like to call them, who are making not just their mark, but they're a name for themselves in the industry. And we're seeing that it's not just tech, but they're focusing on different aspects of tech. There's agri-tech, there's health tech. And we're so excited about this, which is why as a bank, it made sense to us to support this, but not just support it for the sake of it, but sustainably so. Since 2019, we've successfully supported well over 55 women directly, but thousands through the sessions we've had in partnership with the Enterprise Development Center.
Personally, I believe this is one very detailed accelerator program I've been on. They're focused on you as an individual, they're focused on your business. It's been very enlightening from the first day to the last session.
It's been an inspiring moment here as the 2025 Women in Tech graduation and awards ceremony, a space where ideas, innovation, and impact continues to unfold. As these women take a step forward to make a solution today and tomorrow, we are rest assured that the future ecosystem of Nigeria in tech is going to make a big difference and certainly become brighter. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
I love creativity. I love beautiful wares. So I think that's what inspires me to go into the business. My name is Eriaka Oluwatosin, the face behind Upslide Design. I choose fashion because naturally I love nice wears. 1, 2, the fact that it's a kind of craft that you can do, unlike some other craft that you can do for others, you can still do for yourself. So the fact that it will be shown over you that you are a fashion designer too, I think that's what makes me to choose that part over other creativities and other hats works. Choose that part over other creativities and other hats works. To be a fashion designer, you need to know the technique behind the fashion, the beauty of fashion, the uniqueness of the job itself, like knowing your colors, knowing good things. You understand? I think that's very important. Knowing what's like the material that will be good for a particular style, the design, the body shape, and so many more. So many things, because fashion is wide. The steps, first you look at the fabric, then know the style the person, maybe the client want to make, the person's body shape. You understand? You, as a fashion designer, you are in place of advising your customer, because some customer will choose a style that will not be appropriate for their body shape. So you are there to advise them. You choose the style. You choose the style that will be appropriate for their body shape. Then you get their measurements, because that one is very, very important. Why you apply the measurements when you are making the dress. Then get your materials that will make the clothes stand out. Then all this applique that we add to clothes that makes the clothes stand out too. So you just have to have that taste of beautiful thing for you to beautify somebody else. You are trying. The place of home is very important, because you are still going back. Whatever you do, you are still going back home. So you make sure your home is settled. Then you balance it with your time. I don't have time for play as much. Do you understand? So most of my time I use it for my business, and the remaining time I use it for my home. So far it's not easy, but we are pushing through. Nigerian fashion industry is really growing. It's really growing, and it's wide. Like I said, it's very wide. It's growing. You have to be updated. You have to know what is going on out there. So it's really growing, and it's as much as possible. There are different departments in the business that you can. Okay, let's say the marketing departments, the sewing. Fashion designer is not like before that you just cut and sew. You have to know the techniques to give the body the body that you want to sew for, the fitting that you want. So it's been encouraging so far. It's wide, so it's encouraging. You are still pushing through. Once you see a learner, somebody that is ready to learn, then you impact the knowledge into them. That's just it. So you have to know it yourself for you to impact that into somebody else. The training is not easy, but for the trainer and even the training too, but it's worth it at the end. It's worth it at the end. It's worth it at the end, both for the training and the trainer. You will be happy that you train somebody, and the person that learned to will be happy, because you will definitely make money if you know what you are doing. It's a lucrative business. It's okay. It's worth the time you put into it. But like I used to tell people, you don't just stay and be on what you are being taught alone. You have to lay your hand on it, do it, go online and acquire more knowledge. Fashion is wide and it's growing every day. So you must keep on learning. You keep on learning. Even me, I've been in the business for like 15 years, but I still keep learning. You keep knowing new things, good things keep evolving, and you have to know it. And so that's it. My name is Neriaka Oluwatosin, the face behind Upslide Design. I'm a fashion designer. This is my husband.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them, the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Every day, more than 10,000 cubic meters of sand are dredged from the Lagos Lagoon. Authorities say this unchecked activity is destabilizing aquatic habitats, threatening communities and placing livelihoods in danger. At a press briefing in Alausa, the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Dayabush Alebioshu, said urgent action is needed to protect the lagoon.
What are we looking at achieving at the summit? Coming up with policies, agreeing, identifying problems, profiling solutions. I think we have admired our problems for too long, how beautiful our problems are. This is now the time to get up, speak to those problems, come up with policies, come up with laws, identify how we can conquer, and then move forward from there.
Already, erosions have claimed coastal communities such as Idotun village and the Igbejuleki, sweeping away homes, displacing families and destroying livelihoods. The Lagos shoreline has also been threatened for decades, worsened by climate change and human activities. Officials warn the illegal dredging is left unchecked could undermine waterfront settlements and escalate flooding risk. To tackle these challenges, the state government has partnered with Netherlands, a global leader in water coastal management, to find innovative and sustainable solutions. Beyond addressing these threats, the government says the lagoon holds enormous potential for transportation, tourism, fisheries and trade, if properly managed.
We have invited representatives from all of those areas, particularly the royal fathers and the heads of communities. We've invited them. They will be coming as the representatives of those areas, so that they can also tell us what they're experiencing. There's going to be data collation amongst other things, and it's only when you have data you would know how to use it and how to speak to the problems.
For the state government, Safeguarding the lagoon is not just about protecting the environment, but also securing the economy and heritage of Lagos. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day, from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her deaf uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but backdate when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because
sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So where really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered, their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government, government will always turn out, they sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of LASODA that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Good afternoon and welcome to Reporters File on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you real stories from the field, told by the people who live there. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. We begin this week with security matters from Edo State. In a sustained effort to curb criminal activities, the Edo State government has intensified its crackdown on kidnappers by demolishing illegal hideouts along the Okpela-Okene Expressway. The operation targeted notorious locations along the Obu, Oguda, and Boa cement axis, a stretch long plagued by abductions, signaling the government's determination to restore safety for residents and motorists. Correspondent Rhoda Journey has details in the story.
Government has demolished illegal structures along the Opala-Okene Expressway used as hideouts by suspected kidnappers. The operation targeted the Obu-Ugadabua cement houses, an area long feared by residents and motorists due to repeated abductions. The exercise, carried out by the Edo State Development and Building Control Agency with support from police and Nigerian Army personnel, led by DCP Benjamin Abang, removed the criminal bases without casualties despite resistance from suspects who blocked the expressway. Officials said the demolition is part of an intensified crackdown on kidnappers with continued surveillance and patrols planned to prevent a resurgence along the high-risk corridor. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Let's take you through a special Christmas package from our correspondents across the state as Lagos joined others to celebrate the Christmas season and, of course, the New Year celebration, which is around the corner. The surge in transport fare is making Nigerians think twice about traveling, with many urging the government to address insecurity on major highways. VOP TV's Matthew Ogunswada visited Jibowu Terminal to gauge the mood of travelers and brings this report.
To witness an increase in influx of visitors, goods and activities during the festive season, particularly as residents and tourists observe the popular Dirty December period, marked by concerts, parties, and social gatherings. But even before the peak of the celebrations, transport fares from Lagos to the southeastern state are already climbing ahead of the annual Christmas and New Year travel rush. Operators at major bus terminals say commuters are ready to reunite with their loved ones. The price and the hike of transportation is forcing many to reconsider their travel plans. Some passengers I spoke with say they have no choice but to travel despite the costs, while also urging the government to address fuel price hike and insecurity in travel highway.
Normally, it's getting high. It's even better now because by this weekend, for God's sake, it will still increase because it's the season now.
The country is not supposed to be like this, but we are the one that spoiled the country by ourselves. Even this transportation issue, it's not supposed to be like this. Imagine that you want to go to your village. From here to your village will cost 40-something thousand, 40-something thousand. That means you cannot buy anything to your family or to your friend or to yourself. Because if you spend 30,000 from here to east, how much are you going to spend?
I cannot blame the transporters. The government should, if government reduce their fuel money, them also will reduce their price. Government should provide security, at least soldier on the road and police for the security of the people that is traveling.
Transport operators are calling on the government to address fuel prices, improve road infrastructure, and create policies that will ease transportation costs during peak travel periods.
I want the government just help us to reduce fuel because without no fuel we can't work. Because everything now we don't suffer. More tonight now we are buying full of 12,000 sometimes inside machine, sometimes 30, sometimes 15. I want the government just help us to reduce the fuel. And people are traveling because if you want to travel now, we are afraid that bandits are around on the road. We are afraid to travel anywhere now because everything now that has been hard now. The government just help us with the bandits and the fuel. If that one have come down, some people will be happy now. But without no fuel, we can't be happy on the road.
As Nigerians embark on journeys this festive season, safety remains a top priority for passengers and commuters already burdened by increasing transport costs. Passengers and drivers are calling on the government to address the insecurity along major pathways in order to make holiday travels not only affordable but safe for all. Reporting from the Jibowu bus terminal here in Lagos, Matthew Ogunswada for Voice of the People Television.
Still in Lagos, Christmas shopping at Lagos Mile 12 International Market is offering mixed signals for consumers. with the prices of major staples falling, even as onions record a sharp spike and demolitions around the markets disrupt movement. Our reporter, Onyeka Ogolo, has more.
At Lagos Mile 12 International Market, the usual Christmas rush is in full swing, with shoppers, haggling traders, shouting prices, and barrel pushers waving through narrow aisles. This year, however, many shoppers are finding some relief. The price of foreign rice has dropped significantly and now selling for between 64 and 76,000 naira per 50 kilogram bag, far below last year's record high. Local rice remains stable at about 60,000 naira, while tomato and garri have always become more affordable.
Price of things is high. We don't know, but maybe if government can help us, because maybe it's because of fuel or anything. Because when you call driver to help you carry load from one place to another, all this make goods cost. They are complaining, no, fuel is too cost, all this. So we beg government to help us. Maybe they can help us with fixed price of market. That one could be better. So everybody will know that this is the normal price, and this is normal buy you buy, and this is normal price you sell. Maybe that one will be better in this Nigeria, because everybody doing her own, and which is not fair for we poor woman.
Onions prices have jumped sharply, with a bag now selling for as much as 130,000 naira, forcing many families to cut back to seek alternatives.
Now the market is the price is varies. Sometimes it's going up or come down. Like on Monday now, we sold bag at the rate of 80. As at was yesterday, the bag is 110, 120. The one that is not good, 100,000 per bag. So that is what affect the bowl now. Bowl, we sell 13, 14, but now we are selling correct one, we are selling 17 for the purple. But dry one is scarce inside market. Dry one, the bag of it now, last week that they brought it, they sold the bag at the rate of 160,000. So the little one that's inside market, inside the bowl, we are selling that bowl as you see, 27, 28. So what is happening there now? The price is not fixed.
Adding to the pressure are ongoing demolitions in Ketu Mile 12 artists by the Lagos State government, which commuters say has doubled travel time to market, making access more difficult during the busy season. Despite these challenges, traders and shoppers say Mile 12 market remains the cheapest option for many households, with food buying groups pooling resources to reduce costs ahead of Christmas.
This basket, you can sell it 50,000 naira. When I sell it, this was small one, 15,000 naira. Before they sell them 35 to 40. But the market don't move today, don't go, then they go up. People they come, they buy, people they rush, they come, they buy them. Already, now make the market don't they go up now. So maybe if it change, if people come plenty, the market go they high. Even market no come plenty, people come plenty, market go they off. So even not be Christmas, the thing they happen like that. So now Christmas, everybody they rush and they come buy market already. No saying season.
This period of December, Christmas period, our goods very, very cheap. It come down well. Like formerly, we are selling this bag 22, 23. But now we are selling 21, 20. Market, we don't even see anybody. We have fufu from Edo State. In fact, their fufu is fantastic. Very nice. It don't smell. That one we used to count it. Like if you need this bag is 40,000. Full bag. But if you want retail, it's 1,000. They should come and help us because we are not selling. Many of us go on loan. So if we don't sell, how will you pay the loan?
With just days to Christmas, Mile 12 market reflects the reality of the season. Lower prices for some essentials, higher costs for others, and shoppers determined to celebrate despite these challenges. From Mile 12 markets, I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
As Nigerians celebrate the Christmas holiday and prepare for New Year celebrations, traders in Daliko Market raising concerns over declining sales, despite a slight drop in food prices. While sellers say goods are now more affordable than last year, many buyers insist the lack of funds is keeping them away from the market. To understand how economic pressures are shaping the festive season, VOP TV visited Daliko Market in Lagos. VOP TV's Oyindamola Olukuton reports.
Christmas just days away. Major markets in Lagos are expected to be bustling with activity. However, at Daliko Markets, traders say business has been slower than usual as fewer customers are turning up to buy food items for the festive season. According to the sellers, prices of some staple items such as rice, beans, pepper, curry, vegetable oil, and poultry have slightly reduced compared to last year, yet sales remain low. Buyers who spoke to VOP TV said the challenge is not just price, but lack of money. Noting that last year many prices were higher, they still managed to shop more for the celebration.
Price last year it was almost 95,000 naira. Now it's being sold for 52, 53. Everything has come down, but there's no money. They should help us and bring money, so people should come and buy. So purchasing power has gone down. You understand? Fuel has gone down, the transportation cost has gone down, but where's the purchasing power? You understand? And you know, market determine price.
Some traders blame the low patronage on reduced purchasing power, rising transportation costs, and economic pressure that have left many households struggling to prioritize festive shopping. Despite the situation, people are hoping for a better Nigeria as the year evolves.
Present, the market is dropping. As for rice, is now 54, 55 for small rice. Some Nigerian rice we are selling it 54, 52. But as low as the price was, there was no movement of market. People don't enter market to buy. Last year we sell bag of rice 85,000, 84,000. People trooped in more than now. So it seems there is no money in the country. God will help us all in Jesus' name.
Our sales now is down. Oja wale, rice wale, gari wale. In fact, I can say everything is in low price for now. But oja low sales landing.
There is no market, there is no money. That last year rice cost, but market day. But now, no market, no money. No anybody don't buy anything.
As festive season draws closer, traders remain hopeful for a last-minute rush, while buyers continue to navigate the realities of limited income. Oyindamola Olukuton reporting for Voice of the People TV.
We now move on to Edo State, where in Benin City, markets are seeing slow sales this Christmas as rising prices of food and goods affect business. Traders say sales are lower than in previous years, even during the festive season when spending is usually high. Buyers are buying only essential items because of the high cost of living. Market users are calling on the government to take action to reduce prices and ease pressure on residents during the sale-tide period. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny tells us more.
Markets in Edo State have recorded lower than expected sales this Christmas as traders report that rising prices of food and goods are affecting business. The slowdown observed in major markets across the state comes despite the festive season, which usually sees high consumer spending. Traders noted that current sales are lower compared to previous years during the Yuletide period.
100,000, 120, small one 60,000, small the other one 40, crate 25 before not be so. But now when you say that they do something, now they can wait here like that. I said because of Christmas.
Road, express is not a market. People are shading there, no way to come inside the market to buy things. The whole place is so jam-packed that you cannot even walk with your feet to come inside to buy things. Though things are down, the price calm down a little, but there's scarcity of money. People are not buying. You cannot see everybody sitting down. Just 2 days to wash night, you saw us sitting down. It's unusual.
People where they buy and they, we where they sell and we they. It's He too dear. He pass 120, pass 130 for carton of fish. He too high. Make government help us. Make them bring am. And the second one where I want to meat, he dear. Motor money make go down.
Na die. Me too dear. When they buy, we buy not the correct. High. One cow head, 150, 120, 130 now.
Buyers are also limiting their purchases, focusing mainly on essential items due to the high cost of living.
They said this fowl like 15, 20,000. And the food we dey buy am before a bag 12,000. Now we dey buy a bag 25,000. So that's why this fowl there now like 30,000 and 35,000.
Parents cock we dey buy 80,000, 70,000. Now it say 27,000. It's too high now. The price too much. We not fit buy. Here suppose food for Christmas now. As they do Christmas, here we food for crowd. Now nothing. So people not feature for Christmas. It's not good. Very, very bad.
Market users are appealing to the government to take action, urging measures to reduce prices and ease economic pressure on residents during the festive period. The subdued market activity highlights how inflation is impacting both traders and shoppers in Edo State this Christmas. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, UOP TV News.
Still in Edo State with the Christmas and New Year celebrations underway, the Edo State Police have unveiled a robust security strategy aimed at keeping residents and visitors safe across the state. The plan, which combines intelligence-driven policing with community engagement, seeks to prevent criminal activities and ensure a peaceful festive season. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny again tells us more.
The Edo State Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, has launched a comprehensive security plan to ensure peaceful Christmas and New Year celebrations. The initiative is aimed at protecting residents and visitors while deterring criminal activities during the festive period. As part of the plan, the police conducted a forest clearance operation in Edo North from 14 to 20 December. The exercise, approved by the Inspector General of Police and supported by Governor Monday Pueblo, involved ground troops, helicopters, drones, and collaboration with the Nigerian Army, Air Force, NSCDC, forest guards, local hunters, and vigilante groups to deny criminal elements access to ungoverned spaces. Agbonika said the festive security strategy is anchored on proactive, intelligence-driven policing, including intensified patrols, stop and search operations, strategic deployment, and community engagement.
On the comprehensive security measures put in place to ensure a peaceful, secure, and free Christmas and New Year celebration. In line with our proactive, intelligence-driven policing strategy for the Yuletide season, the Edo State Police Command significantly strengthened security across the state by intensifying visibility policing, strategic patrols, targeted stop and search operations, intelligence-led deployments, and sustained community engagements. These measures were designed to deter criminal activities, inspire public confidence, and guarantee the safety of residents and visitors throughout the festive period. The clearance operation, which led to the arrest of 37 suspects and many other recoveries of firearms and drugs, spanned from Saturday 14 December to 20th December 2025. But I assure you that this will be sustained. It was executed through a robust interagency collaboration between with the Nigerian Army Mechanized 4 Brigade, Nigerian Air Force 107 Air Maritime Group, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, and the Forest Guards, local vigilante groups, and hunters. This joint approach underscores our collective resolve to confront and neutralize security threats in the state decisively.
He urged residents to remain vigilant and law-abiding to maintain security throughout the Christmas and New Year celebrations. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, UOP TV News.
You're still watching Reporters File on VOP TV. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll bring you more interesting stories. Just stay with us. Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
Stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage, and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Glad to have you back. As the nation prepares for Christmas celebration and, of course, the New Year celebration, the federal government has declared public holidays to mark the season, calling on Nigerians to embrace peace, love, and unity. However, many Nigerians say Christmas is a time for reflection, compassion, and togetherness. VOP TV's Matthew Ogunswada reports.
The federal government of Nigeria has officially declared Thursday, December 25, and Friday, December 26, 2025, as public holidays to mark Christmas Day and Boxing Day celebrations. The announcement was made in a statement by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Interior, Dr. Magdalene Ajani. Dr. Ajani called on Nigerians to use the Christmas season as a time for reflection, highlighting values traditionally associated with the birth of Jesus Christ, which include love, peace, humility, and sacrifice. Additionally, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, urged citizens across religious, ethnic, and social divides to take advantage of the festive period to pray for national unity, improved security, and sustainable development. Across the streets of Lagos, amid bubbling transport movement and busy marketplaces, Nigerians shared their views on what Christmas season truly means.
It's about Jesus Christ. Christ lived a life, an exemplary life, a standard that we are to live after. Because from the time, the beginning of mankind, we fell, we sinned, and he had to come to show us the way back to God. That was the whole essence. And anything outside of him being seen on Christmas doesn't show Christmas. All of the stuff people do about, well, it's good to celebrate, but the meaning of Christmas is about Jesus, and that was the whole essence. And at such a time like this, it calls for the government to,
like, you know, if you observe, you can see people are carrying back of rice. So when you have to
Christmas, as we are now, tomorrow is Christmas, we don't have any hope. We just sit down here, no money to buy rice, no money to buy fowl, just sit down. As I did now, I never buy clothes for my pikin. Still they call me at my wife, you know, good. As I did, I'm not happy. I want government should help us.
Across different background and belief, Nigerians agree that Christmas is a time to strengthen bond, show kindness, and pray and a happy new year in advance. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Christians in Edo State are celebrating Christmas, embracing the true essence of Jesus Christ's birth. Across churches in Benin City, worshippers engaged in prayers, sermons, and thanksgiving, reflecting on the life of Christ, which symbolizes love, humility, and sacrifice. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny reports, and the celebration served as a heartfelt reminder of the enduring significance of Christmas and the universal message of Christ's life.
Christians in Benin City, Edo State, join millions around the world to celebrate Christmas, honoring the birth of Jesus Christ, whose life represents love, humility, and sacrifice. The celebrations held across churches in the city featured prayers, sermons, and thanksgiving, highlighting the universal significance of Christ's birth for humanity. Clergymen urge worshippers to embrace the values taught by Christ.
Christmas talks about the birth of Jesus. According to the scriptures, The Bible says the angels that announced his birth said that he came to give us peace. Glory be to the Lord in the highest, and on earth peace. So his birth instituted peace on earth. So every child of God on the face of the earth is supposed to enjoy peace, because this is what his birth brought.
And Christmas is a season where we celebrate the birth of Jesus. Jesus came to die for our sins, to redeem us from the curse of the law. So the essence of Christmas is not majorly on eating rice, wearing of clothes. Though those things are good, but the most important thing is that it's a time we rejoice in our King that was born in Bethlehem.
Generally, people believe that Christmas is a time of merriment, having fun, eating, dancing, and celebrating. But there's a deeper meaning to that in the Christendom. We have an understanding that we're not just celebrating the birth of Christ, but the purpose for which he came to this world, which is redemption of humanity. And that is the whole essence of Christmas.
While members expressed gratitude for God's blessings and prayed for peace, unity, and provision in their families and communities.
It's our Christmas celebration, of course, as you know, the birth of Christ. And I think we all know that Jesus is the reason for this season. So I think we are happy. It's good to celebrate it, actually.
Through prayers, reflections, and collective worship, church members marked the occasion as a meaningful reminder of the essence of Christmas and the enduring message of Christ's teachings worldwide. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, UOP TV News.
Still in Edo State, the state has taken a major step towards its 2026 development agenda, as Governor Monday Okpeolo assented to the 939 billion naira appropriation bill, setting the legal framework for funding key programs aimed at driving growth, improving infrastructure, and enhancing the welfare of residents across the state. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny reports.
Edo State Governor Monday Okpeolo has signed the 939 billion naira 2026 appropriation bill, tagged Budget of Hope and Growth, into law after its passage by the Edo State House of Assembly. The signing took place at the Government House in Benin City, where the governor said the 939 billion naira budget is aimed at accelerating development across critical sectors and strengthening the state's economic base. Governor Okpeolo commended the Edo State House of Assembly for the prompt consideration and approval of the bill, noting that the budget will translate into improved welfare and visible projects for residents of the state.
Say a very big thank you because of your proactiveness towards this budget. But I never thought it would be so quick. But to my greatest surprise, you have done a thorough job. I want to once again say a very big thank you. And I believe the budget of hope and growth will catapult Edo State to higher heights.
Speaking earlier, the Speaker of the House, Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, said the 2026 budget prioritizes agriculture and infrastructure, adding that the allocations will boost food security, stimulate growth, and enhance the living standards of Edo people.
The governor is hungry to develop Edo State so that our people will have succor. A walk of 1,000 miles starts with a step, and the governor has started perfectly well. Today, we are here before you, Your Excellency, to present to you for your assent the year 2026 approved appropriation law, Edo State of Nigeria, that was passed into law by the 8th Assembly of the Edo State House of Assembly today. And the estimate of this budget is 39 billion 850 million only. On that note, we hereby present the year 2026 approved appropriation law to the governor for his assent. Thank you very much, distinguished members.
In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, UOP TV News.
We now move on to Lagos State, where the government has reaffirmed its commitment to Nigeria's ongoing national tax reforms, promising efficient implementation, fairness, and the use of technology to drive sustainable economic growth. Correspondent Onyeka Ogolo has this report.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu delivered the keynote address at the Tax Reform Summit 2025, describing the event as timely and strategic. The summit held in Ikeja provides a critical platform for repositioning Nigerian tax system to achieve efficiency, equity, and growth.
National reform places greater emphasis on consumption-based taxation, data integration, and tax protection. Lagos is strengthening its system to ensure ease of compliance, to ensure effective dispute resolution and predictability tax environment that encourages investment and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe the success of Nigeria's tax reform journey will depend not only on legislation at the federal level, but on effective implementation at the state level. And I think the guest speaker re-emphasized that much. No matter how well it is done at the federal, it is effective implementation at the sub-national that will make it easy to implement.
The governor emphasized that Lagos operates within a framework of national fiscal programs and is fully aligned with the tax reforms being driven by President Bola Tinubu. He highlighted the importance of predictable and transparent tax system, describing taxation as a social contract between government and citizen, anchored on accountability and visible service delivery. Chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, Taiwo Oyedele, noted that Nigeria's tax reforms are not about increasing rates, but about fixing broken system. He stressed that Lagos is expected to demonstrate leadership in data quality, property registers, and taxpayers' database, serving as a model for other states.
A model tax harmonization law for the consideration and enactment by states. So we're glad to have our distinguished lawmakers in the room. Ekiti State, Zamfara, Anambra, and Kano have passed the law already in their respective states, so we're expecting Lagos State to be the next. Revenue collection across agencies within the state also need to be harmonized into the LRS, Lagos State Internal Revenue Service. There's a reason why the revenue agency knows how to collect taxes. When you ask other people to collect revenue in whatever form or shape, you promote inefficiency. It does not help anyone.
Special advisor to the governor on taxation revealed that the state committee has been working closely with the presidential committee to engage stakeholders from public and private sectors. The reform aims to simplify process, clarify revenue responsibilities, and establish a data-driven, transparent revenue framework.
The Lagos tax story for 2026 is about embedding reform into everyday governance, not imposing new burdens on residents or businesses. I urge us all to look at the bigger picture and recollect what the social contract is about. Taxation is a contribution by all citizens to strengthen the civil society. It's a contribution to growth, progress, and development, and we shouldn't see it as a burden. It's something we should do with a lot of pride.
Lagos State endorsement of national tax reform signals its readiness to lead in effective implementation, leveraging technology, transparency, and accountability to create a fair and growth-friendly physical environment for all. I am Monica Golo, reporting for VOP TV.
And that's how we wrap up this edition of Reporters File on Voice of the People Television. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Voice of the People TV, and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening around you, send us your videos, pictures, or reports via WhatsApp on 0814-606-4057 or email us at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Thank you for watching and see you next week.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the H, Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mò ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I.
From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you. Subscribe. Watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Mary Ezekiel. I'm the firstborn of my family, the only girl in the family of just two twins, so a girl and a boy. I'm the only girl. Okay, so I'm making a souvenir bag, and my whole measurement is 25 by 11, which is length is 25, and then the breadth is 11. At first, I've already sewn my cloth zip together on both sides, at both mouths. Then the next thing I'm going to do now is to apply my belts. And I look at it, I cut these two. Now, this belt is length 3 to measure where to place my hand, stitch it. When I get here, I'll pause. Then continue sewing. What I'm trying to do is now, I'm trying to sew the two parts of the bag as placement of the hand. Now I'm running to close the belts. Now I'll stitch. I've done closing the first handle of bag. Now I do the same thing I do here, is the same thing I'm going to do in the other part. I have to cut it, then start the same thing too, also in this place. I'll use my belt to measure 2 to make sure it's 2. So if it's not 2, it's going to be one side will be longer than one and the other. Stitch it. Like I said earlier, make sure you don't run the machine too fast so you know where to place the hand of the bag. This is 3 already. So this is the other hand of bag. Then I put it, close it. What I do is I run it, stitch it. Stitching it enables it to be very strong. If not, there are people that if you just buy a new fancy bag, by the time they put their load inside, before you know it, the hand will just start cutting. So me stitching is making it not cut on time. So I'm trying to get the other parts, which is 3. I said from here to here is 3. Then from here to here is 2. Stitch it. I'm closing it now. stitch. Now I'm done with the placements of the back of the hand. So I am going to cut it right now. Now this is how it is. I'm done with the handle. The next step now is to put the sides. And I'll be done with my souvenir bag. Now, to put the side, what do? I join the two mouths together. There's something we call nudging in bag. Nudging means to get the middle of the bag. Instead of you using tape to measure, you nudge it. Nudging, you get the middle, to get the center of the bag. Now I'm nudging the both sides. So now this is the side. Let me measure it. 9.5 by 4. So the length is 9.5 and the breadth is 4. Now what do? I close my side to make it monitor. This is it. I'm going to close my side. If I don't close the side, these parts will be coming out, to be losing. All these hairs will be showing. So to avoid the hairs from showing and to make it look more neater, like a foreign bag, I close it and I'm stitching it. Stitching means to tie the mouth, from losing and from the ropes coming out. I've sewed the first one and let me do the second one. I'm done sewing the side. Now the next step for me to do now is for me to nudge it. Like I said earlier, nudging means to get the middle parts of the bag. I'm going to nudge it. Use my scissors to get the middle. Now after doing it, I'll place the origin nudge parts on top of the other main leather. Then I move it back so I can now close it. After closing, I now place it on the machine. Then I'll run it down. Now I've gotten to the end. I'll turn it. Continue sewing till I finish the mouth of it. This is the mouth, and I'm going to stitch it to avoid it losing. Like I said earlier, you stitch materials to avoid it lose and get rough on time. People will buy bag and in less than 2 months the bag will start losing. That's because they didn't stitch it. They didn't stitch the beginning and then the end. I'll turn it again. Look at it, I've turned the other side. Now I'm done with the first side. You can look at it. I'm done with the first side. What I'm going to do now is to put the second side, and my souvenir will be ready. My souvenir will be ready. Now this is it. I stop at and make sure you don't run very fast. You concentrate on what you're doing, so you won't end up running the machine. After sewing it, you start losing it again. Now this is it. This is the cloth zip here. They call it zip cloth. So I'm supposed to sew it like this. But if I sew it like this, the teeth of the cloth, the zip will be showing. So what do? I put the zip inside the material, then I close it to make my work more neater. I stitch it. Why am I using scissors to cut all the threads? To make my work very neat. Make sure as you're sewing, if there's any thread, you cut it off to make it very, very neat. I've seen other people's work that whereby after sewing, you look at it that the thread there is making the work very rough, and to make it look like they've sewn the bag for years. But when you start counting and calculating, you notice that they've already sewed the bag. They just finished sewing the bag. Now I've closed the other one to sew it. Stitch it. Now my souvenir is about to be ready. It's about to be ready. I have to trim this mouth of the belt. Trim it so the belt will start losing out. Trim the mouth of the belt. Now you can see how neat my work is, very neat. Now what's the last thing now to do? The last thing now for me to do is to put my head zip. After passing the head zip, I close the mouth. But first, I want to make sure the cloth zip are equal. So what do? I follow this cloth zip, then I trim it off. Now this is my zip. This is my zip. Now I'm going to pass the zip inside the zip cloth. Now I've passed the zip inside the zip cloth. Now I'm almost done with the bag. The next thing for me to do now is to close the mouth of the zip cloth. I'm going to close the both sides. This is how I pass my thread inside the needle. What I'm going to do is I'll bend this mouth, then I can now pass the zip cloth inside. Don't passing it, so I'm going to stitch it now. So guys, as you can see, my already made souvenir is ready. You can see how beautiful and neat the work is. No thread on it, very neat. The handle, from the closing of the bag, the beginning and everything makes it look neater. Thank you.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all
But I'm wearing myself. I'm putting makeup. I'm a guy. I'm saying like, oh, time to bring your tea. Then what you're not putting there? You people are proving. At least buy me lunch first. You have to buy a guy dinner before you take the guy. But I mean, it was all good. But those were like fun moments, and like there was so many, and because I was kind of always away. It was a personal thing from all the other characters. Not like I was trying to be this thing shy. I was shy. I was super shy. Yeah. All right. But I just had to, because Tiny is someone that is a socially awkward character. Yeah. So I had to be away from them. Personally, I just went away from each of these characters, and that's one thing I did to try and get the best of this character.
What would you say about Tika and Water?
Tika and Water was is a really great film. I really enjoyed editing it. I was the editor for this film, and through the process, first of all, I read the script and I loved the story. When the producer told me about the film, sent me the script, I loved it. I also loved the fact that the film ended the way it ended. Yeah, it was really exciting. Interesting fact is I didn't really get the ending until I was editing. So I was just watching my cut and I was like, oh wow, it's the sister that's in this body. And I was like, it blew my mind because I didn't get it, all along. So and then I loved working with all the guys in the post-production team, the sound designer, the colorists, the VFX guys, and it was amazing. And I loved the thoroughness from the director, and he's very intentional about everything he wanted, and I just have to do everything I can to achieve everything, which was really good. And then I loved the cinematography. It was really amazing. I had a lot of materials to work with. That's the joy of any editor.
So during the process of your editing, were there any scene that was challenging for you, that you felt that was challenging?
The ritual scene.
Oh my God.
This is what happened. I edited every scene and I left that one. And that scene, I think they shot it in 2 days or so, 2 nights or so. So it was a lot of materials, And what I did was I just finished editing every other thing, and then I took some days off to calm my head, and then I went back to that scene. And it took me, I can't remember how long, but it took me a while to cut that scene. And then after that, I started with the director, and then we now fine-tuned everything.
Nice. So people that have actually not watched this movie, what will you say to them?
You need to watch it. You need to watch this film. Go to Amazon Prime now and watch this film. This is I would say it's the best horror film from Nollywood.
And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the movie premiere, Tika and Water. Trust me, it was a beautiful evening, and it was a beautiful movie. Trust me, this movie didn't just talk about the sacrifice. It talked about the love. It talked about the bond. It talked about the sacrifice that family, the ties that family shares together. And trust me, it was a beautiful movie. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. You have to watch this. And yes, this is VOP TV. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles and subscribe to our channel for more inspiring updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
It's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We no get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine, and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the latter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future for planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effect. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the Eco City Vision, Opeyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where Eco City Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community, where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to like, take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to like level out your plastics and not to affect human health. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to like reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or more 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us. This is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Health is wealth.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning Down, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello and welcome to Health Check, compliments of the season. This is a program where we examine the issues that shape our health, our choices, and our quality of life right here on Voice of the People television. I'm Praise Peters, and we're glad to have you join us on this week's episode of Health Check. But please remember to join us live on SLTV channel 264 and on YouTube at VOP TV Live. And of course, follow us across all social media channels as well. Well, today's really an interesting conversation. We're going to be having a very interesting conversation. This episode is full of festivities, right? And as the year draws to a close, many of us are reflecting on achievements, lessons learned, and plans for the year ahead. But one thing and one important area that we often overlook during this period is our health. And that's why we are here to shed light on that. So the end of the year presents a perfect opportunity to pause, to assess our wellness, to adopt our healthy lifestyles, and make informed adjustments that can significantly improve our long-term wealth, health, and healthy outcomes as well. So at the same time, this season is filled with celebrations, Christmas gatherings, end of the year parties, New Year festivities, all of which comes with lifestyle choices and can either support or undermine our well-being. On today's episode of Health Check, we're focusing on year-end wellness checks, practical healthy living advice, and how to enjoy the festive season responsibly and in moderation. Emphasis on that, in moderation, without compromising your health, of course. And it's going to be quite a flexible conversation today, so sit back and watch and listen and learn, of course. So to guide us through today's important conversation, I'm joined by Dr. Charles Adiogo, a wellness physician and public health advocate. You're welcome, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining Health Check.
Thanks for having me.
Compliments of the season.
Wish you the same.
Doctor, how has it been? Okay, so this season is the season of holidays, right? Mm-hmm. Do you take breaks?
Well,
with your profession?
We try to, you know, but there's a lot of pressure, you know. We don't typically have breaks, you know, because emergencies can happen anytime. But we have to have a healthy work-life balance all the same.
That's a big one. I must say that's a really huge sacrifice, because on New Year Day, I want to go and eat my rice to just be with my family. Just imagine I don't have an emergency. Hello, please, you're needed at the hospital. I wonder how that must feel.
That happens all the time, but that's what we signed up for.
That's what we signed up for. Okay. Yeah. All right, so doctor, today we're going to be talking about, you know, December festivities, everything that we are to, you know, do as to live a healthy life, even with, you know, all of the celebrations and holidays, of course. So you would agree with me that December has a way of making everyone feel very relaxed. Let me put it that way. I saw a very funny tweet that says, okay, the company has not closed for the year, but my brain has shut down for the year. When I saw that tweet, I was like, you people should allow the year end first now, you know. So everyone tends to be very relaxed. You know, we just want to sleep less, eat more, omble. This is the season, party after party. Yeah. You know, and we'll just tell ourselves that let's eat. This is the season and we'll fix it in January. Well, that's where you come in. So, all right, from your experience, does the human body actually agree with December mindset?
Well, the human body does not have any actual clock to know that this is January or March or June or December. But the truth is that, you know, we always talk about it on this show, and we always advocate that, you know, whatever you do to your body responds, you know, appropriately to whatever you put in. So garbage in, garbage out. And that tells you that whatever your lifestyle decisions, your choices, they overall, you know, play a huge role when it comes to your wellness. So in the spirit of the season and the festive celebrations, we have to be moderate in everything we do. Moderation is key. You don't overeat, you don't overdrink, you don't forget your exercises, you don't party and forget to get enough rest, you know, and then you don't just keep binging
Mama calls.
Exactly. You don't keep binging on energy drinks to stay alert and all that. You don't do that, because your body requires, you know, the needed rest. In as much as this is the time where you have all sorts of gatherings, like you said, all sorts of parties, concerts, you know, never ending, dirty December.
Yes, make December dirty.
You know, activities, you still want to make sure that you are in control of everything you are doing, and making sure that you put your health as priority. Because while you are eating, you don't just eat for the sake of eating, you are eating intentionally. Everything you are drinking, you're able to be accountable for what you do, because whatever you do to your body responds to it. So if you feed your body right, your body will give the right response. And if you overeat, you overindulge, or you take things that you're not supposed to take, your body also reacts. It is during this season you have a lot of people coming down with all sorts of enteritis, diarrhea.
Exactly.
Because they keep eating from party to party. They
not
leave
minding how those foods are cooked.
Just keep downing everything from one party
I like the word downing.
to another place, and then they keep eating all sorts of things that normally they would not eat. And a lot of people, you know, in the name of trying to get new experiences, they try out new foods that they are not used to. And this can also pose some challenges.
Allergies,
food allergies and all that. And then people who also have food intolerances. Certain people have you know, certain food sensitivities that, you know, they are supposed to stay off certain classes of foods, but because, no, this is dirty December, I let down your guards, feel free, eat anything, we'll fix it in January, like,
exactly.
You know, but even before January comes, you may end up as an emergency case if you're not careful. So it's very necessary that you eat intentionally and that you stay within the bounds of moderation and self-awareness. Anything that you know is not appropriate for you. If you know you are lactose intolerant, you stay off those kind of foods. If you know you have gluten sensitivity, you stay off those kinds of food. If you know, everybody, of course, moderation with alcohol, that there is no brainer. You know, that's what applies to everybody. You can't overindulge in alcohol, because if you do, you're going to have the detrimental consequences of that. And you make sure that you get enough sleep. We can't overemphasize that. Getting enough sleep, so you're not living from one all-night concert to another all-night concert, to another Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve activity, and you're not giving yourself the needed rest. It's very essential that we all pay attention to this, so we don't have complicated cases during this period.
There's something I actually like that you said, being in control of your activities. So your peers or people around you don't get to choose how
they don't need to influence you.
Yes, don't have to influence your decisions as to what you eat, where you go, and everything. If you're not comfortable with anything, it's okay to say no.
Yeah, it's okay to say no. You must have your boundaries. You must have your limits. The fact that you are within a gathering and they are all doing a particular thing that you know in your own health or well-being is detrimental to you, you don't have to join the crowd, because your health is on you. Your decisions are on you. So, and if you do something wrong, you pay the price for it. The people that pushed you into it will go scot-free.
Exactly.
They're not going to lie on that hospital bed
with you.
So you have to make the right choices and the right decisions, and be able to say no, and be able to draw up your boundaries and stick to those boundaries.
Wow, this is already getting very interesting. So are people here wellness checks and think it's something that only rich people do, or very sick people do? So in simple terms, we're still talking about wellness check here, even while we are paying attention to, festive season and what we do around this period. So what is a wellness check, and really, who truly needs one?
Well, as the year is wrapping up and you're looking into the new year, and I know a lot of people are looking into the new year with high hopes, aspirations, objectives, and goals to meet up with. But you can only do that when you're healthy.
Yeah.
So this is a good time to actually reflect on how your health has been this year. And if you have not gone for any wellness check, this is the time to go for a wellness check. Have a doctor assess you, from head to toe, do all your blood work, do all your possible investigations that are appropriate for your age, and take the recommendations of your doctor, because those wellness checks are not just done for the sake of doing them. You are doing them to pick up a thing or two that you can nip in the bud early enough, so that any findings, that requires you doing something about it, you are able to do something about it quickly. Because a lot of people neglect those early subtle symptoms that come.
What I know does not kill me. What I don't know does not kill me.
Well, it can actually kill you. It can.
In this context, it will kill you.
And even if it doesn't kill, it can maim you or incapacitate you.
Yes.
Because people have strokes because it wasn't that they needed to have that stroke. It was preventable.
Mm-hmm.
If they had picked up some things earlier, started some lifestyle changes earlier, some dietary changes earlier, started some medications earlier, things would have been under control. So it's very necessary that those wellness checks, you go for them as the year wraps up, so that you can start the new year, on a clean slate with a bang.
You don't
ready
want to
take
spill
on,
over
exactly
some,
ready to take on your dreams and focus on everything you need to do,
Yes.
and your energy and everything is optimal.
And there
starting
is
the new
something
year.
about knowing that you are healthy. It gives you, this refreshing feeling to forge
And
ahead.
confidence, yes, because you have all it takes, you are fortified, and you have taken all the lifestyle changes that you need to push yourself forward and propel you towards your dream. But a lot of people think it's only for the wealthy, like you said. But the truth is, when it comes to health, you need to budget for health. So don't wait till you say, until I have money. Because a health challenge or a health emergency will not write you a letter when it's going to come. It just happens.
And when it comes, the money will come out one way or the other.
Thank you. The money will come out one way or the other. So why do you want to wait till that time and put your life at risk? Because when it comes to health, we should realize that it has to do with our life. It's a life and death issue. You get it right, you live. You get it wrong, something goes wrong, and it may be potentially fatal. So it's very important that you budget for your health. You don't wait for an emergency. We need to inculcate that habit as a people, that we don't wait for an emergency to happen before. Budget for your health. Always a fraction of your income must be allotted to health, must be designated to health. You don't wait till an emergency happens. And I tell people, you don't become a candidate for a hospital only through sickness. A person crossing a road and an accident happens, becomes a patient immediately. A person at a construction site that falls from a height becomes a patient immediately. That's not being ill, because they woke up early, they were normal till that accident happened. So an accident can really, make you an emergency case, and God help you if you're not prepared. So it's very important that you have, some amount of money saved up somewhere, budgeted towards health. And if you're not sick or you're not on admission, then this is the time to use that money for a wellness check. And you do a test that is appropriate for your age bracket. There are some tests that are mandatory for people of a certain age group. So you run those tests, go for all your screening tests. And based on your family history, any prevalent illness in your family, you are screened for it early to know if you also are developing it or it's already on the way, so that you can tackle it while it's still simple and things are not complicated yet. So we encourage everybody in this season, while you are celebrating, also pay attention to your health, so that in the new year, you will have fewer hospital visits, you will have fewer complications, regarding your health. And then you would actually know the kind of things you need to change, the dietary and lifestyle changes you need to adjust to in the new year. This is the time to make those preparations, And during this celebration, you want to make sure that what you eat, you are intentional. Only what nourishes your body.
Yes.
Only what nourishes your body and does your body good, not just because people are eating it, not just because it looks nice, not just because it tastes nice, but it is a factor of the nourishment you get from it and the quality it brings to your life. So that is what we mean by being intentional when it comes to your diet. So it's not just about following the crowd. It's about you doing what you need to do to nourish your body.
Wow, that's a big one right there. You talked about starting the year on a clean slate. And, you know, most people don't actually pay attention to this. We just, you know, focus on New Year resolution. So I'm starting this year. Oh, my God. No.
I won't fight people again.
I won't fight people again. I'll be a good girl.
My best behavior.
I'll be of my best behavior. You know, and all of that. And we do not pay attention to the fact that your health also needs to start the year on a clean slate.
Yeah.
So starting the year on a clean slate also involves going for wellness checks.
Absolutely.
And that's what you're emphasizing on, right?
Correct.
Yes. And you talked about intentionality. We should not just look at, oh, this food is sumptuous, it is scrumptious. We should make sure that what we are eating, we are very intentional about it.
Very intentional
That's
about
amazing.
it.
Well, let's talk about people that have gone a full year without visiting the clinic. And they're like, oh, the Lord has done it. This year, we are going again next year, and they do not, you know, take out time to even go to the clinic and everything. Like, everything just feels fine. So are you, what would you say to this set of people? Should they just relax, like feel slightly concerned, or should they do something about it? Like, is it fine to just relax when you're not noticing anything? You know, what would you say to such?
Well, from experience, having a clean bill of health doesn't mean that it will always be that way. People who had a clean bill of health last year does not guarantee that this year it will be the same. Because the truth is, you're getting older every day and new things crop up every day. So for people who, anyway, let me give a practical example. I've seen people who, you know, will come to the hospital and they're diagnosed of a very serious illness, but they will tell you that 3 years ago, they still did a comprehensive check and there was nothing. They were given a clean bill of health. There was no test they did not do. They even went for the scans. They did everything. Everything was intact. And since 3 years, have you visited the hospital for anything? No. But now, 3 years later, something serious is cropping up. And they are wondering, how can this be? The truth is, because you had a clean bill of health the last time, doesn't mean it will always be like that. This is a constant, periodic check, a constant monitoring. It's like a surveillance. You're always looking out for something, because that's the only way to be on top of your health. Because if you don't always check, you may not know. It is not every illness that presents early with symptoms that are easily recognizable. Unfortunately, even some of the very potentially fatal conditions only first show up when things are already advanced. So nobody prays for that. And the last thing anybody wants to hear is, if only we picked this thing up just like 3 months ago or 6 months ago, the outcome would have been different. But that's just living a life of regrets, because you cannot turn back the hands of time. So you don't want to be found in that situation. The best thing that you can do, though it sounds expensive now, but you would know that on the long run, it's actually the best decision. When you are asked to go and pay X amount of money for your wellness check, you ask yourself, well, I'm not sick now. Why am I going to pay that kind of money? For what now? And they'll end up not finding anything like they did the last time. You never can be sure. You know, but mind you, if you use that money for something else, you buy Ashwebi, you go to party, you do anything you want to do, or you change your phone, and you're feeling happy in the new year to start with a new phone in the new year. The truth is, God forbid, if something comes up and it's already a complicated case, managing the complication of an illness that would have been nipped in the bud early is far more expensive than managing the condition itself. So if you had found out early, before things escalated and got more complicated, it would have been, you know, easier for you to manage. You will go through less stress and you will pay less.
Exactly.
Than for it to get complicated.
We need to also emphasize on the fact that money spent on taking care of your health
never a waste.
Is never a waste.
It's never a waste.
Really, because some people can actually, you know, take a test and say that, oh, nothing is wrong with them, and they start having regrets like, if I had known, I wouldn't have even bothered.
I tell my patients that if you come out with a clean bill of health, just know you bought yourself peace of mind. And knowing that you've done...
And that's worth more than...
Yes, and knowing that you've done the needful and that you're doing your due diligence when it comes to your health, because that is part of self-responsibility. Because you can't expect your health to be neglected and you pray for a good quality of life. It's not going to happen. So it's very important that you do your part. If you get a clean bill of health, thank God, it means you're doing something right, which you should continue. So it is not that, you know, some other people, because it gave them a clean bill of health, they now misinterpret that to mean I am free. I have the license to do as I want, to eat. Yes, to eat as I want. You know, they told me, the doctor said nothing is wrong with my sugar, nothing is wrong with my cholesterol. I'm free to eat anything. You know, you don't do that. Getting a clean bill of health simply tells you that you are doing something right, and you need to continue that for you to maintain that stable state of health.
Yes.
So it's essential to know that.
Yeah. So you mentioned eating recklessly and all that. Are there any sicknesses or any health conditions that could be underlying in certain foods that we eat in the festive season that we should pay cognizance of? Course, some people don't actually pay attention to things like that. So are there certain foods that we should pay attention to and not eat during these festive seasons that could pose a health condition in the future?
During the festivities, you know, a lot of people exchange gifts, cakes, sweets, and all that. A lot of sweet stuff, sugary stuff, high carbohydrates laden foods, you know, are relatively common in this part of the world during this period. And you find that a lot of people let down their guards. They say, I don't take ice cream normally, but you know, this is Christmas, you know.
Let's enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, so they overdo things, they overdo the sugars, they overdo the processed foods, they overdo, things that are not really, really natural, just because they just want to have a feel that this is holiday time. Let's do what we don't normally do. And they overdo it in the process. And especially for those who have not been on regular wellness checks, they may have been on the verge of being pre-diabetic, for instance, maybe during the year, or high cholesterol. Yes, it could actually just tip you in the wrong direction, because if you are actually eating, you know, out of control, because now there's also the potential risk of overeating. You know, portion control becomes a problem for a lot of people, because people would say, is that all you're eating? Eat more now. Can't you see how many wraps of fufu the other person is eating? Why will you eat just two and you say you're good? You know, and you're pressured to eat a lot, or you yourself, you now suddenly have a huge appetite for food unusually. At the end of the day, this overeating
sometimes you might not even have huge appetites. You are full, but you're seeing that food. It cannot waste.
And this is not the normal period. This is the festive season.
Exactly.
Where it's all about party and eating. So
there's always food. So you really have to control yourself.
The discipline level goes down. The self-restraint goes down. A lot of people let down their guards, and you know, portion control becomes a big issue. So not many people can say no. At the end of the day, you find that a lot of people become overweight. You find that a lot of people with diabetic issues previously may have poor glucose control, blood glucose level control. Even people who are hypertensive, you may find them pounding up more on their cholesterol intake, you know, and all those things can have detrimental effects on their health, basically. And people are likely to exercise less because they are always in the midst of friends, in one gathering or the other. Then, of course, alcohol, a lot of beer, a lot of hot drinks, a lot of whiskey flying around, and you find that a lot of people just binging on these things, and ultimately they either damage their liver or they worsen an already pre-existing condition that they had that they probably didn't know about.
Talking about pre-existing conditions, we're talking about things like high cholesterol, diabetes, and all of that. So December can feel like temptation. Can feel like a temptation marathon and all of that. So how do they actually enjoy the season? Because we've been talking about how that they should have self-control and all of that, but some of them still really want to enjoy themselves. So really, from your professional point of view, how do they enjoy the season without underdoing or overdoing the whole year of discipline and all that?
So we just have to wake up to the reality that December is really not different from any other month.
Surely.
So that's the first thing to consider.
Yes.
Then you should also know that whatever you've been doing right must also apply in December. So your portion control still applies. Your regular sleep and exercises still applies.
And they shouldn't feel bad about it.
You shouldn't feel bad or feel guilty about it. Then, of course, taking your medication, if you're on any medication, this is not the time to say, because this is Christmas, please, we've been doing this from January to November, let's relax.
Like you said, the body doesn't have a clock.
There's no clock, so
Yes.
the body is just the same anytime. So you make sure that you do all that is expected of you, all those healthy lifestyles, you make sure you stay compliant with them. Portion control is important. Make sure you eat a balanced diet. Make sure you drink sufficient water, and then make sure that you eat as natural as possible. We cannot overemphasize this. This is always relevant. Less food with preservatives or additives, less food with artificial colorings, less food with processed meats or processed foods in general. If you want to do your juices, let them be as natural as possible. All this, you can't go wrong with your fruits, with your vegetables. You can play along those lines. And then you make sure that you can have healthy snacks. Healthy snacks that you can eat in between meals. You can have your nuts, your healthy nuts. You have the almond nuts, you have the walnuts, you have the peanuts. But people who are not allergic to nuts. People that are not allergic to the nuts, yes. And then basically you can also have some very enriching drinks. You can have some good protein shakes, that are very good and will nourish your body. Yes, smoothies, yes, all those are very, very good. And they will actually help your digestion. Make sure that because you're eating so much, your fruits and veggies are important. You need fiber to help you digest your food well and so that you don't get constipated in this period. High fiber diet is important for, movement of your bowels easily, because a lot of people may end up having serious digestive issues because of overeating. So you make sure that you're drinking enough water, a high fiber diet, you stay physically active. All those are very important. And they are mandatory. And there's no timetable to it. So it's not like it's suitable in June or in December, it's a different thing. It still applies now. So moderation in what you eat, very, very key. And making sure that whatever you eat nourishes your body, not just because you crave it.
Profound. That's very solid. But I'm really, really concerned about medications. All right, so I must say I'm also guilty of this. There is some kind of excitement and this hyper, feeling you just have during the festive season. You're like, the drugs can wait. Let me enjoy first. So I really want you to talk about how dangerous that is, the kind of threat it could pose to our health, and of course how we can stay consistent regardless.
So treatment compliance is very important because there are certain conditions that the treatment is not negotiable. You just have to be on those medications, especially people who are managing chronic illnesses. These are illnesses that are long-term managed illnesses. So you have to be on your routine drugs because they are routine drugs, meaning that you have to take them daily because it becomes a part of you.
That's why they're called routine drugs.
That's why they're called routine drugs. So those routine drugs, they are mandatory. Like, there's nothing you can do about it if you want to stay healthy. If you don't want things to get complicated, if you don't want to have an emergency, you just need to make it a part of you. So whether it is the festive period or it is the non-festive period, it doesn't really matter. Routine is routine. So every day you are meant to be on these medications, then you should be on your medications, like the antihypertensives, like the oral hypoglycemics for diabetic control. And for other people who have other long-term illnesses that they require routine medications, they need to be on these medications and they need to be compliant. Because the truth is, being human, at some point, you may feel, I'm tired of these medications. I've been taking them for a long time. Do I have to keep taking this?
Just take a break for now.
Yeah, but the truth of the matter is when you remind yourself of the complications and the things that can potentially go wrong when you stay off those medications,
just have to keep going.
That will be a motivation for you to do the needful. Because it's always easier for you to manage the disease and manage it well than to try to manage the complications. In fact, most times complications can't even be managed because complications will deteriorate so quickly, can be potentially fatal, very expensive to manage, and nobody wants to find themselves there. When you can actually tackle it when it is not serious yet. So for those on medications for chronic illnesses, the best advice to you is stay compliant with your medication, adhere to your doctor's prescription, and make sure that you don't get tired of those meds. Even when you do, try to encourage yourself. And this also goes to the loved ones and the relatives and friends of such people, to encourage them, to make them, see the silver lining that, look, you can manage your condition well and still have a good quality of life. So we all need that support around us to keep us going.
Really. Let's all help one another. So it's been a really interesting conversation. Right about now, we're going to take a short break. And when we return, we'll talk more about this topic of discussion. Please stay with us. Welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm still Praise Peters, and I'm still joined with Dr. Charles Adeogun. And we've been talking about how you can manage your health adequately in this festive season. We've talked about making sure that you're in control of your health, making sure that you stay put to the nutritional things you need in your body. Be intentional about what you eat, be intentional about your sleep, and all of that. So, that's how we start talking about lifestyle realities in this festive season and all of that. So, I must confess that sleep suffers in December from traffic. People travel, you know, traffic, parties, end of the year deadlines. People are running on vibes, coffee, taking caffeines and all of that. So we really need to know how dangerous this is. So what does poor sleep actually do to the body? Because when we know what we are up against, we better manage things. So
yeah, so sleep deprivation, like you rightly said, is a very key problem that happens during the festivities. A lot of people are going for the endless concerts, you know, like you said, travels and trips. But we need to also know that you need a healthy balance. You need to maintain a healthy balance when it comes to your sleep. If you don't get the needed hours of sleep, your body pays for it in different ways. Through, you may find out that you're having low energy levels, you're feeling lethargic, you're having headaches you can't explain, you're having muscular aches and pains, yes, irritability, yes, cranky, and easily angered, you have very short temper, and then you also notice...
Funny how some people don't know that it is sleep that is causing
exactly,
this.
that happens.
I don't know why I just feel angry.
Why is your body peppering you like this? Exactly, yeah, because
like,
it's a form of stress.
Really
and then most importantly, your body interprets it as stress. Because when your body can't regulate itself to put itself to sleep, get refreshed, because that's the natural mechanism by which your body replenishes itself, rejuvenates itself, and then revitalizes itself. So if you're not getting that sleep, what will happen is that your immune system would even pay for it, because you become more vulnerable to illnesses, you're able to pick up infections. Your body cannot actually defend itself like it should. So you find out that you fall ill more frequently when you are sleep deprived. And then we now talk of the emotional and psychological effects, and even the mental health effects of insomnia or sleep deprivation. A lot of people, when they don't get to sleep well, they notice that they are at risk of having elevated blood pressure, and they are also prone to having anxiety disorders, because when you're not sleeping, your head is firing. You're always thinking of your next deadline, what to do next, all the things you have undone, you know, and this, you know, worsens your stress levels ultimately. And for a lot of people that also have an existing mental health disorder, you know, it may actually give them a crisis, tip them into a crisis and make things worse for them. You know, so it's very essential that we have a healthy balance between our level of activity and rest. Rest is mandatory. It is not something that you can say, okay, when it comes, it comes. It's not negotiable. For your body to perform optimally, you need to get the needed rest. Yes, that's the only way you can actually do well and be a healthy person. And a lot of people don't know where to draw the lines. You must have boundaries when it comes to your level of activities. You must have your normal working hours and you have your rest hours. So when it gets into your rest hours, you should shut down. Shut down physically, shut down mentally, shut down emotionally, so that you can, you know, get your body the needed rest it needs for it to function well. You can't expect so much from a body that you're not nourishing, you know, in terms of food and in terms of enough rest, because all this ultimately play out, you know, when it comes to your general well-being.
Yeah. So let's talk about exercise now. So some people might not have all the time to hit the gym and all of that. So could things like dancing in parties serve as exercise? It's movement now. I mean, not emotion.
Yeah, dancing is a form of exercise.
You know, so
yes.
how can we, you know,
absolutely,
and then
that works.
That as well as emotional stress. So how can we manage emotional stress, and how does it quietly show up in our bodies? Please just answer those two in one.
Okay, so when you dance, yes, it's good exercise. That helps you circulation and all that, and the endorphins, the feel-good hormones. You know, your mood is brightened, and you know you cheer up, and you just let go, and you're happy. You enjoy the moments. That's fine and it's healthy. But all the same, emotional stress or emotional distress, like you suggested from your question, is something that comes to everybody, but it's how you manage it that counts. A lot of people are less expressive. Even when they're going through a lot of distress, you may not even notice anything on them. They are bottling in so much, they've sucked in so much, and you would absolutely not sense it around them. But for other people, you find them lethargic, you find them, uninterested in things, and then it shows that, they're showing maybe mild signs of depression. And for some other people, you may actually find them having sleep disturbances. And ultimately, for somebody who is a worker or a professional, it may show up as brain fog, brain fatigue, and then, the clarity of the mind reduces, lower concentration at work, and ultimately the proficiency at the, on the work is affected. There's a decline in the proficiency because the person is not working with a clear mind and a clear head. So emotional distress is something that requires proper management on the part of the individual, knowing that you can only do something about what you can control. The things that you can't control, then you just have to find a way to not bother too much about them.
So I'm so sorry to cut you short there, but mental health often doesn't go on holiday, right? So for some people feeling lonely, they're feeling overwhelmed, feeling burned out, and everyone else seems happy. What would you like them to know?
I'd like them to know that whatever challenge they're going through that is putting them in that state is not peculiar to them. Because even the people you see dancing in the parties, if you actually sit down and ask them,
everybody's going through a lot.
Everybody's going through something, but the coping mechanism differs. So a person can actually be going through something worse than you are and may not be expressing it, or it may not be detectable around the person because the person is coping well with it, and the person can draw a boundary between the problem and their normal self. They're not letting it eat them up. They're not letting it get them non-functional. But there are some people, because of how they were raised or their childhood experiences or their personalities, they may not be able to withstand certain kinds of stress. And it shows all over them, even if a little thing goes wrong. But for those kind of people, we need to encourage them to, it would be wrong to say grow tough skin because it's not appropriate to say that. Yeah. But it is appropriate that you find a coping mechanism that works for you. If you know you are stressed out about something, then go to the things that relaxes you. If you know you enjoy music, when you're stressed out, take some time off, go for that relaxing music. Yeah. If you know you can do exercise, go for the exercise. You can do your meditation, you can do your prayers, you can do your reading, you can even go for a walk. All these things help. And then if you need to talk to someone, then you should. Because when it comes to mental health, communication is key. You may need to see a professional, you may need to go for therapy. It doesn't mean that you're a psychiatric patient. It just means that you're a human.
Thankfully, you all don't go on break, so.
So it's very essential that you get the needed expert help as at when things are not escalating yet. So it's very important that we know that emotional stress is real. Everybody goes through one thing or the other. There's nobody who is alive who is not dealing with one thing or the other, but the ability to cope with it and the ability to stay functional in spite of what you're experiencing is what makes the difference.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the very interesting part that I am interested in. So let's talk about food, drinks, and all of that. So is the problem the jollof rice or the portion? And what do you think drinking responsibly is? And are there people that should not even drink responsibly at all? Like, are there people that should not even drink at all? You shouldn't think about drinking responsibly. And talking about the sugar intakes, how does all of these things now, how do they sum up to be a health challenge by January or when the festive season is over?
Well, the problem is not only the jollof rice. The problem may be in the jollof rice. The problem may be in the portion. Because the truth is, when it comes to condiments and what people use as seasonings in food, you'll be shocked what people add to food just to make it taste nice. And there are some of these condiments that are added in terrible amounts just because people crave a certain taste sensation. And when that happens, they're putting their health at risk. You can't be putting MSGs, excess salt in your food just for it to taste nice. And people who are potentially hypertensive or hypertensive are eating that food. People are eating fries, eating all sorts of things that you are not even sure the kind of oil it was made from and all that, because you're eating from one party to the other. So you can't be inspecting how they cooked or what commodities they used in cooking. So basically, portion control, can be a problem. The components of the food, the seasonings and the additives to the food can also be a problem. Then for drinking responsibly, I think every adult, I don't expect a child to drink, but at least every adult that is drinking knows that alcohol is not water. They know that at the back of their minds. So whatever craving you have, whatever festivities, whatever partying is happening, you should know that this has an effect on your health. This is a substance that is potentially dangerous to your health, even for a young person. And you know that whatever you take, it is more of what volume of this, what quantity of it am I consuming? So you don't get carried away in the moment. You don't get carried away with the loud music, the excitement, the celebration, and you just keep opening bottles and bottles and not actually taking into consideration what you're taking into your body and the potential effect it's going to have on you. So drinking responsibly has to do with you having a self-awareness, prioritizing your health, knowing that even though you are taking alcohol, which research has shown has, little to no benefits to your body, even in small amounts, if you can do without it, the better for you. But it is what it is. People would always drink alcohol, but drinking responsibly entails you being responsible for your health and being self-aware and having a consciousness that you're not going to destroy your body with your own hands. So it comes from that knowledge and from that mindset that whatever you take, your body responds to it one way or the other. So you're going to just have boundaries, safe boundaries, and after which you are going to say no to whatever influence is coming after that boundary has been, or the limit has been reached. And for other people who should not even drink alcohol at all, a lot of people fall into that category. You cannot be a patient or an individual with an existing liver condition
and you're thinking of drinking.
Thinking or considering drinking alcohol, because you only fast forward your life. That's the truth.
I love that phrase.
That is just the truth. You only just
push your life
forward. Yeah, so you just press
oh my goodness.
And you just see yourself at the end. So you don't want to do that.
Yes.
And then there are a lot of people also that you have an existing gastritis, you have chronic peptic ulcer disease, you have some digestive issues, and you're bombarding yourself. Or you have a cardiovascular ailment that you're dealing with. You have hypertension that is difficult to control, or you are diabetic, or you are obese, and you are still binging on alcohol. It is not going to help you.
Absolutely.
So this is not about drinking responsibly. This is about alcohol cessation completely. Yeah. So for such people, the advice is find alternatives. And the important thing is, for you to stay alive, you need to make the right choices. So if you are making a choice for something that will fast forward your life, you know where that ends eventually, and nobody prays for that.
Yes, absolutely. So while we wrap this up, I'd just love to ask this one question. So if someone wants to start their new year, healthy, without pressure, without guilt, what small habits should they focus on first? Because people tend to see wellness check and all that as a Herculean task. So what small habits should they focus on first to, at least help them take one step closer and closer into living a healthy life? And as we wrap up the year, what is your one message to viewers who want to enjoy life yet stay healthy?
Okay, so the little steps that you can take, first and foremost, you are what you eat. So nutrition, it can't be wrong, because whatever you take into your body has an effect on your health. So first and foremost, emphasis on balanced diet, emphasis on your fruits and vegetables, emphasis on adequate hydration, stress management, especially for people in urban settings like Lagos. You don't want to be held in traffic. If you have no business going out, stay in your house.
Stay in your house, and there's nothing wrong with
Yeah,
that.
and there's nothing wrong with you can have fun in your house as well than for you to stay long hours in traffic. And then also you want to be safe during the holidays. You don't want to go to potentially dangerous place, like the beaches and all that. Make sure safety first. Everywhere you go, whether you're going swimming or whatever, always be safe, safety conscious. It's very essential that whatever you do in this festive period, you have a sense of awareness. And then also exercising. A lot of people may forget to exercise. Please exercise. It doesn't need to be going to the gym all the time. It could be your walks, it could be your brisk walking, it could be jogging, it could be using the staircase. All that, they all add up. And then ultimately your own mental health too. Avoid stress. Things that have happened in the past that are negative or not desirable outcomes.
Let them go.
Just let them go with the outgoing year. Let them just go. Let go of things, let go of grudges, let go of disagreements, and start the new year on a clean slate so that your mental health and your emotional health, is freed. So that you can bring in new ideas. Your mind will be innovative and creative and all that. You'll be able to function better than for you to get into a new year, carrying grudges from previous years and then, all the things that didn't go well in your workplace, you're letting it spill over into the new year. It's very necessary you let go of all that because those are the little steps that you can take to free yourself. You can free your body, free your mind, free your emotions. That's how you can stay healthy. So these are all the healthy lifestyle decisions that everybody must take because it pertains to everybody regardless of their age groups because it will still work for them equally.
Oh, wow. I must say that this has been a very, very enlightening episode. Thank you so much, Dr. Diogo.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for your time, for your insights, and your commitments to public health, really.
Thanks.
All right, so our viewers, remember, we've heard a lot today. Remember that your health is your greatest asset. Protect it, nurture it, and prioritize it. You can enjoy the festivities and please do so responsibly. Balance celebration with care and moderation. We really emphasize on that today. Moderation with mindfulness. This has been Health Check, and I'm Praise Peters. Until next time, stay healthy, stay informed, and live well. Happy holidays.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 14th edition of the Voice Achievers Awards, themed Debunking Notions, Reshaping Mindset, brought together exceptional Africans and international dignitaries to reflect on the continent's evolving global influence. The convener of the Voice magazine, Elvis Iro, alongside other organizers, say the award seeks to celebrate the achievements of the honorees and inspire new ways of rethinking Africa's role as an innovative partner on the global stage.
When I came to the diaspora, there was nothing for us as Africans. Living in a strange country, a strange language, I just felt that I needed to create something that would bring us together. So I started with the magazine, and then we were every year having an anniversary, just having party. And I thought, oh, there should be more to it than this. And then we thought of recognizing our friends. You know, people were supporting we as Africans. And then we thought, okay, why should we just only appreciate our friends? What about ourselves? And I realized that if we don't celebrate us, nobody will celebrate us. And so that was where the whole idea of the Voice Achievers Award started. And our motto is that it is actuated towards Africa's advancement. So this is all about encouraging people to do more in what they are doing.
It's an African award. Africans in diaspora, friends of Africa, in every walks of life, you know, be it for sports, be it, name it, you know, media, entertainment, it cuts across.
Awardees and other stakeholders also expressed excitement, noting that the recognition reinforces the need to keep adding positive value and to maintain a mindset that drives progress.
Africa is rising. The time has fully come for Africa. Those of us who went overseas to study, I was funded by the federal government of Nigeria as far back as 1977. All of that knowledge is coming back to Africa. It's not only about remittance anymore. The tide is changing. The Gen Zs, the Millennials, the Gen X, and the Boomers, such as myself, we are ready to bring to bear global standards into local adaptation.
We need to celebrate ourselves and feel worthy in order to feel comfortable to be celebrated, right? Everything always starts on our inside, in our own heart, and how we feel about ourselves.
It's important that people have an open mind. And not everything is rosy and beautiful, obviously. So, you know, there are also problems. Every country has their challenges. Every country has their problems. But you should at least not come with already an idea of what the problems are. Go and see for yourself and talk to the people.
Sometimes we go through breaks and we go through pauses, and it's God's divine timing. So sometimes you just have to be patient, and sometimes the dream you want, maybe you're not necessarily prepared for it. So you need to ask yourself, what is it I need to do to get myself prepared? Am I causing blockages, or are there people in my life that are causing blockages? And just figure out what is it, the steps you need to take to make your dream come true.
We know that actually there are some few ones among us who are not doing the right thing, but that doesn't mean that Nigerians are not good people. We are good people, but I advise every Nigerian to go out there and shine and give us a good image and good names.
The best thing we can do for the whole country is to have a renewed mindset, and we need to start speaking positive stuff, because what we see outside now is what is going to determine the future of not just my business, your business. It's going to be for everybody in the country. Every time anybody speaks anything negative about the country, it's us the marketing ourselves. Investors are going to go, and this mindset of blaming everything on everybody should stop. We should start taking ownership.
Look what you have and try to build from there. And that's what I did. I made a comic about my neighborhood. And then before I knew it, I started to get awards. Big companies started to ask me if I could do the same for them. So it all started by just showcasing what you have in your direct environment instead of looking out.
Love is very expensive, but it's scarce. It's scarcity. When we try to impart love in our mindset, I think the world is going to be a better place.
As the night unfolds and achievers are being recognized, organizers believe that tonight's celebration is not just about the awards, but about inspiring a new culture of excellence in the African continent. Matthew Ogunsuada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing in the front, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mò ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
Education creates a pathway for dignity and for breaking cycles of limitation. This powerful statement by Nigerian writer and literary critic Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie reminds us of the transformative power of learning and the role of education in shaping individuals and the society. Good afternoon and welcome to Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we explore the ideas, initiatives, and challenges shaping Nigeria's education landscape. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today, we will focus on two critical developments in Nigeria's education landscape: the federal government Students Venture Capital Grant and its impact on youth innovation, and the importance of character education in building better individuals and stronger universities. But first, let's begin with our first conversation of the day. In a major push for youth entrepreneurship, the federal government has launched a 50 million naira Student Venture Capital Grant aimed at promoting innovation and research across Nigeria's tertiary institutions. According to Education Minister Dr. Tunji Alausa, beneficiaries will receive equity-free seed funding, mentorship, incubation, and access to essential startup resources. He explained that the program targets full-time students from year 3 upward, with ventures required to focus on science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or medical fields, and hold a CAC-registered business name. The initiative, which is jointly implemented by the Ministry of Education and TED Fund in partnership with the Bank of Industry, Afara Initiative, AfriLabs, and Google, has already attracted nearly 18,000 applications from 402 schools. Application will close on January 23, 2026, with shortlisted teams pitching before an expert panel. Meanwhile, former Minister of Power, Professor Bath Naji, praised the program, saying it has the potential to foster innovation and produce solutions that are globally relevant. Now, joining me to unpack this conversation is Aderunke Fasheru, a distinguished author, international human resource manager, and founder, Manners and Conduct Character and Leadership Center. And virtually, I have Dr. Ruth Karachi Benson Orji, an associate professor of pragmatics and digital media discourse and Pan-Atlantic University's ambassador to the Association of Commonwealth Universities. Good afternoon, Runke, and thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Good afternoon, Matthew.
We are very glad to have you join us on Edu Dialogue.
Same here. I feel so honored. Thank you for this invite.
Thank you so much for coming. All right, so we are looking at the federal government Student Venture Capital Grant. And so, how significant is this 50 million naira Student Venture Capital Grant within the context of Nigeria's current effort to strengthen innovation and entrepreneurship in tertiary institutions?
Thank you for that question. I like to agree with the Minister of Education. No, the second Minister.
Okay, the former Minister of Education, Professor Bath Naji.
Oh yeah, I like
praise the initiative.
I like to tell his line. So I think it's a global milestone for Nigeria and Nigerians. I think it's a step in the right direction. I think His Excellency, as well as the Ministry of Education, actually mean well. So it sounds like a practical approach as against the theory-based learning that people are used to. Because there's a wide gap between graduating and actually getting into the workspace, the ecosystem workspace for young individuals. So I think with this venture capital, it would shift them from looking for the white collar into creating the colors they want. Because I want to be level, they're at liberty to explore options. And I love the fact that it's been narrowed to a particular area. So people who believe they've got stuff to offer, this is the platform This is a platform internationally recognized institutions use to raise stars and raise talents and put them in a marketplace, make them attractive to everyone. So I want to say it's a right step in the right
direction. Okay, so you were talking about the fact that people in specific field, and so this program is strictly open to students from year 3 and above in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics field, and also the medical field. So do you think this focus is fair, or should other academic disciplines be included to broaden innovation potential?
Thank you so much. So I think we can start with those in the science, technical, engineering, mathematics field, because as you would imagine, those subjects require not just a social enterprise, but practical tools. I want to believe IT is also included in it. So it's not okay to try to bring solution to every problem, but you could start with a measurable one. The fact that they're starting with STEM sounds like it will be measurable. Secondly, it sounds like it will be attractive enough, because I think Nigeria needs more science-based individuals. We have a lot of people running into the administrative and commercial line because it appears easier. So I want to encourage the government. I think they've done well. Let's start with something that can be measurable. Then over time, it will be extended.
Thank you. And I think you remind me of SMART.
Okay.
SMART goals. Okay. Specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. So I want to give me the intertwine with this initiative as well.
Okay. So it has to be time-bound. So when I saw this, my concern was, will this be measurable? I hope this won't be another Mona Lisa project that sounds attractive and we don't get to see the end of it, or it doesn't get to see the light of the day. So I like the fact that they have told us that it's not for everyone. It's for those in the
people in a
specific field. Let's deal with this first. Then I also love the fact that it looks like it will be measurable, because they're partnering with other international organizations, and I'm assuming that they won't just put the money and say it's a grant, go do what you want with it. I expect that it is measured and people are rewarded if they're able to meet up. Then it is articulate. So they're saying within these ages and within this scope, within these courses, we will give you all the support you need. So I think the government is being articulate. What I would want to see is that it is real. It's not just paper. It's not e-money. It's
not
real.
Just documented.
No, not just documented. And I hope it is time-bound. It shouldn't be a project for 2 years, whenever they are done.
And then it dies off.
And then it dies off. It has to go within the time frame so that other people can have opportunity to also make something good out of their ideas and ideologies.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Dr. Ruth, and thank you so much for joining me on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
Hi, Matthew. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here.
We are very glad to have you join us. And we are looking at development as it relates to the Student Venture Capital Grant by the federal government and equity-free seed funding and mentorship, incubation as well, are major components of this initiative. So from your experience as an educationist, which of these support structure has the most impact student-led startup?
Honestly, I would say mentorship. And that's because money runs out, but the right mentor transforms how you think. I've seen students with brilliant ideas fail because they didn't understand market validation, customer acquisition, or financial management. You say quality mentorship, especially from people who have built businesses, not just theorists, kind of teaches students to pivot when necessary, to fail fast, to learn faster. All right. And yes, the equity-free funding is attractive, but without structured mentorship and accountability, many of such ventures will burn through cash without achieving sustainability. It is true that incubation provides the system, but mentorship provides the wisdom needed to guide it through to its end.
So what should be done to ensure sustainability in this regard?
Say that again.
What should be done to ensure sustainability? And with nearly 18,000 applications already received from about 402 schools, what measures should be taken to ensure transparency and merit-based selection?
Well, the government would have to do a lot in that regard, publish the evaluation criteria used, the scoring rubric, make sure it's publicly accessible before shortlisting begins. And then the expert panel should include independent evaluators, not just the government officials, right? Then we know that there are people who are successful entrepreneurs. Why not bring them on board? We have venture capitalists, we have academics that have no conflict of interest. Bring them in. Then during the process, live stream or record the pitch session so people can listen and see what's actually happening. Then they could also go ahead to publish the names of all shortlisted applicants and their scores. You see, when we talk about transparency, it's not just about preventing corruption. It's about building trust, especially in these young people, because we want them to understand that merit matters. And when they see it that way, they would be more invested in future opportunities.
All right. So how do you now see the involvement of partners like, of course, TED Fund, BOI, Afara Initiatives, and Google contributing to the sustainability and credibility of this program?
I actually think it's a smart move because the TED Fund would always bring in educational infrastructure knowledge. BOI would bring in their financing knowledge. AfriLabs and Afara Initiative, I see them as having grassroots connections to the startup ecosystem. Google, on the other hand, brings global tech expertise and potential market access. Where I think there could be a problem is coordination. If there are too many partners, that could mean diffuse responsibility. There has to be a clear lead agency that has decision-making authority, and each of the partners should have defined deliverables with timelines. I liked how Madam talked about timelines, yes. So if it's managed well, this kind of multi-stakeholder approach can prevent the program from dying when one minister leaves office. So that's the kind of sustainability we need.
All right, so Doctor, one of the requirements of this program is the participating teams must have a CAC registered business name. So does this encourage formality and seriousness among student entrepreneurs, or could it also discourage the serving applicants from applying?
Well, I think it's a double-edged sword. CAC registration is good. It signals seriousness. It teaches students that they have to learn to comply with legal requirements. But then the registration process can be cumbersome sometimes. Well, maybe not too cumbersome, but it could be costly to them. It could be intimidating to them. My own suggestion would be that CAC registration should be made a requirement for receiving funds, not for applying. So they should apply with their concepts, and then if they're shortlisted, give them support. In fact, the support could include the registration fees so as to formalize their businesses. This way, you're not filtering out brilliant ideas from students who simply don't know how to navigate the bureaucracy of business yet.
So, Doctor, beyond funding, what support systems must universities strengthen internally to enable student startups to grow into commercially viable enterprises? Because I'm talking from experience, because I know you work with the Pan-Atlantic University, and of course there are different initiatives in the Pan-Atlantic University. I have been privileged as a reporter to cover one, the Enterprise Development Center. So that's why I'm asking that beyond funding, what support system must universities strengthen internally to enable student startups to grow into commercially viable ventures?
Well, I think that universities need to fundamentally rethink their roles. We need innovation hubs that have reliable internet and workspace, not just laboratories. We need curriculum reforms that include entrepreneurship, design thinking, business model development across all disciplines. We need intellectual property policies that protect students' innovations while allowing for commercialization. And most importantly, I think that we need faculty who understand the startup ecosystem, maybe through industry sabbaticals or entrepreneur in residence programs. Right now, many universities are structurally hostile to entrepreneurship. Now, that culture must change, I think.
The culture of being, intentional about entrepreneurship. So, Doctor, are you saying that beyond the qualification that schools teach or universities teach, entrepreneurship should also be taken, should also be given cognizant attention?
Of course, we're talking about fortifying our students. We're talking about a scenario where they can be on their own. We're talking about a situation where universities don't just churn out graduates and they don't know where to go. When we incorporate entrepreneurship in our systems, it becomes much easier for these ones to already hit the ground and come up with speed. And they're able to build partnerships, get things done. We cannot overemphasize the importance of this.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your wonderful submission. Let me come to Aderonke. I know you're a fan of Professor Bathnaji. You mentioned him earlier in the program. All right, so Professor Bathnaji applauded the program for its potential to produce globally relevant solutions. So in your opinion, what strategic follow-up action are necessary to help this innovation reach the global market?
Okay, thank you for that. So while I know that money is important, funding encourages students, I feel mentorship and incubation should also be carefully looked into. We must have incubation hubs that help these students with alignment, that help them to also check that they're in line. You know, when an uncle gives his nephew a 50,000 naira and says, go do business with it, the likelihood of the money being blown away in a day or two is very high. But if he says, you're coming back in 3 days, you're coming back in 6 months, you're coming back in 1 month, then the consciousness of being monitored would make the person maybe do better. So I'd like to encourage the system to see that they have incubation hubs, they have business units, they've got to respect for intellectual property. You know, ideologies will need to be properly shaped before we can export it to the outer market. So the process of giving the money and making the ideologies marketable requires incubation and mentorship. So we must create systems within, just like what Doctor said. Yes, just like what she said, that within the systems, we must be intentional about encouraging entrepreneurship and commercialization. It shouldn't be left to people who are in certain fields. It should be it should be infused as a co-curricular plan for students in the university.
Entrepreneurship should be infused as a co-curricular activity for students in the university. Well, that's how far we can go on that specific conversation for now. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We will take a quick break now and return with the conversation of the day. Please stay tuned.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV.
Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Glad to have you join us on the program. In today's fast-paced world, the conversation often centers on technology, competition, and success. But in focusing on all that, we sometimes forget something more important, and that is character. Now, character refers to the values that shape how we live and behave. Honesty, responsibility, kindness, courage, and respect. While families, schools, and society all play a part, universities remain one of the strongest environments for shaping character. A degree may qualify someone for a job, but character determines how they use that knowledge and how they treat people along the way. Education must be about building both competence and conscience. Unfortunately, many Nigerian universities today face issues like indiscipline, cultism, exam malpractice, harassment, drug abuse, and corruption. These problems don't stay within the campus walls. They follow students into the wider society. Weak character in the university eventually becomes weak character in leadership, workspaces, and communities. Around the world, institutions like Oxford and the University of Birmingham have already embedded character development into learning, proving that it can be done because ultimately, beyond the qualification, character building is the true foundation of education. When universities graduate people with both knowledge and strong values, they strengthen the nation. Now with me to still unpack this conversation is Aderonke Fasheru, a distinguished author, international human resource manager, and Dr. Ruth Karachi Benson, Oji, an associate professor of pragmatics and digital media discourse at the Pan Atlantic University. Let me begin with you, Doctor. Why do you think character building is very, very important, just as academic qualification in today's education system?
Science without character is dangerous. You can have a brilliant engineer who builds substandard bridges and pockets the difference. We know the implication. You can have a talented doctor who falsifies medical records, and you know the implication. So academic qualifications tell you what someone can do, but character tells you what they will do when no one is watching. In Nigeria, we've seen play out tragically. A lot of graduates with first-class degrees involved in fraud, corruption, even violence. Now, the marketplace doesn't just need skilled workers. We need people who are trustworthy. And it's character that determines whether one's knowledge becomes a tool for service or a weapon for self-interest. So universities that graduate competent people without conscience are essentially arming society's future problems, and we don't want that. There is need for character education.
There is need for character education. And that brings me to the next question, Doctor. From your experience as an associate professor of pragmatics and digital media discourse, how would you define character education in a university setting? And do you think that Nigerian universities currently pay attention to character development?
Well, I could define character education as the intentional, systematic cultivation of values that shape how students think, decide, and act, particularly when they're under pressure or when they're not supervised. It's not a course you take. I think that it's woven into the entire university experience. And from my experience at Atlantic University, where I teach, we integrate ethics across disciplines. We create spaces for moral reflection, and we hold students accountable to standards beyond their academic performance. And so character education means teaching students that how they achieve success matters as much as success itself. It's about building internal compasses, not just external compliance. And so when students internalize values like respect, integrity, responsibility, those values travel with them into every boardroom, every hospital, every courtroom, every community that they enter. So it becomes a defining moment for them.
I'll come back to you, Doctor. Thank you so much for that wonderful submission. Let me come to Aderonke now. Aderonke, you are the Manners and Conduct Character and Leadership Center. How would you define character education, and why do you think it's essential for individuals?
Okay, that's an excellent angle, Dr. Ruth brought. I like to just put that there. So character education, in my opinion, is the intentional modeling of values that prove growth in ethics, social conduct, moral conduct, is everything that should be inculcated in an individual to help the individual not only to become successful, but successful and responsible. So in character education, you have emotional intelligence, you have helping individuals understand how their responses can cause harm or help people. It has to do with approach, attitude, and it can be taught. So character education, for me, I feel this conversation is not late, but I wish we reviewed, in Nigeria, it's high time we reviewed our curriculum on character education and start from the very foundation. Because we are having so many individuals who are successful but not responsible. We have so many individuals who can question the status quo, but the question is, how do they do it? We have individuals who have low regard. You know, when I was younger, we used to do something called moral instruction in schools. I see that they should never have taken that out. They should have left it there. I think character education has to be part of our co-curricular activities so that individuals do not only assume that competence is where life starts and ends. Because a competent individual without values is a danger to the society.
A competent individual without
values is a danger to the society.
And that brings me to the question, what specific behavior or trends among students show that character education is highly needed?
Oh, a lot. I like to start with the increasing rate of exam malpractice. People go as far as putting the answers to GC on their status before the exams even happen. When you see these things, you wonder, so the innocent person looks like the fool. The person who has been raised to do things right looks like the one who's not wise. Schools believe whatever you're going to use to get yourself to be in the limelight, forget about the means. Let's just see that we are known. Social media praises results. Very few people are interested in the process. You see a general with stars, you don't want to hear about his cars. You just want to see how many stars he's got. So I think we need to stop applauding results without checking process. And we need to encourage individuals who show that they've got a place for values. What is character education? It's just instilling values. It's not professing the values, but making sure we are raised with these values. Values around respect. You outlined them when you asked your question, and you were absolutely correct. So if we can face exam malpractice, just to answer your question, we can face the increasing rate of disrespect for authority.
Cultism, harassment, drug abuse. Even recently, the Senate passed a bill, the sexual harassment bill, proposing up to 10 years jail term for any lecturer that is found guilty of sexually harassing students. And that brings me to the question, how do you think issues like cultism, exam malpractice, how do you think it reflects a gap in value formation, and how should this issue be addressed?
Thank you for that. So it reflects a wide gap. I mean, even if we have not heard of the country before, just listening or reading something that is like a dent on character already puts that organization or institution in a bad light. So it doesn't portray us well. Sometimes when we hear it corrupts everyone. And unfortunately for us, character in Nigeria doesn't start from top to bottom, I'm sorry to say, because very few people actually model character in the way that is to be respected. If all we see in character is from some of the people that are ahead of us, then it's not attractive. That's why I would say my team and I, we are encouraged by the result we want to see. We're encouraged by the picture we want to see in the children we raise. We do not think everybody has to conform just because you want to be accepted. We let them see that you shouldn't get a reward for doing things right. You should understand that doing things right is the norm. That's you. So what I would say to that is there must be very, very strong consequences. There must be orientation, just like organizations do orientation, induction, incubation,
matriculation, convocation. In fact, we love that. As a matter of fact, I am preparing for my convocation next year, January, University of Lagos, master's degree. So I love things like that. When you mention it, it is very, 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 very pivotal.
Big congratulations
Thank
to
you. you, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yeah,
Contribution.
so I feel congratulations to you, but to the system, we've got to, as we praise academics, as we celebrate academic milestones, we've got to do something on character. We've got to teach values and test the values. So that's what happens. That's the gap. We teach, but we don't test. We teach and assume they should know. We teach and expect that everywhere you go, you just speak it. I even hear people say, when you get married, that's when you learn. I don't think that's the best place to learn. Maybe that's why we have an increasing rate of divorce cases. Maybe these myths we grew up with, maybe they are not strong anymore. Maybe they worked before, but they don't work anymore. So I feel character must be taught intentionally. There's a curriculum for teaching character. There's something that must precede something else. And there's something that should succeed. Another thing, there are milestones that are measurable to check if this child will not become a danger to himself. Because instead of saying, okay, you have a first class, which is good, you should have a first class in your academics, and we should praise your character. Maybe not writing exams for it, but it's visible. We should begin to call out people who do little things and say, it's my mood, it's my mental health. Not referring to the Gen Zs, not referring to them, but I think we should call out certain things that are a stain on our character development as a nation. We should make it obvious. It shouldn't be for a selected few. It shouldn't be for schools that have the means, the platform to hire the best. Let's see how we can teach the adults. Let's bring orientation to the tables of the adults so they don't expect that I just need to give my children education is the best legacy. What happens to character?
So as the founder of Manners and Conduct, Character and Leadership Centers, what are you doing to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals as it relates to character development?
What an excellent question. So the first thing my team and I did was to come up with a curriculum, because we understand that you don't just see a child on the road and say you're spoiled. Hello, what right do you have? You know, these days I hear secondary school teachers complain a lot about teenage girls. They feel the girls are very rebellious. And I asked myself, what right do you think you have to just see somebody and want to correct the person? No wonder people go on social media and they put all sorts. So there are things that should be taught at different levels. So we have a curriculum that will spread into schools, a lot in Lagos and getting into other states, to see that teachers, it's like a guide. What do you say first? How do you do this? When do you not do this? So that's number one. Number two, we have a residential boot camp that we organize on a yearly basis, where these teenagers can come in and listen to people who are successful in the society. It always has a magical effect. I hear parents say to me, something changed ever since this child came there, because it's like building a community. You know, what is lacking in Nigeria is a community of people who are doing things right. So we're trying to build that community that is not tied.
Catch them young.
Catch them young. That is not tied to just a state, where people in different countries remember that I'm an ambassador of this and I'm not doing it to be rewarded. Nobody must give you an award for being the best behaved. It has to be your lifestyle. We are doing this because we know that it will be like a gap between school and then the workspace. Because work ethics, as an HR practitioner, I can tell you that competence is not as much an issue as work ethics. Many individuals are trained, they've got the certification, but they won't last on the job because maybe nobody told them that there are certain things that are not acceptable. Yeah, so I would say it shouldn't be one man's job, or just, it works for us because we're pushing this thing out there and we're seeing results, but everybody must go back. And trust me, we don't have the best answers from other countries. You just need to decide that this is right, look for the resources and push it out there, because there's still a place for character at the top.
There's still a place for character at the top.
Yeah.
Let me come to you, Doctor. What practical step can universities take to intentionally build character alongside academic learning?
I think we can start from integrating ethics into the curriculum across it. Not maybe as a standalone course, although that's okay if universities can do that, but they can work towards embedding ethics in every discipline. Now, engineering students should discuss, for example, ethical implications of design choices. Business students should grapple with real dilemmas. Then, accountability should be created, accountability structures, clear codes of conduct, consistently enforced. And then the third thing will be to model it. It's not enough to just put it on paper. Lecturers, administrators, they must embody the values they preach. Number 4, I think they should create formative experiences. So requirements that can be demanded of students give them leadership training, create mentorship programs. And I know that at institutions like it's character into DNA, code, and unsupervised exams. Have to sign and not to cheat. They're trusted. Now, that kind of trust gives them responsibility. So we need similar bold moves. Can we do that in Nigeria? Can we create systems that don't just punish bad character, but actively cultivate good character? And I think that that's something to pay attention to.
So, Doctor, while you were talking, you talked about model, and I want you to please emphasize, are there international models of character education Nigerian can adapt or adopt, and what makes it effective?
Yes, I just spoke about Ashesi University. It's in Ghana. It's a powerful African example. And so maybe it's good to start there. To say that we have a country or a school in Africa that's getting it right, I mean, that's a big plus. They've made character formation central to their mission. Every student signs an honor code pledging not to cheat, lie, or steal, and to hold their peers accountable. Now, the radical part is that their exams are unsupervised, not invigilators. Students take the honor code and then it works. Why? Because the entire system from admission to graduation isn't crucial. They don't punish cheating, it's just a culture where cheating is unthinkable. You can talk about Oxford and Cambridge. They have similar traditions through their tutorial systems and their honor codes. Now, what makes all of these models effective is the thing of consistency, institutional commitment, and the understanding that character isn't taught in lectures. It's formed through practice, through accountability, through trust. So Nigeria can adapt these, but it requires courage, students, and consequences when that trust is violated.
Beautiful contribution. And when you talked about ethics, it made me remember when I was in the uni, there was a course, it's called Media Law and Ethics. It tells us about the law that guides the media profession, the ethics that guide the media profession. And when you talked about this, it brought back the nostalgia of my undergrad days. But I want to just ask you, what role should parents, communities, and religious institutions play in supporting university character education? I know that in the religious body, in the scripture, because I am a Christian, there is the part of lifestyle evangelism. And Paul Apostle, of course, say we are the epistle people are reading, so we should live our life, properly. But beyond that, what role do you think parents, communities, and religious institutions, what role should they play in supporting university character education and beyond?
Yes, so parents, religion, even when their children are in the university, well, they don't have to micromanage them, but they have to keep reinforcing you, asking the right questions, and also modeling integrity themselves. Also create accountability. So, for example, when a student returns the
all right, we are really struggling with doctors audio, I guess, because of technical issue. But let me just come to you. I was talking about the role of parents, teachers, communities, and religious institutions. And I know, of course, you are a minister of God. So what role do you think religious institutions, parents should contribute in supporting character education?
Thank you for that lovely title, minister.
I know.
It sounded new. Okay, so I think they should start by modeling excellence. Excellence shouldn't be for professional bodies alone. Religious organizations should model excellence. And when I talk about excellence, I'm talking about values as simple as punctuality, respect for time. I'm talking about empathy, how they express themselves. I'm talking about professionalism, where things are not based on sentiments or they are situational. The worst set of people to follow are people that are very situational, who act based on the circumstance. That's something that has to stop. And I also think that we must have, one more time, ways of recognizing, not just rewarding. We must recognize good behavior. When people do things that are outstanding, it's good for us to recognize it, to say, oh, this person did this. Oh, this leadership did this. So I wanted to add a bit to what Dr. Orji was saying.
Please go ahead.
I know of Oxford University, I know of the University in Birmingham that have inculcated leadership and ethics into all their courses from the first year to where you graduate. And I know they're doing this not because they expect that the graduates come back to work in the university, but they understand that we can't produce graduates if we have not properly and carefully inculcated in them the attitude of maybe assertiveness, maybe ability to listen. These things are part of leadership and they ought to be taught. They are not just picked. You know, that huge debate of are leaders made or are they born? We always say there are some leaders that by default, they rise up to owning problems, but they are better, their outputs are better when they are trained. So anybody that is trained always stands a better chance than somebody who just has it by default, because talent is never enough. So we must go back to model these things. And then even as lecturers, there must be clear cases of consequence. Consequence management is always kept behind. People feel I should be forgiven, I should be pardoned. It wasn't intentional. But no, in character education, there are consequences. And those consequences are very tied to withdrawal of privileges. So when people are asked to step aside, when you do something and you're put on a disciplinary measure, you don't need to wake up to say, oh, it's because they never liked me. It's because of the color of my skin. It's because I don't have the right connection. There must be consequence management if character education would work. When I see some of the news headlines on the news say that somebody was sentenced to death for fraud, at times I feel death. But there must be consequences if character education will work. We're just going to be making lip service, just making noise if we say, let us do this, and there are no consequences. There has to be consequences for this to work.
Beautiful. Dr. Ruth, let's hear your concluding thoughts on this character education that we've spoken about. Please unmute your device, ma. Dr. Ruth, you can hear me? Please unmute your device and let's hear your final thoughts. All right. Let me just appreciate you, Dr. Ruth Benson Karachioji, an Associate Professor of Pragmatics and Digital Media Discourse, and of course, the Pan-Atlantic University's Ambassador to the Association of Commonwealth Universities. Thank you so much for joining me on the program, ma. We look forward to having you some other time. Aderunke Fasheru, distinguished author, international human resource manager, and founder, Manners and Conduct Character and Leadership Center. A very big thank you for coming to Edu Dialogue.
Thank you for having me.
And we look forward to having you some other time.
Oh, with all pleasure.
Hope to see you again on the program.
With all pleasure. I'll be happy to come.
Especially when we are talking about character, because I know you are very, very intentional.
And other things, character, leadership, and Nigeria. I love Nigeria.
You love Nigeria? Okay. So you're a real Nigerian.
I'm a real
fan.
You're
a resilient Nigerian.
Oh, yes, I am.
You live by the citizens' code.
I'm a patriotic one.
Yeah, a patriotic one. Thank you so much for coming on the program. All right, you're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you join us on the program. Vice President Kashim Shettima has called for collaborative and diversified funding models for Nigeria's education sector, urging the involvement of the private sector, alumni, and local communities. Shettima, represented by a special advisor, Dr. Aliyu Modibo, made the call at the opening of the 2025 Nigeria Education Forum in Abuja. The two-day event was organized by the Nigeria Governors Forum, the Federal Ministry of Education, and other partners. Describing education as the foundation of national stability and progress, the Vice President said the burden of financing can no longer rest solely on government and emphasized the need for a system that is collaborative, innovative, and resilient. He further reaffirmed the Tinubu's administration's commitment to increasing funding for education over the past 3 years and stressed the urgent need for diversified and sustainable financing to meet the aspiration of Nigeria's youth. The Senate has raised alarm over a potential education crisis following WAEC's sudden implementation of a new curriculum that compels current SS3 students to sit exams in subjects they were never taught. Leading the motion, Senator Karimi Sunday Steve of Kogi West warned that the policy could set millions of students up for failure. Meanwhile, Senator Adams Oshiomhole of Edo North, Idiat Oluranti of Lagos Central, and Solomon Adeola of Ogun West also condemned the abrupt replacement of core subjects with practical courses such as cosmetology, livestock farming, and solar installation, noting the absence of teachers, laboratories, and proper preparations. Consequently, the Senate resolved to summon the Minister of Education and heads of relevant agencies to provide clarification and assess the nation's readiness for the policy. In addition, the lawmakers urged that the new curriculum be deferred and implemented from the 2027-2028 academic session to allow students, teachers, and schools adequate time to prepare. The Media Career Development Network, in collaboration with the United States Consulate, has trained journalists on development reporting. Speaking at the training, Executive Director Lekan Otufodunrin, alongside other facilitators, create impact-driven journalism in informing policy and driving societal change.
Development journalism is to draw attention to the need to ensure that we are focusing on what is important. Focusing on issues that affect the people, education, health, environment. It's to make journalists once in a while step back and look at these issues and examine them as comprehensively as possible so that we can get feedback, so that we can get action, so that the government can do what they are supposed to do. Breaking news is important, investigation is important, but we need to do it like we have had today, constructively, drawing attention to salient matters.
We support what you do. We know it's hard. It's important. You guys get information out to the public, right? They know what is happening all around Nigeria and the world because there are journalists that are sharing that information. They can't be in all of those places. So the work you do is incredibly important. It lets people know what is not only what is happening, but it also holds those in power accountable, right? I heard some of you say investigative journalism. That's fantastic. Today you're here for development journalism.
The pillar upon which development reporting stands includes collaboration, education, empowerment, and advocacy. These are areas where we think with development reporting, you can empower the community, you can empower the people, you can enlighten the people by educating them, and you can also create room for advocacy because you will have provided them opportunity to be able to at least inspire, you will have inspired them. And more importantly is the idea of collaboration. It encourages teamwork, it allows people to be involved in what they are reporting.
Multimedia is not just limited to photos and videos. We have data, we have charts, we have maps, we have several multimedia elements. And then the next thing is it humanizes your story. Multimedia helps you to humanize your story. It helps people to connect to faces. It helps people to connect with places.
Participants also had the opportunity to engage in practical sessions, learning new skills in reporting, research, and storytelling to better cover development issues across the country.
What I've actually benefited is that development journalism is globally local. It is not until we go there reporting the state as a whole, the country as a whole, or international. Let us report our community. Those that matters to us a lot. Development community has to do with the people in the community at the grassroots level. When we report about them, it is not just going out to report the 5 W's and H. Let us tell the people's stories that will impact people's life in health, education, climate change, and so on.
We learned so much today, especially in the areas of how to carry out a reportage in the communities. So I think this is quite priceless for most of us who are attending for the very first time, and hopefully we'll get to attend more of this kind of events going forward.
The training reflects a growing effort to strengthen media capacity and ensure journalists are equipped to report effectively on critical development issues that affect communities nationwide. And that's it on today's edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We've discussed the federal government Student Venture Capital Grant and its potential to boost youth innovation across Nigeria. We've also touched on the critical role of character education in building better individuals and stronger universities. From supporting young entrepreneurs to shaping graduates with integrity and values, it's clear that education is more than just qualification. It is about preparing students to make a real impact in the society. For more updates and engaging conversations, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and across all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening around you, we'd love to hear from you. So share your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom directly via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Join us again next week as we continue to spotlight the ideas, innovations, and conversations shaping Nigeria's education landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education creates a pathway for dignity and for breaking cycles of limitation. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Lagos is expected to witness an increase in influx of visitors, goods and activities during the festive season, particularly as residents and tourists observe the popular Dirty December period, marked by concerts, parties, and social gatherings. But even before the peak of the celebrations, transport fares from Lagos to the southeastern states are already climbing ahead of the annual Christmas and New Year travel rush. Operators at major bus terminals say the rise in fares is driven by growing demand, high fuel costs, and increased operational expenses. I am at the Jibo bus terminal here in Lagos, where passenger movements are gradually increasing ahead of the Christmas and New Year festivities. While many commuters are ready to reunite with their loved ones, the price and the hike of transportation is forcing many to reconsider their travel plans. Some passengers I spoke with say they have no choice but to travel despite the cost, while also urging the government to address fuel price hike and insecurity in travel highway.
Normally, it's getting high. It's even better now because by this weekend for God's sake, it will still increase because it's the season now. Normally, that is how it used to be. But if God will help us, like let me say during the season, like they know that people used to travel, let me say nothing changed. It's just like normal. At least it will be better for people and more affordable because some people will like want to go home, but due to the transportation, they will not go. I don't have money for morning bus, so I have to wait for the night bus. It depends, Cha. It depends on the company. Yeah, it depends on the company and their prices. The last time I traveled was last year. God help me, I went in peace. So as I'm traveling to, I pray. I know that the country is not safe, but I pray God will help me. I will still travel in peace again. The government should help us. So we will still help ourselves, but they need to help us based on the security and other things. Like the price of everything is changing. Like the price of things, not only transportation, even food. To get food stuff, everything is increasing, not only transportation.
If it means to say the country is not supposed to be like this, but we are the one that spoiled the country by ourselves. Even this transportation issue, it's not supposed to be like this. Imagine that you want to go to your village. From here to your village, it costs 40-something thousand, 40-something thousand. That means you cannot buy anything to your family or to your friend or to yourself. Because if you spend 30,000 from here to east, how much are you going to spend? My own decision is everything I make a human to live, then should release everything.
It's been long that I saw my mom and my dad face to face. So that's why over 4 years now, I've not seen my mom face to face and my dad face to face. That's the reason why I'm traveling. So concerning the transport fare, I cannot blame the transporters. The government should, if government reduce their fuel money, them also will reduce their price. And another thing I want to say about the security on the road for people that is traveling. Government should provide security, at least soldier on the road and police for the security of the people that is traveling. On the norms, when there is no festive time, like today, Bonny Way, we paid 30,500. But on the norms, when there is no festive time, I think it should not be more than 20,000 or 25,000 naira. I don't know why it's always like that. I'm going from Lagos to Umaya. The government should reduce the price of fuel and provide security for people. Like now, I know that most of people wants to go home, but because of insecurity, most of them is afraid. And another thing, money. There is no money, and transport fare is high. That's why. So I want government to work on that area.
Transport operators are calling on the government to address fuel prices, improve road infrastructure, and create policies that will ease transportation costs during peak travel periods.
I want the government just help us to reduce fuel, because without no fuel we can't work. But everything now we don't suffer. Morning to night now, we are buying full of 12,000 sometimes inside machine, sometimes 30, sometimes 15. I want me the government just help us to reduce the fare. And people are traveling because if you want to travel now, we are afraid that bandits are around on the road. We are afraid to travel anywhere now because everything now that has been hard now. The government just help us with the bandits and the fuel. If that one have come down, some people will be happy now. But without no fuel, we can't be happy on the road. But you just see, if you want to go some small place now, you say 500. It's not our fault. Fuel is there and agbo is there. Everything. That thing have tired everybody. Now I'm coming today now. We just buy full of 10,000. I don't know how much I will see on it. I just come outside.
As Nigerians embark on journeys this festive season, safety remains a top priority for passengers and commuters already burdened by increasing transport costs. Passengers and drivers are calling on the government to address the insecurity along major pathways in order to make holiday travels not only affordable but safe for all. Reporting from the Jibowu bus terminal here in Lagos, Matthew Ogunswada for Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the amazing market today, and I'm your host Oyindamala Olukuta. And today we're at the vibrant, bustling Ile-Epo market. I want to tag a food market because trust me, but it's not just food, they have clothing as well. So it's not just food alone. But today we'll be taking you to the food segment because right here we know they are known for their freshly farm produce, where you have anything called farm produce from the soil to the store. So who doesn't want to eat fresh food? So if you're looking for fresh food in Lagos, you might want to come to Ile-Epo. And it's not just farm produce. They have bag of rices, tomato, oil, spices, so many other things. So today, we're going to be taking you on an amazing journey for you to see how things are, the prices, things that are available, things that are not, things that are scarce. I'm sure you want to know things that you could get when you come to the market. So why not go with me? Let's go into the market. Ekasima.
Ekaso.
Orúkọ yín àti nǹkan.
My name is Mrs. Oyero Abosede. I'm selling foodstuffs.
Okay, so how is market, ma'am?
So thank God.
How has it been? The prices of commodity, has it been fair, or is it rising, or is it reducing presently in the market?
Yes, it's still moderate now than last year.
Oh, okay. So can you scan us through the prices of things presently compared to last year?
Like rice now. Last year, rice was 100,000, but now rice is 68,000.
Okay.
Vegetable oil last year is 100 plus, but now it's around 70,000, 75,000.
Okay. What of this?
Gari, last year Gari was 70,000 per bag, but this year Gari is 45,000.
Okay.
Beans last year around 100 plus. This year beans is 80,000 per bag.
Okay. So we can say that the prices of things are reduced compared to last year. But it didn't come down to the whole price.
No. It didn't come down to the whole price.
So is there a possibility that this thing will still reduce further, or is unstable presently?
I can't say about that. Unless the government help us, maybe they should finance the farmers so that it's not going to be everything they be import in. If they empower our farmers here, all the goods will come down.
Although governments have been doing some empowering, but presently we know we had a crisis in Benue State. Do you think that also affects goods in the market presently?
Yes, that one will also affect goods because we are selling the old goods before that flood happened. After selling all these old goods, by buying another goods now, by that flood that happened in Benue, it may affect it may affect because they bring a lot of food from that side too. So it may affect. So government should look for solution about that flood. It destroy farmers, it destroy all their stocks, it destroy it a lot.
And looking at the fact that cost of transportation, how much has it affected the price of things that you're selling?
It affects it. The price of transportation didn't come down. It didn't come down because of the increasement in fuel. So it didn't come down.
Okay. Is there anything you would like to say to the government out there before we wrap up today?
Government should help us. We market women. They should give us money to sell market. Because we are patronizing all these microfinance banks. And the interest they are collecting from us is too much. So if government can empower market women with interest-free loan, it will reduce the cost of markets also. It will help us and it will also reduce the price of market. Because if we collect loan, we are going to calculate it on the goods we sell. So that's what government can do for we market women.
Okay, thank you very much.
And they should not be demolish our market all the time. This also affects our market. It affects our prices because when they demolish, they rebuild to buy another shop. It affects us also, and it destabilizes our market, destabilizes our work. So they should help us.
Okay, ma. Thank you very much. It was
welcome.
nice talking to you.
You're welcome.
Have a nice day.
And you too. Thank you.
Amen. Buy 6,000 so that I go reach you to share. Buy plenty so that I go reach you to share. Me, I'm ready to say.
Good afternoon, ma. Customer.
You're welcome, ma.
Your name and what you sell, ma?
My name is Aporobo Legbegbe Ilekpo Market.
Okay.
That's my nickname.
What do you sell, ma?
I'm into imported fruits. Apple, pear, grapes, blueberry, and so on.
Okay, ma. So how is market now, ma?
Market is not friendly, but we are managing it. At least we go shop.
Is it expensive or reduced in price?
It's expensive. It's adding money. If you buy market today, reach it here tomorrow, you meet another price. But nothing we do. We sell what we buy.
Okay, so like how much is carton of apple presently? The small green one.
The smallest one now is 45,000.
For a carton?
45.
And if you're buying like a bigger size, how much is a carton of that?
No reduction. Not like this one now, 60,000. 60,000 per carton.
And what about the pears?
Pear for now, I think 36,000 at market.
And grapes?
Grape is 53, 60,000 as of today. But the one I bought yesterday, 53,000.
Okay, do you think that there's anything government can do to bring down the price of these imported goods that you sell? Knowing that it's dollar based since it's imported. So what's it?
But for now, I think the dollar price don't drop.
Yes.
But the market no drop. Some go say exchange in dollar, the port charges or wherever. But then whatever we buy, now we go sell. So far you come inside market, you go other place, you say now the same price. You go follow me buy, and I believe in fresh markets. So you go follow me buy.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon.
Your name and what you sell?
My name is Mrs. Idara. I'm at Ilekpo Market selling provisions like sugar, salt, mentioned cereal, and so on and so forth.
Oh, that's nice. So how is market?
We bless God though, because things have been coming down gradually, little by little, for now.
So you're telling us that the price has reduced compared to before?
Yes, like sugar now, Dangote sugar.
How much is the bag now?
Now it's 58,000 something now.
And before it used to be like how much?
We are buying it 80,000, 81, 82, but now it's coming down gradually. And flour, we are buying 60 before, 62, now it's 56 something. So we want to see it coming down than 78 and 56.
Okay, because it didn't go back to the old price that it used to be, but it has reduced to the high rates that we were buying it before now. Okay, that's actually good. So if you look at the measured cereal that you sell, how is it?
Oh, very nice. People are coming because the measurement is like it papers the roll, the one that is in refill. We are having customers every day and they are buying. They love it. Even when they come, we give them tests. They will shrink it, so they love it. They keep on coming, buying, coming.
Okay, can you run us through the price? Like how much do you sell? What measurement do you use for your measure series? Paint. Okay, so you use paint, half paint, and cups.
Yes.
Okay, so like how much is the paint of oats?
Oats, we are selling 6,000 now.
Okay, what about cornflakes?
Cornflakes, we sell 5,000.
Wow, that's cheaper compared to, because a refill pack now is even more than 5,000 naira.
We add the nylon money too.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing. So now I'm aware. Okay, so if you look at you have milk, you have a baking product. So how is baking things? You mentioned flour before.
Yes,
so when we look at, you mentioned sugar as well. When we look at the things for baking, like the condensed milk, the baking powder, baking soda, yeast, how is it?
It's going on fine. People are coming because the price is gradually coming down, slowly.
Okay, can you compare your sales now to before? I mean before things went up. Can you compare your sales? Like, do you sell more now or do you sell more when things were cheaper?
No, we sell more now because when the thing was rice, people that did buns pop up, they run because they can't afford to buy a paint of flour 5,000 for 4.8. But now they are coming back gradually. And also the sugar, the price is coming. Before we are selling 8.5, now we are selling 5.7, 5.8. It depends, Sha. But now they are coming because the price is coming down gradually.
Okay, thank you very much, ma. So, but do you think that there's anything government can do to help your business at the moment?
What they can do is to give us loan. If they can loan us, they have many varieties of loaning because we that we are here, we can't. What should I
don't have access to it.
We don't have access to it because we don't know anybody. But if they come from their offices, they should come.
Okay, like a grassroots kind of loan where they come to you, how much you will loan.
Yes.
But are you not particular about interest?
No, if it is personal or the private loan, their interest is too high.
Okay.
Some people will come, they'll say that they'll give you 500, you pay interest of 200,000.
Within how many? What's pay?
Let's say 6 months.
Whoa. So what do you want to use it to sell to be able to get that kind of?
So if government should come to help us, we know that when government come, the interest will be lower. That's what we want them to do for that. They should come. They should please. They should not be just sitting down in the office. They should come by themselves. Those people that they are sending is for their own people that they knew. We don't know them, they should come and meet us. We will interact with them. We will talk to them. They should help us. But this one that they will just send people, no, they will not come to us. We are not benefiting anything from government. As we are now in this market, we are paying tax, we are paying for installation every year. But they should come and meet us by themselves, not by sending, go and do this. All those they sending us, they are not coming to us. They are coming to the people that they knew. They should come to us by themselves. They should come so that we have a business to do with them. We can gain from
I like that. I love you. The fact that you're business oriented. That's actually a very good one. Thank you very much, man. It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, you can.
Good afternoon, ma.
After my love.
What's your name, ma?
My name is Mrs. Stephen Ode.
Okay, so what do you sell?
I deal with tomato.
So how much is the price of tomato in market?
One plate of tomato is 45.50.
Wow.
Before we used to buy is something that we used to buy 7,000, 6,000 is to up to 45,000. Like this one now, everybody have run for it because it's too costly. That Malam tomato. Now we divert ourselves to Oloko. They call this one Oloko. This is Yoruba own. But before we used to buy it 3,000, 2,500. But now it's 9,000, 10,000, 11,000 for small baskets. Can't you see what is going on? We all are suffering. This government should put eye on what is going so that they will help the poor, the needy ones. That is the needy ones. He was under the rain, under the sun. We are hustling to make sure that our family, all that we will live fine. But still, nothing is coming out of it. Please, so you people should tell them to.
In what way do you think the government can help out in today's current situation?
They have a lot to do because they are the problem that we are having. Assuming that I can remember when I was small, government used to fix the price, the market price. That sometimes they will enter and say, how much is bag of rice?
Government is saying no.
Okay, that's market regulation, for price regulation.
Regulation.
Oh, okay. You feel that would really help?
That will really help now. If you see, you interview people, how much is this thing? They say, no, this amount is too much. If that, like, before now, we are buying this thing now, 3,000, 2,500. Now it's 9,000. Is there any market regulation? There's no market regulation on it. So everybody is just doing whatever he or she like because they feel, whether we like it or not, they are the importers. Anything they say, we will buy.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
That's
much.
actually very amazing.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma.
Auntie, good afternoon.
Your name, ma?
My name is Rose.
Rose. What do you sell, ma?
I'm selling tomato and tomato. Sometimes anything will come out.
Farm produce.
Yes, farm produce.
Okay, ma.
We are into.
Okay, so how is the cost of things in the market presently?
Now, the thing is very cost now. We are selling Mala own. But this is it now. This Mala own now, crate, this is the crate. It's 50,000. But before, we are buying it 14,000. Sometimes 11,000, sometimes 15,000. But now, they are selling it 50,000. The rentage is too high.
Okay, that's why you now shifted to the other type of tomato.
Yes.
Okay. So presently now, how is the cost of this one in the market?
This one now, the smaller, this is it. This one now is 10,000.
Okay.
10,000 naira. This Rodo we are selling. This is the patala that they used to have. Then they sell at 40,000, 45. It's too high now. That is why we are shedding it 1,000 like this for the rentage like this 1,000. But because of not everybody have the amount, we are putting it 500 so that some people their heart will reach there.
Okay, so what do you think the government can do to help the market?
The thing that I want government to do for us is to lower the price of the fuel so that then go see transport to shift all those things into market. Now, the thing we know. So at least the low price of things, at least now they are help us for rice, but it still remains small because not every woman will carry like 5 children cannot buy a derico of rice 1,000. It's too high now. It's too high for us.
Thank you very much, ma. Good afternoon, ma.
Afternoon.
Your name, ma?
Mrs. Olabimpe.
Mrs. Olabimpe. Yes. What do you sell, ma?
I sell snail.
Oh, so how is snail market? How is the business?
Thank God, Jerry. Nigeria is not laughing now, but we are pushing it small.
Okay, would you tell us that the price was same? Is it that it's increasing or it came down?
So no, we are in rainy season. Okay. It's supposed to shift, but now it's getting rise up because bush have rise. Those people that taking it from the bush said that they did not see to pick. The water inside the bush is too much. Unless the water inside the bush is dry, that they can pick and see the cheap price buy. But the one that you are buying now, let's say this jumbo that you have sold today,
we sell it as 70,000 naira for 20, 70,000 naira per 20. We sell per 20 each one. Each one we sell.
Okay, so what's the cheapest one in per 20?
This one.
Yes.
That I have the 5,000 naira.
Oh.
That is the smallest one. Yes. This one now inside the basket here. We sell it 40,000 naira for 20. This one.
Okay.
See, this bush one is from Benin. It's from Benin or Ondo State.
Okay.
Very big.
Okay.
This one is the follow jumbo. We follow jumbo like this. We sell it 55,000 naira.
Wow.
Yes.
For 20 pieces.
Yeah, per 20. This one is medium. We call it medium. Yes. We sold that one 25,000 naira per 20. This one is 15,000 naira per 20. That is it.
Okay, so what do you think the government can do to help your business at this time?
What can do for us is to give us loan. If they can raise us to give us loan so that we can easily do the business very well. So that is what the government can do for us, because they can't say government will go and control the price of the snake for us.
Definitely.
It's what we see inside the bush that we will buy to bring the market. So when we have the capital to raise our goods up, so we can make enough of profit on it. So if the government can give us a loan or a loan, it's okay.
Loan can help.
Yes, loan can help us.
Okay, ma. Thank you very much, ma. Wetin be your name and wetin they say?
My name is Abdullah.
Okay. Wetin they say?
Carrots, cucumber, peppers, spring onions, with cabbage.
For fried rice, na fried rice you and salad with that now. So our market?
Fine.
How much be the price of things for market? Now, shey they reduce abi they increase?
They reduce.
E reduce, ba? So how much you dey sell things now?
Which one?
How much be cabbage?
Cabbage is 2,000, 2,500.
Carrots nko, how you take tire?
That's 500, 200.
This one's where you tire be salad already. How much you dey sell am?
Na 200.
Hey, wow, that's much. So wetin be how much they sell the spring onion and the green tatache?
Spring onions, 500, 1,000.
So things don't come down. But you go wish make it come down well, but I be make it go up back.
Make you go up.
If you go up, we pay you as seller.
No, I don't pay you.
But when you come down, it go pay you to make your own profit back.
Yes.
Okay, so bad amowa. Janjima. Ẹ káàsán ma. Kí lorúkọ yín àti iṣẹ́ wo lẹ ń ṣe ma?
Èmi Yálàbẹ̀kẹ́ lè mi jẹ́ o. Yálàbẹ̀kẹ́ ni.
Okay, iṣẹ́ wo lẹ ń ṣe ma?
Alágbẹ̀dẹ goldsmith. Oníṣòwò.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ nípa rírọ àgbẹ̀dẹ yẹn. Báwo ni iṣẹ́ alágbẹ̀dẹ ṣe rí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí? Táwọn bí nǹkan ṣe ń lọ lórílẹ̀-èdè, ṣáwọn èèyàn ṣì ń ṣe iṣẹ́?
Àwọn tó ń jẹ́ kébí pa wá kọ̀ọ̀kan kúkú ṣe ń gbé wá ṣùgbọ́n rẹ̀ náà mò ń ṣe. Àwọn tó ń jẹ́ kébí pa wá ṣe ń gbé wá bó ti yẹ pẹ́ńkẹ́lẹ́ wọ́n ṣàṣì ń gbé wá. Bọ́ọ̀lù góòlù gbé wá mọ́ fi ti tẹ́lẹ̀ ẹ ṣàṣì ń gba pẹ́ńkẹ́lẹ́ tá à ń bá wọn fọ̀ tá à ń rówó fi jẹun díẹ̀díẹ̀. Òun náà ni mò ń ṣe lọ́wọ́.
Ẹbí téèyàn bá fẹ́ fọ bóyá bí set of gold bí rèé lò ní.
Òun set of gold ó depend lé bó bá ṣe pọ̀ tó ní owó yìí ṣe máa pọ̀ tó.
Ká sọ pé ẹ̀gbà ọrùn, ọwọ́ àti etí àti òrùka.
Ṣé mọ̀ pé 9 carat wà, 6 carat wà, 18 wà, 14 wà.
So ó tún ní ṣe pẹ̀lú iye tó máa jẹ́. Hey! So the richer your gold is, the richer your money will be.
Yes.
Ah, that's amazing. Bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ò mọ eléyìí tẹ́lẹ̀ nípa iṣẹ́ alágbẹ̀dẹ, ó jẹ́ ohun tó dára. Ẹ ní pé ẹ̀ ń ṣòwò náà, irú òwò lẹ̀ ń ṣe mọ́.
Gbogbo náà lẹ́tí tá a ti ń bá wa ṣe yìí náà bí ọṣẹ bíi provision ṣàǹfààní yọ̀yọ̀ ẹ̀dá ní doses.
Báwo ni provision ṣe rí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí?
Wọ́n díẹ̀ àwọn distributor wa lójókòó yìí.
Tá bá ní pé ká wo bí price àwọn kan, kí ni èlò ni bí price àwọn kan lọ́jà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí?
Nǹkan tó wẹ̀ tíìpù tí 1,000 ní provision díẹ̀.
So tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ra mílìkì àti mílò nísìn.
Owó ìpẹ̀rọ ní 7,000 lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀rọ àwọn ọ̀dà.
Ó dà kí lẹ́yìn wa lérò pé ìjọba lè ṣe fún wa lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí tó lè mú ọjà kí owó ẹ̀ kó lọlẹ̀, kí àwọn ọlọ́jà lè máa rọ́jà tà, kí àwọn tó ń ra gan wọ́n lè rówó mú wá sọ́jà láti ra ọjà.
Ìjọba ò lè ṣe nǹkan, Ọlọ́run ló lè ṣe. Ọlọ́run kan bọ̀, Ọlọ́run bá wa tún ṣe.
Ó dáa mà, ẹ ṣe gan, ohun tí ẹ sọ ó jẹ́ kókó tó ṣe pàtàkì. Àfi tí Ọlọ́run bá ràn wá lọ́wọ́, Ọlọ́run yóò sì máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́ sí náà.
Olórí wa náà lọ́wọ́.
Àmín o, àmín o. Ẹ káàsán mà.
Ẹ káàsán.
Kí lorúkọ yín mà? Ẹ ṣé.
Orúkọ mi ni Alhaja Iswatu Adeogun.
Okay, kí làwọn ọjà tẹ́ ń tà mà?
Mo ń ta sẹ̀mó, pando, rice, spag, indomie, nǹkan tí mò ń ta nìyẹn.
Okay mà, báwo lọjà báyìí mà?
Ọjà wà ń bẹ bọ́ sí ọjà ò yá. Ọjà ò yá. Èèyàn ò rọ́ọ̀ṣì ra ọjà. Èèyàn kọ̀ọ̀kan là ń rí torí ọjà yẹn ti wọ́n jù. Ọ̀dọ̀ ó wálẹ̀ díẹ̀ o sí ti sẹ́lẹ̀ o, mò ń ṣì wọ̀n náà. Ó ṣì wọ̀n náà.
Okay, ǹjẹ́ ẹ lè sọ àwọn iye ọjà fún wa mọ̀?
A lè sọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Sẹ̀mó 5 kg yìí 7,500 láta. Eléyìí náà Supreme 7.5 the same price ni eléyìí náà 7.5 òun la tà ní ńlá 10 kg 48 golden penny sẹ̀mó 48 nìyẹn náà 10 kg nínà 48 àwọn eléyìí supreme 10 kg yẹn ní 14.5 bá a ṣe tà nìyẹn.
àwọn
pando yẹn kékeré pátá 17 pando 1 kg 34 2 kg 68 5 kg lélẹ́yìí 5 kg yẹn 17,000 nìyẹn 17,000 ní ilé spag 19,000 ní páàkì.
ní páàkì. ìṣe kan náà ni golden penny àti dangote.
kò sí dangote golden penny náà ni oríṣi míì ló tún wà. àwọn supreme relay supreme 19,000 ìyẹn náà.
bí ráìsì nǹkan èlò ni àpò ráìsì.
àpò ráìsì wẹ̀wẹ̀ 60,000 ni.
ńlá ńkọ́ mà.
ńlá 82.
ẹ ṣé gan ni mà. kí wàá nìkan tẹ́lẹ̀ rò pé ìjọba lè ṣe láti lè mú àwọn nǹkan wálẹ̀ ní ọjà káwọn èèyàn lè wá máa rajà.
kíjọba bá wa iṣẹ́ náà ni kí gbogbo nǹkan kó wálẹ̀ kí dọ́là kó wálẹ̀ tí dọ́là bá ti wálẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan á wálẹ̀ epo náà kàn jẹ́ kó wálẹ̀ nǹkan lè ṣe nìyẹn.
dọ́là epo
kó wálẹ̀.
ọ̀dà mà ẹ ṣé gan ni mà ajá máa wá mà.
àmín o.
Good afternoon ma, ẹ káàsán ma.
Good afternoon, ẹ káàsán o, báwo ni o?
Adúpẹ́ fọlọ́ ma, orúkọ yín ma àti nǹkan tẹ̀ ń ta.
Orúkọ mi ni Alájà Sherifat Abímbọ́lá Ṣóhùn. Biscuit, sweet, oríṣiríṣi là ń tà.
Ọjọ́ ọmọdé nìyẹn.
Ìyá èwe ni mí. Ìyá oníjẹkújẹ, ìjẹkújẹ ọmọdé ni mò ń tà torí mo nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọdé púpọ̀ jù.
Báwo wá lọ́jà ma?
À ń dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run. Olúwa ṣeun. Ṣùgbọ́n ọjà ò dàbí ti tẹ́lẹ̀ nítorí pé gbogbo nǹkan ló ti wọ́n. Bisikíìtì 50 naira tẹ́lẹ̀ báyìí bó ṣe tóbi tó ní. Ní ìsìn 100 naira, 200, 400. Àwọn òbí á ní ṣé bí panu lásán ni bó la ṣe máa ra bisikíìtì 400. Kán àmọ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ o bá a ṣe ń tà ní ìsìn nìyẹn. Tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ra bisikíìtì tẹ́ bá ti mú bíi 500, 1 million. Ilé máa fún ọ̀nà máa fún ni. Ní ìsìn téèyàn bá fẹ́ rajà báyìí tí ò bá di owó gidi dání kò ṣe èèyàn lè ra quantity téèyàn ń ra tẹ́lẹ̀ mọ́.
Ẹ kí lẹ wá lérò pé ìjọba lè ṣe fún wa lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ọjà?
Ìjọba náà kì í kúkú ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ náà kì í ṣẹjọ́ wọn. Bí gbogbo nǹkan ṣe ń wọ́n tó ń wọ́n ni gbogbo raw materials gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ló wọ́n. A dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn raw materials yìí náà wọ́n import ẹ̀yìn. A sì mọ̀ pé owó ti wọ́n. Ẹ̀bẹ̀ náà lábẹ́ wọn kán ṣàánú wa. Kán bá wa mú owó àwọn nǹkan, kán bá wa mú wálẹ̀. Ẹ mọ̀ pé ní ìsìn tẹ́lẹ̀ iná NEPA ó regular. So cost of production ó máa low. Sísìn tó yẹ pé dísù dẹ̀ wọ́n. So a lè sọ pé ìjọba náà ni àwọn tó ń ṣe náà a lè sọ pé ẹ̀bi wọn ni. Kì í ṣẹ̀bi tiwọn náà kì í dẹ̀ ṣẹ̀bi àwọn aráàlú náà tá a sọ pé kán ṣàánú wa kán bá wa mú owó nǹkan wálẹ̀. Tówó nǹkan bá wálẹ̀ àwa gan tà àwa gan rí géènì sínú ẹni tó ń rà dùn àwa náà tá ń ta inú wa dùn. Ọlọ́run bá wa nínú jẹ́ o.
Ọ̀dà ẹ ṣé gan ni mà. Fún ohun tí ẹ sọ nísìnyí ó ti ṣàfihàn wípé ó wà lọ́wọ́ ará ilé ó wà lọ́wọ́ àlejò kí nǹkan lè rọrùn torí tá a bá wo cost of production á jẹ́ kí nǹkan lọ sókè tí ìjọba bá lè bá wa mú kan wálẹ̀ tí àwọn èèyàn náà lè ṣe iṣẹ́ àṣekára láti mú owó wọlé á jẹ́ ìrọ̀rùn fún gbogbo wa so Ọlọ́run lórílẹ̀‐èdè á máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́ máa ọ̀dà máa ẹ ṣé gan-an.
Ọlọ́run bá wa ràn ìjọba lọ́wọ́ á ràn àwa aráàlú náà lọ́wọ́ torí ìgbà míì báyìí àwọn èèyàn gan àwọn aráàlú gan wọn ò tí ì ní gbọ́ kíkù òjò wọn á ti domi agbada nù pé ọjà fẹ́ wọ́n ọjà wọn á ti mówó wọn á ti fi lé ọjà tiwa ẹ̀ kò ṣeé fowó lé bó ṣe wà yìí tá a bá fi 50 naira lé pálí bisikíìtì kan wọn ò ní rà torí wípé tí wọ́n bá tà àtìmọye tán fẹ́ fi pa tó kò lè pè fún wọn ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọjà míì wà tó yẹ pé kọ́ máa ti gbọ́ pé kìnìkan owó àti ga ìyìn tún bá àwọn náà wí because tán bá tà níye tí ó bá dé tẹ́lẹ̀ tó bá fẹ́ lọ rà mí ìbò owó ti fẹ́ rówó tó fẹ́ fi kún láti fi rà mí kọ́lọ́n kó ran gbogbo wa lọ́wọ́ àtijọba àtàráàlú kọ́lọ́n kó ràn wá lọ́wọ́ o kọ́lọ́n kó bùkún fún orílẹ̀-èdè torí orílẹ̀-èdè yìí dáa púpọ̀ jù orílẹ̀-èdè tó ń ṣàn fún wàrà àti oyin ni téèyàn bá dé orílẹ̀-èdè míì yóò mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run bùkún fún orílẹ̀-èdè yìí ṣùgbọ́n tó kọ́lọ́n kó wá pẹ̀lú gbogbo wa kọ́lọ́n kó ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
Àmì Alájà ẹ ṣé gan ni ma ajá máa wá. Whether you are a market regular or a weekend shopper, Ile-Epo Market remains a go-to for your fresh farm produce, for your baking, for your tin, sachets, anything at all that you want to buy, just to stock your house, either for the week, either for just a meal, or for the month. You can now actually come here. And it's actually a place where you can do your negotiations with the farm produce. And also, the sachets and the canned ones are actually wholesale. So you get to buy at a very much cheaper and affordable price. And today, this is all we have for you on Market Today. And I remain Oyindamola Olukuta. And we'll be seeing you same time, same station next week. Don't touch the dial.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, good afternoon, and my name is Ikechukwu Agwago. This is the Oshodi Sporting Complex right here, in Kappa, and it is the venue for the mini tournament. It is a scouting program where Dominion Hotspur Academy is actually giving players opportunity to, get to be seen. And of course, we are here to actually cover that particular event. And I must tell you that a game is already going on, and we will be also conducting interviews with the management and of course some of the scouts here in Oshodi to actually help you understand the contest that this is all about. Good morning, Mr. Yemi. So tell us exactly what this tournament is about.
This tournament basically is about scouting, young, talented footballers and giving them the opportunity to have a shot at professional football in Europe. So I am the sporting director for Dominion Hotspur Football Club. It's an amateur football club that is based here in Lagos. And I also work with, so many agencies around Europe. The essence of all of this is, not to allow the so many, talents that we have in football, to just waste away. If you look at our society, the level of societal issues that young people are dealing with, it's paramount. It's so important. I found it, really important for us to do the little that we can, to assist the government in creating opportunities, for these young stars not to get involved in, some of these things that destroy, their lives. So I thought about it and contacted a friend of mine who is based in Europe, and we spoke about it, and he found the idea really, really good. And we started working on it, and here we are. So we have eight of them from Europe, who are representing a lot of clubs around Europe. Like I said, it's basically about getting young talents, giving them this privilege, and definitely some of them are going to take the chance, and they'll have a shot, at professional football in Europe. So that's basically what we are doing right now.
So how many years has this scouting program, how many years has it been running?
It's been known for, personally, I have been doing scouting program, on a personal level. I am the CEO of Milfran Enterprises. Milfran Enterprises is an agency that I put up, to scout for young players and connect them with agencies around the world. You know, I work with a couple of them, so that's basically what I was doing. But when I thought about, I think it was during COVID. It was during COVID, I was with a friend who was running an academy. You know, so we sat and were chatting, watching a game. So there was this young kid who came and greeted him, or greeted us. You know, so when the kid left, so my friend said to me, "Bro, do you know this kid used to play for my academy?" I was like, "Really?" Say, "Yes." He was, you know, holding cigarettes and a bottle of beer. And he told me because of COVID, when they resumed, the kid didn't resume with them. And when he found the kid, he saw he was already involved in all of this. So I'm like, we need to do something, man. We really need to do something because, and I don't mind they say it's a devil's workshop, you know, so I started processing it. I wasn't really involved in grassroots players per se. I was involved with more established players because I was working with agents or people who only wanted players from the national teams or from professional club sides in Nigeria. But that day, that event, seeing that kid and what my friend told me, you know, moved me to start thinking about what I can do. What can I contribute? How can I, you know, be a channel, you know, to get some of this kid not to stray away. So that's the bet of, you know, all of this. And like I said, then I started working with Dominion Hotspur as the director of sports, and the chairman is somebody who's been in football, an amazing man who has done so much, you know, for young people. Trust me, young players. He's responsible for maybe 30 young players. I don't want to exaggerate, you know, who have a life today. Their families are better, you know, because of how much he loves football and how much he really wants to help young people. So I shared the idea with him. His name is Emmanuel Idogu. He's the president of Dominion Hotspur Football Club. Yeah. For me, he deserves an award, to be honest with you. So I shared the idea with him. I spoke with my friend, Augustine Jibril. Then we started talking about it. Then we started putting ourselves together. And I think COVID is 2020.
Yes, 2020.
So back to your question, 5 years, the scouting programs have been running.
So this scouting program has been running for 5 years. Do you have any player from this scouting program in the last 5 years that actually made it to the top level?
Yes.
Okay.
Trust me, yes.
Which player is it?
We have one of our players from Dominion Hotspur. His name is Etim Friday. Maybe after all of this, you can Google. He moved from Dominion Hotspur to a club in Portugal. But today he's playing for a Champions League, you know, football club in Denmark. He plays for Midtjylland in Denmark. You know, so we have a couple of them who are not playing for big clubs as of yet, you know, but they are doing well in Europe. Their families are better. And recently we had the privilege also, in fact, we just signed, 2 of our players just signed their contract for a club in Portugal, you know, so we are really, really doing the little that we can, and we are achieving, you know, a good level of progress.
So tell us more about this tournament. How many teams are participating?
This tournament we had, at the start, we had like 46 clubs, you know, so they played for the first 2 days. Then the experts, the scouts who came from Europe, Augustine Jibril from Topsport International, and the other European guys that you see, they narrowed it down to, I think, 16 teams. So those 16 teams are going to play today. We're going to watch all of them play today. Then they'll pick the best players. And tomorrow we are going to have a selected side, like the best of the best from all of the teams. They'll play tomorrow at the end. So these guys are going to hand to us the players they're interested in, players who they intend to, you know, move to Europe, and the documentation starts. So that's how it works.
So basically, when is this tournament expected to end? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yes.
Okay. So looking at the way you've been talking, I was just, you know, thinking. I know that every, you know, project, a program like this comes with its own challenge. What is that challenge that you've really faced in, you know, doing business in this part of the world? Because I know, of course, this sort of programs runs everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
So I want to know what exactly is the challenge with the Nigerian situation. for you.
I think financially it's really challenging, because it costs a lot. It costs a lot to bring all of these guys, from Europe, because you want to give these kids a chance. You do it in a way that you take responsibility for almost everything.
Walk us through it.
What?
Walk us through it.
Okay. For instance, now, we have guys here who are from Spain. I have 4 of these guys who are from Spain. I have one of them from Italy. I have one of them from Uruguay, to be precise. I have one from Lithuania and a couple of others. So how do they come? You need to get their flight tickets. You need to pay for a very comfortable, luxurious hotel, feeding, logistics, and all of that. That is the part of bringing them. And here too, we don't own this facility, It costs money for us to be holding this here. So all of this financial implications, are a major factor in all of this. Then organization too. If you want to do something at this level with this kind of guests, we have challenges of traffic in our city, Lagos. So you need to wake up early, go to bed late. Those are normal things that happen like in our day-to-day endeavors in Lagos, So challenges are, I think, the biggest challenge that we face should be, the cost of running, this event. Trust me, it's expensive.
So basically, since you're doing this, because in the end, the end product will be producing the best talent for Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
Have you tried to reach out to the people in the glass house, people running Nigerian football, to get to see if there's a way they can actually help make this particular journey easier for you, a sort of a collaboration?
To be honest, I have not.
Okay.
Is
it because you think you don't need them?
Is it because I don't need them? Should I say yes or no?
Okay.
Because I think there is always a stage where the guys at the glass house will come in, so I don't want to bother them for this stage, because with my partners, I think we are able to handle this part, so when we get to the part that we need the guys at the glass house, we definitely will reach out to them, but just to use this medium also, I want to sound this very important call, because you should look at our football.
Yeah.
Nigeria, I don't know exactly what's our population today, but everybody says we are over 230 million. And we are blessed we're like a people who have a lot of young people, which is true. So I would like to appeal to the people involved, people who have the power to make it happen, to see how much we can invest, in grassroots football or grassroots sports. Because if you get your young people engaged, if you get their mind focused on a dream as big as football, you are doing so much for the country. Because if you look at the world today, the young people are becoming the major force. So if their force is channeled positively, it's going to be a blessing to the society wherever they are, And if it's the other way around negatively, it's a big problem, to the general society at the end of the day. So I am using this medium to also appeal for us to look at talent development beyond sports. Beyond sports. We are so blessed with talents. We are gifted people in all walks of life. But we don't really pay attention to this level, grassroots, the basis. So it will be great if 1 or 2 persons will listen to this and look at it and see how much they can come in to assist.
So you mentioned something earlier on. You said about 46 clubs. And then in the end, we're expecting to see about 8 players make the cut?
It depends on how impressive the guys are. Because the funny part of all of this is I can't influence nothing,
Beautiful.
These guys are really professional. Trust me. If they come and they see just one player amongst the 1,200 players that took part in this, they'll tell me, hey, Yemi, sorry, it's only this guy. It's like that. But because this is also business and a lot of money have gone in to make this happen, I am hopeful, I'm praying that they like 20 players. If they say we want 20 players, it's good for everybody, so that's just it.
So for you, worst case scenario, you said one. If it happens that they chose only one, is there a room where, you within the country that runs this program, is there, obviously I want to believe that outside them, sporting this talent, you also have people who are actually doing here for you to actually see, okay, this one might not be up to that level, but a little push or a little this or that can actually make him get to that level. Is there something like that, in the coffer to actually help players who didn't make the cuts?
Yeah. Very good question. Like I said, I work with the football club here, Dominion Hotspur Football Club, and it's also an avenue for me to do a lot of scouting, So as the games are going on, we're also monitoring the players. So at the end of the day, I am certain not everyone is going to go now. So, but we are, penciling down impressive talents, that we are watching here. So at the end of the day, when they pick the guys that they're picking and they leave, so we start working on those ones too, getting them ready, because it's not a one-day thing, it's not a one-time thing. Like I said, we've been here for some time, and this gives us opportunity to know, okay, this guy will be ready in 3 months, this guy will be ready in 4 months, because what they do also is the advice. They'll sit me down and say, Yemi, listen, these guys are fantastic players, but they are not ready for the profile that we need now. Keep them, monitor them. We are coming back in 4 months, we are coming back in 6 months. Keep them. When we come, we want to see them at a better level. So that's one of the advantages that we have. So not everybody is going to just leave. We are still going to have a couple of them that we are still going to monitor. And like I said, I work with other people too, so I can personally recommend. I put my name in it and said, this guy in 6 months will be here. A lot of them trust me with that, and they'll do the necessary things, and the player go on trial in Europe. Because why we bring all of these guys is because it's easy if they come here and see by themselves and they pick. When they pick the player, it's easy because they are the ones in charge. They do the recommendation and all the talking. But like also, I work with a couple of people too that I can say, okay, hey, I want you to watch this guy. Make it happen for him to come wherever, he comes, and a lot of times we are lucky like that too.
So how often do you run this program? Because you mentioned about them saying, okay, maybe in 6 months time this guy will be ready, maybe in 4 months time he'll be ready. Say for example, this is obviously going to be the last one for the year, because this is December, ready. So if it happens that, okay, we have that situation where you say this guy's going to be ready in say about 4 months or 5 months, are we expecting them to come again in 4 or 5 months?
I told you I also have an agency that is into this. So we have, I have a friend in the UK who is supposed to come in January with a different set of people like this. So there's a possibility for us to be holding events like this maybe every other 3 months. Yeah, every other 3 months. We have a different set of guys who are coming, we have a different set of guys who are coming, so we just put the things together and it's like that.
So again, one very important question. In football, right, there are several categories, and categories have to do with age. Is there provision for that when you look at players here and say, okay, this tournament is basically for under 12, under 15, under 16, or just an open category?
No, this program is for players 20 and under.
Okay.
Yes.
Just 20 and under.
20 and under.
20
Yes.
So is there a way how you, these players submit certain credentials before they are part of this, or you just allow them play when they say they are 20?
No, the thing is, we engage the owners of the club, the people who manage the club, and we tell them this is the category of players that we want for this one, because the people who are bringing one XYZ, category of players, so we trust them, to bring to us the exact, players that we want, so, but sometimes also, if we maybe see a player we feel is too young or too old, we tell them, no, this guy doesn't qualify to play, that kind of stuff.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Now, you mentioned, something about you not particularly needing the glass house and people running the football. Let me put it to you: if they come to you and say, "We want to, be part of this, want to partner," what area do you think they can actually come in? I mean, their position can actually be put to use.
I think most importantly will be the authority. Okay. So if I have, for instance, the Glass House come to this program, and you are here, and I'm standing here with somebody from the Glass House, it's a kind of recognition, it gives me a better name, give me a better boost. It gives my brand, like a better boost. It makes me, put me, in a platform that is better. So that sort of presence also can be a blessing. I think that alone, is good enough for now. So, and maybe they might want to say, okay, you're doing a great job. I'm going to give you 50 balls for your tournament, that kind of stuff.
So finally, right, this particular tournament going on here, I want to believe that at the end of the day, the winner, there's a provision for whoever wins the tournament?
No, this particular one, we don't have that kind of provision. We don't want it to be like a tournament. When you say it's a tournament and you attach a prize to it, the dynamics are different, the mentality is different. You understand? Because when you say it's a tournament, you are playing to win maybe 1 million naira, 500,000 naira. Some people digress. They misinterpret the whole essence. They start chasing the prize. But for us, the main prize here is the big picture. Getting the opportunity to move to Europe. If any of these kids move to Europe and is signed by a club there and it develops, a 10 million naira price tag is nothing.
But I mean, I understand what you're saying, but there are people who will say, okay, if a price tag is attached to this, wouldn't it make the players raise their game? Wouldn't it make them come out, at the very highest level? Because
the prize here of moving to Europe as a young player is the biggest prize you want to hear of. If you are a career player, you are chasing the summit of your career.
Sure.
Your summit is playing in the Champions League, in the World Cup, is playing under the bright lights of European football. That's the biggest price tag. Trust me, there's nothing bigger.
Absolutely, I mean, I'm forced to agree with you. I just hope that this tournament, at the end of the day, finish without any player getting any sort of injury, and then you get.
I say a big amen to that, man.
And again, we are hoping that we're going to get as much as 20.
Amen. A big amen to that too, man.
Get to 20 players to actually make the cuts to to Europe, and then we'll look at a couple of years down the line, like a team that you mentioned. We'll get to see that you got 1, 2, 3 players, maybe an established name also in the Super Eagles. I want to believe that's
big amen.
That's the end goal to all of this. But then again, it goes back to the fact that all the money you spent, you just hope that's going to come back, and not just because the money wants to come back, but of course you want to build a legacy.
Exactly.
To actually, but outside football, right? Is there? Do you do stuff like this outside football for other sports? Because you mentioned other sports at the time when we were having this conversation. Develop sport generally.
Honestly, for now, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have the contact to do all other sports.
Okay.
But the financial implication, like I said,
okay,
I'm trying to see how I can get bodies who can get involved. Like I said, we have the capacity to really make these things happen. But you always will need the financial backing, to really make these things happen. Because trust me, it's not cheap.
But if you had to do outside any other sport outside football, which will it be?
Athletics.
Athletics. All right, thank you very much, Elsie. I mean, it's good to have this conversation with you. Hopefully, we'll do this some other time on any other platform.
It will be my
join
pleasure.
us someday.
Live in the studio. Thank you, man. Thank you for having me. It will be my pleasure.
So let's get to see what's happening in the field.
Amazing.
We're having Mr. Christian Rosa. Yes, Christian Rosa, a former Spanish under 17 player, and of course, he's played football and now a scout. For this particular program organized by Dominion Sports. So it's good to have you in Nigeria.
Yeah, we enjoy a lot, me and my teammates, for this talent scouting. we enjoy a lot. The people take care about us so much, and we are very happy here.
So you are enjoying the country?
Yeah, I enjoy so much. The people was comfortable with us. Also in the other cities that we come before, in Abuja and Port Harcourt, also here the people is very comfortable with us and take care a lot with us.
So altogether, how many times have you been to Nigeria?
It's the first time that we come here. Only one of you come 1 year ago, but the other 6 is the first time here in Africa. Also.
Oh, first time here in Africa.
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me, right, this particular project, this particular scouting program.
Yeah.
What have you? How good is it? Is it different from the ones you've actually been part of?
Maybe is if we speak about the organization, this is the best for sure. Everything is organized. When one game ends, the other is coming again. We don't need to delay about the waiting of the other teams, and everything is fine here. Also, the talent here is very good.
So far so good. Don't tell me, don't point. Just say, have you been able to see good players that you believe are good enough for the next level?
Yeah, for sure. At the moment, I speak about myself. I have 2 players that I want to work in Spain, for sure, 100%. And for sure, one travel to Spain soon as possible.
Okay, so you already have 2 here that you see that they're good enough for this project?
Yes, I see 2 players, 1 defender and 1 striker that I want to push in one team in La Liga 2 in Spain.
Oh, okay. So is it only Spain that you have your players go to?
No, now I have an agency. I have players like Denis Cherichev, ex-Real Madrid, Villarreal, Valencia, Hugo Rama, Deportivo La Coruña, Oviedo, like this. And I have my company in Spain, in Italy. Also, I make deals in Arabia Saudi, in Southeast Asia, in Finland, Norway. I make deals around the world. But my main plan is Spain and Italy, where I have my home.
So, have you been to any scouting program, and you look at the entire program and you couldn't find just one player?
No, I see more players, but the difference maybe with my teammates here is they work in another level league, and maybe for them it's more easy pick more players. But for go to Spain, maybe we need one step more. And in my opinion, these 2 that I see are available for play use now. We don't need maybe this 1 year adaptation. They can arrive 1 month or 2 months, and they are available for play as soon as possible.
Okay, so outside here, you also have an academy where you take these players to, and then they will, develop a little.
Yes, in Spain we have these B teams that the difference with the other countries like England, for example, where they have this reserve league. In Spain, don't have this. In Spain, the lower teams play in normal league, maybe in 2nd level, 3rd level, or 4th level, where they fight against normal teams. It's good for the players, for his development. They work against players that they live for this, It's not like a reserve team where don't care if you win or don't lose. These teams fight for promote or fight for go to the first team.
So, as a player, when you're playing this, you play as a defender?
I play as defender and defensive midfielder.
Defenders. So,
yeah.
Which means you have bias for defensive midfielders?
Yeah, for sure.
I like the fact that you own up to that, because I know scouts do that. When they come, they look at their position, and that's where they look at. So does it mean that every scout in that particular seat already have position they are looking at?
No, maybe me and Fabricio, my teammate from Uruguay, maybe we work in this, but the other guys can check every position. For me, it's more easy to try to find good defender or good striker or one thing. I'm center back and defensive midfielder. I try to find something similar than when I play. And for a striker, I fight all my career against strikers, Also, I know what is the difficult for European defenders.
Okay, so let's talk about positions people really don't look at. Goalkeeper.
Goalkeeper is more difficult. For example, in Europe, we have very, very, very good goalkeepers, and it's not easy to put goalkeepers. But you see Onana players like this. If you have quality, you can play. Also, you are center back, you are goalkeeper, you are a striker, winger. Don't care about this. But it's more difficult for one team seeing one goalkeeper from outside of the country, not from Africa, for outside of the country.
So we're still talking about goalkeepers, right? I mean, you know how difficult it is to actually get goalkeepers. So what is there a provision for, you know, say we come to Africa, the plan is to get 20 players. Is there a provision for, okay, since we are coming for 20 players, let's keep only 2 slots for goalkeepers?
Maybe yes, but you need to understand, depends of the country where you play. For example, in Spain, all the teams also is second division, first division, they want one concrete goalkeeper, and it's the quality with the foots. And don't care if it's from Africa or from Georgia. Or, the main problem in Spain, the teams work very well this position, and it's not easy if you don't come to Spain like under 12, under 40, under 50, start to play again with this style. It's not easy for the players when they have 90, 20, 21, 22, 23. For me, it's more difficult they take goalkeepers. Also, for example, if you take here one center back, he have the conditions as physical, speedy. Spanish players maybe don't have these conditions, but the center back or midfielder can improve his level with the ball. You know, and for goalkeeper, maybe you don't have these 20 games on full season for weight. You know, if you have very bad goalkeeper or goalkeeper don't save you, you lose one game. It's very easy.
True. So you as a scout, you look at so many things. You look at the physicality of the player.
Yeah.
You look at the mental of the player. You look at the tactical of the player.
Yes.
And you look at how the player is a team player, right?
Yes.
So if any of this, which of these, if a player doesn't have any of these 4, you know, is it which of these 4 will be missing? And you say this player is not good enough
for me, maybe we can work a lot in his brain, for example, or in tactically. These 2 we can work. You know, when you arrive to Spain, for example, or Italy, maybe this first season you work with psychologists or nutritionists, these things that maybe here don't have control or the teams don't care a lot, but there for sure we can work. In the brain and tactical we can work.
Okay,
yes.
but when it comes to other parts, you cannot do it?
Yeah, for example, normal in La Liga 1, La Liga 2, also in third level in Spain, they have this psychologist area where every player so from Spain, don't care from where you come, they work on this every week. You have your session with the psychologist, and for me, is the way that we can work and the players improve yourself a lot.
So finally, this particular tournament will end, tomorrow, right? And then you go back and with the players that you think are actually good enough for this. But you've done scouting program across Africa. You know, some country in Africa.
This is the first time, as I told you, the first time that we come here, and after this we go to Europe again. The market starts, and we have a lot of job now. And with these players that we take, we start work as soon as possible. Yeah, we arrive this weekend to Europe and we start to work. We have these 2 months.
So have you scouted any player in Africa and then the player make it to the top?
It's my first time.
It's your very first time?
Yeah, it's my first time that I pick one player from Africa.
Oh, is there a reason why you don't come to Africa?
No. I make my retirement 1 year ago by an injury. For this, I start to work now. I make deals before my retirement, but it's the first time that I work only as an agent, you know.
Okay, you said first. I thought you said 5th.
No, first.
Okay, good. Well, I mean, it's so good. I just hope you get to see, the quality of players that you're looking for, and hopefully you come back again, to pick other players. Jibrin actually, is obviously a Nigerian, so he's been doing this a lot of time, and he talked about, how things work in that part of the world. Let's talk about the difference between what you're seeing here and the scouting program in Europe.
Maybe the big difference is the tactical works. From 5 years, 7 years ago, in Europe, a lot of teams start to work in this tactical with this modern football that everybody want to play, is positional game, and maybe for me it's the big difference. The people in Europe understand so much the game, and for me it's the big difference about the quality, individual physical conditions. They are the same. Also, if we speak about physical, for sure here have better players than in Europe. For this, I'm sure. For this, if we work in this things that we speak before, like mentality and tactical conditions, my opinion here, you have top players for make top career in Europe.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
It's good to have you in Nigeria and have fun.
I hope the next year I'm here again.
All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Tell us your name and who you are.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Udog Emmanuel, the CEO of Dominion Hotspur Football Club Lagos.
All right. So, Emmanuel, so please tell us exactly what we are doing here.
Okay, trying to get the next generation of great players for Nigerians. We are doing scouting program, partnering with top sports from Finland, and then we have so many of them scouts, sporting directors from Spain, from Italy, from Finland, from Croatia. We have 8 of them on ground here, trying to get the good talent Nigerians have to export them to Europe to continue their career. How we are doing here.
Absolutely. So is this the first edition of your scouting program?
Yeah, for me, with Top Sports, this is 4th edition, but we've been doing this regularly. This is what we do, and this is our business. For over 20 years, we've been doing this, and we have over 15 players in Europe playing. Even today, one of our players will be playing UEFA Cup, representing Midtjylland Football Club in Denmark. So we've been doing this over the years, and then, but with Top Sports, this is the 4th edition with Top Sports.
So this is December 2025, and we want to believe this is going to be the last event that you'll be having this year. True?
Sure.
So tell us exactly, this kind of event, how often does it happen in a year?
Yeah, what we normally do is, even my friends, they also host scouting programs. If they invite us, we attend. Likewise, the way we invited them to attend our own. Okay, for next year, we have 3 major events we are going to host. Dominion Hotspur is going to host, but not limiting that we are not going to attend other scouting programs being hosted by other academies. So this is what we do. Like I said, we don't do any other job. This is what we do.
Okay, so you're saying next year you're having 3 major programs. Can you tell us these programs outline?
Yeah, we have scouts coming from Spain, sporting director Dario. We have other ones coming from Slovenia. My friend Henry is bringing them. Then we have the biggest one of them. Inter Milan is coming. Juventus is coming. Leeds United is coming. So this is the biggest one we are going to have next year.
So is there sort of mini tournament, or do you have a plan for your team to actually be part of the Nigerian Professional Football League at some point?
I'm not sure we are interested in playing Nigerian League. I'm sorry, but this is what we are. We have our own championship we call United Football Championship. We are only 12 teams. We contributed money by ourselves, organize it, pay the referees, pay the medical, pay the referee, the pitch. We don't own the pitch. We hired and pay for it. And then we make sure the players are as young as 18, 17 playing the league for us. It's our own professional, our own private league.
Okay.
United Football Championship.
Okay.
So we use it to keep the boys busy while we are preparing them for the big event like this. Because without playing those leagues, they cannot be ready for our scout to scout them, playing this kind of events. So that's what we do.
Absolutely, that's huge. Because is there a particular reason why you are not particularly interested in the MPFL?
MPFL, it required a lot of huge finance, traveling all over Nigeria, the risk involved, everything about Nigeria. I don't want to talk much about that, which we know. I cannot really risk the boys because we have them 16 years, 17, 18, 19 at worst. So we cannot risk parading these boys in Nigeria from Maiduguri to Lagos, from Lagos to Port Harcourt, in the name of we are playing Nigerian League.
So this your United Football Championship you talked about. How many years have you played it?
Yeah, this is 2nd edition we just finished this year. So the 3rd edition is coming up next year.
So
it's a private league.
So it's a 12-man team format.
12 teams, standard.
So that particular league, right? The players that will be playing that particular league, are they all based in Lagos? The teams?
Yeah, the teams all based in Lagos. for easy assessment and then logistic. We don't want to bother people coming from Ijebu, coming from Ibadan, any other place, but within the environment here in Lagos. We have more than 1,000 academy in Lagos State alone. So we carefully selected only 12 of us. We start, then gradually we can increase. Yeah.
So far so good. You talked about players who have been successful, that have gone through your academy, and now you have even expecting one of them to be part of European competition tonight.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel, and what's the dream for coming days for these players?
Okay, it's just my passion, and then I love what I'm doing. Respect is passion. It's also business. Because Nigerians don't know, this is one of the biggest industry. When you remove oil section and gas and agriculture, I think sports is the major one again. And then we're investing in sports. We are not regretting it. I'm happy doing this.
Tell us about the challenge that comes with this particular thing, because we know that no matter how beautiful something looks, there's a huge challenge that comes with it. Tell us about the challenge.
Okay, we cannot cry, we cannot complain. We have our challenges, and everything based on finance, because governments, nobody's supporting us. The companies, huge companies in Nigeria, nobody's supporting us. It's what we have, we are using to support the boys, feeding them 3 times in a day, and then making sure health-wise, we register them in a clinic. Anytime they are sick, they go there and take their medication, making sure their kids are okay. We don't really have our own camp, but we rent where they sleep. Very good environment. And we don't have our own pitch yet. We also rent. These are the challenges we are having. Paying for the pitch, paying for the rent, transporting these boys from Lagos to Ikenne, from Ikenne to Ibadan, from Ibadan back to Lagos, Oniko, Oshodi, Maracana, Sejion, in Ajegunle. This is what we do, all to Ikorodu. These are the challenges we are having. It's finance, but we cannot complain, because we know whatever that we're doing is working. I source the money, nobody supports me, and then I also do other business. I'm into building material. I sell tiles, WCs, and doors, bought from China and Turkey. So that's where I source my money from to finance the football part of it. And then sometimes we have some transfer, training compensations, solidarity support from the European clubs that we give our talents to. They just have to send to us compensation, training compensation, for us to continue training more talents. So, but I will tell you for free, our major problem is finance. And then we have written to many companies, but they are not responding, So they don't understand what we are doing, so we have to leave them and forge ahead. That's just it.
So let's talk about the bigger goal, because the big goal is to also have players playing at the highest level, and let's talk about them starting from the grassroots level for national team. How many players have you had play for the Nigerian age grade team?
That national team. I have to reserve my comments about national team, but we have tried severally. We have gotten about 4 players, gotten to the final selection of 30 players in under 17 cadets. But eventually, they will not make it to the last phase of it. We all know that, but I don't want to go into that. And then we also have to overlook that and focus on taking them abroad, which we have succeeded. At least we have like 15 of them. If they're not good, they will not keep them. They will not sign them. As I'm talking to you, we are still going to give Zizla Football Club. Is a second division club in Portugal. 3 good players. They have sent their contracts here in Nigeria. We signed here. They've been there. They passed their medical and everything. So if we don't produce what we are producing, I don't think professional clubs in Europe will listen to us, because I don't own any one of them. So it's the talents we give them that they're after. So you have just imagine, if clubs in Europe can take our players, why wouldn't they make it to the national level and other?
So I was about asking that. Is there did did they give a particular reason why your players are unable to actually make the cut for the 8th grade team for Nigeria?
Like I said earlier, I wouldn't want to elaborate more on the national team things. It's their team.
Okay.
Fine. Yes. It's the selections they made by themselves. The coaches select their best, and I wouldn't complain about that. So when they say my best is not enough for them, good enough for them, well, I can still take my best players to Europe, which Europeans accepted. If I have not done this before, we cannot have like 9 European agents and club directors here watching what we are doing if we don't really know what we are doing. So it shows that we know exactly what we are doing. That's why they are here. This is the 3rd day. They are watching with interest. They are not complaining. So I'm very happy if they can take my players to Europe, and then one day, if God permits, they will also represent Nigeria any day.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for giving us this. Hopefully, I would love to have you someday, have this conversation.
I was looking forward to that.
Elaborate.
I was looking forward to that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Right?
With me here is Augustine Jubrin, former Nigerian player, and the man who is the scout overseeing all scouts here. Good afternoon, and it's good to have you, join us on Voice of the People TV.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right. So we came here and we saw lots of young talents, and from our discovery, this has been going on for at least 4 years now, and also we're made to understand that this program has actually vetted top talents, players who are currently playing in the UEFA Champions League, one of them a certain Team Friday. So it means that there's a lot in here. For you as a scout, looking at this particular program, what can you say?
Okay, very interesting question. On the scouting perspective, it's been nice and so interesting so far. Like my profile says, I used to be a football player in the past. Now I'm a coach. I'm a UEFA A licensed coach. I coach a team in Europe. On the scouting part, it's been so nice to see young talents, people that are aspiring to grow in the game. All right, they are raw and they still need a little bit of polishing. But our goal is to pick out the right talent and then take them ashore to polish them into the big market. So far, so good. It has been so interesting. There are young, good players here. We've seen a lot of players, but to face the fact, it's not possible for us to take everybody. But for sure, we're going to take a couple of players and put into the European market. I like the setting. I like what has been going on. They've been so professional. Everything has been on time, well organized, a live stream that we have to show with our colleagues back home. Many of my colleagues, friends. Actually, the brain behind this whole thing, it's a person called Hilary Azodo, an ex-player, ex-Nigerian player. He's the brain behind all this. And one of his goals is to take the young talent off the streets. So that's his main target. And we've been doing this for almost 12, 15 years now.
So on a personal level, before you joined the Domino Sport, before you collaborated with the Domino Sports initiative, right?
Yeah. We've been a company called Top Sport International Concept. It's almost 15 years in this business. And every year we come into Nigeria to scout for young talent, be it young, or maybe I shouldn't use the word young, but scouting for talent. And then placing them on the right space in order to, help develop and improve the Nigerian football.
So when you say, polish, right? Help us with specifics, because I see good players here, and I mean, from the eyes of someone who just see footballers do their business, do their thing. Help us understand the specifics of what.
All right, I can throw a little light based on the coaching aspect. Yes. When we talk about raw talent, we talk about skills. We have a lot in Nigeria. You just walk by on the street, you can see a good player that knows a good passing drill, can control the ball. But when we talk about polish, you need to now grow this player into the tactical view. Most of the players in Africa, in Nigerians, our tactical knowledge, it's not so good. We have the skills, we have the talent, but how do you put this, how do you execute this in a game tactically? And that's where the coaching aspect comes in. That's why the polishing comes in. That's why the orientation comes in. So this is one of the things, we are searching for the talent, and then when we take them out, it is now left for them to prepare them tactically to fit in whichever way they want. For talent, for skills, we have it in this country. But tactically, you'll be the judge of that.
Okay, so help me understand, or help us understand, the difference between your time, right, as a very young player at this age, and what you have now. I know that players have always been moving, in your time as a young player until date. So help us understand the difference between the scouting program as it were then and now.
All right, in the past, most of us don't have this kind of opportunity for scouting programs. I could use my own scenario. I was in the national camp, and then there's this Finnish coach agent that was around then and saw me play, and then that's how the whole thing started. Approached me and, hey, what do you think? Do you want to take your football career to the next level? And then it was through Hillary that we got to find ourselves there. And then I went there. Fortunately for me, I had a good football career. Started really well, the hurdle, played to the highest league, and then due to injury, slowed down. Because of what football has done to me, because of the passion of it, I wanted to give back to the community. I went for coaching, got one of the highest certificates, and I'm coaching a team in Europe. Now, comparing in the past and now there is vast opportunity, a lot of opportunity, because now we bring the scouts in, they come here to scout for players, and then they pick. In the past, nobody wants to come here. They don't come to scout for nobody. It's recommendation. And then there is a follow-up. But now it's like bringing Europe down to you in Nigeria, making it easy. In the past, we have to go there for trials. Many players go there, they struggle, they don't make it. But now they come here, they see the talent in you, they see the potential in you, they take you there, and then your development growth comes in. But in the past, there's no time. They don't give time for that. You come in, you go for trial, 1-2 weeks, you don't fit in, back home to Nigeria.
Wow. So tell us again more, as a scout. Looking at this particular, scenario, because now you get to see, players, turn up, and then we were made to understand that there are about 46 teams here, and then in the end we are looking at, the person who, I spoke with earlier, told me, Mr. Yemi actually told me that, if he's got about 20 players, he will be very, very happy, but then, of course, there are certain situations where you say, you don't get to meet that cut because, of course, these guys feel they're not good enough. As a scout, right, who has been running this project on your own, before you actually joined, or whatever project is going on right now, what can you make us understand back in your days? What are the things you hope that, or you would have wished, that you had? That the people who are actually here now, aside the fact that of course the scouts will definitely come here, and then how you actually explain it. But what are the things that you would have hoped that back in your time, those things were actually very available, for young players?
Orientation, getting the right knowledge, getting to know what to do when we go to Europe. In the past, we know nothing. We don't even know the country we are going to. First time when I flew out, I went to Finland, and I didn't even know Finland was so cold. I went there dressed like, a showboy, easy going. I found myself I came in January at the peak of the winter. So, lack of knowledge, lack of orientation. In the present world, there is knowledge, there is orientation, style of play. Things are more modernized, there's more information now compared to the past. And now, so when you get this information, make use of it. The European kind of football, it's different from the African kind of football. In the good old days, we believe in our strength, in our physical fitness level. Those are the things we believe in, and our personal skills. But now, when you go in the modern way, they believe more on the tactical goal. Your tactical ability, how do you fit into the system? It's not all about only your physical strength anymore. It's not all about only your skills. it's a whole total package. In the past, we just believe that when you're strong, when you're physically strong with your skills, you're good. That's the notion everybody has. But now, it's not that. Football has gone more digital than in the past.
So let's come down a bit into the Nigerian football now. I mean, you agree with me that our football is really taking a nosedive, you know, from the 90s down to where we are today. We are struggling to even... I'm talking about the national team now. I mean, it's obvious we didn't even make it to back-to-back World Cup, unprecedented for the very first time since we have, started going to the World Cup. But now let's talk about the national team. Now, what do you think are the chances of the Super Eagles, making it to the Nations Cup final?
Honestly, on the coaching aspect, I could say that Nigerians have one of the best teams you can talk about in the world. The Super Eagles is a very great team and a good setting. Only thing I think, and there's some missing pieces. Think about it. Go to statistics, check the kind of players we have. Anywhere, anytime, any country they go to, people want to reckon with them. For instance, Osimhen. He's like a mini god where he is. Kids love him. If he's not performing, you think people will concur with him the way what he's doing? No. So I don't think the Nigerian Super Eagles is bad. I don't think we have a big problem. All I think is our technical ability, our management, how we manage things, both player, both organization, how we put things in order. It's just a problem. If you talk about the skills, the quality of players, we have them. I don't have a problem with even the coaches, all the coaches from Finidi, everybody's giving out their input and their best. But there's one little piece that is missing. If you don't have the backing of your management, there's tendency that the coach will fall.
So basically, from where you stand, you believe that the problem with Super Eagles is management problem, not the quality of player.
Yeah, I think our problem, generally in Nigeria mostly, is the managerial aspect, not the quality of player. We have one of the best quality of players in the world. Even in the reserve bench, even with those that they have not been called up, we have quality players. Anytime, any day, we can always raise 22 best squad in the world. But now, how do we put these people together? How do we make them achieve? You need to have managerial skills. You have to have personal skills, human relationship. You won't tell me that the boys in Nigeria, those boys playing in Super Eagles, are bad players. Check statistics. None of them is bad.
So can we win the AFCON?
Interesting question. Football doesn't go that way anymore. Everything is possible.
But back in the days, you know that when the Super Eagles is going to, a major tournament like that, particularly in the AFCON, we can actually stand and say, you know what, this team is definitely going to get to the finals or perhaps the semi-finals. In fact, at the point, we're dubbed the bronze specialists. I think it was towards the late 2000s before we got to 2010. Around that era, Super Eagles got to a lot of semi-finals. In fact, we came back home with bronze a lot during that particular era. So, but now it seems like it's difficult for you to actually call it saying the Super Eagles will get to semi-finals.
It still boils to what I told you, comparing the past and the future. We were dominant in the past because we had a vast knowledge. Remember, don't forget, Nigeria is a football world. It's a football country compared to, think, Namibia. And in the good old days, if you want to talk about the football world, you're talking about Zambia.
Yes.
You're talking about Cameroon. You're talking about Ghana. Those are people that are into the football. Do we know anything in Ethiopia? DR, do you know Democratic Republic of Congo? We have few settings. Ivory Coast, Cameroon, Ghana. Those are names we know then. Those are the people that have the orientation. Nigeria. But now, the world things are changing. Globally, they are beginning to get oriented. The orientation is reaching to that part of the world. And then they are growing players. Don't forget, they have professional players everywhere too. In the past, how many do we hear? How many professional players have you heard? How many big names did you hear comes from Somalia? How many big names did you hear come from Ethiopia? In those good days, we heard Egypt. Those people were already vast in this game. That's why we're winning back to back. But now they have the knowledge, like us, They have the professionals abroad. They've now invested in pushing players out, and then the players are coming back to give to the community, which makes their knowledge has grown really, really high. So they are vast technically, mentally, physically. So they are prepared like us.
So let me now ask you this as a scout, right? Because now it is obviously your job, to actually look at the player and say this one is a good fit based on what you see. Tactically is good because you understand the tactical aspect of the game. But is there something, even if a player is, technically good, physically good, tactically good, is there something that would make that player not good enough for a team?
Team player. To be a team player. Football is a team game, not an individual. You might have it technically, you might have it physically, you might have it, your skills tactically, you have it, mentally, you have it, the social way, you are ready for it. But if you're not a team player, the pieces is not there. For instance, I give you, check out one player now, he's playing here in the middle, he gets the ball, he has a very good skills, he can dribble the whole pitch, he can dominate the whole pitch. But if you don't pass to your teammate, think about it mentally. Do you think your teammates are happy with you? You want to be on the spotlight. You want to be a show. You're not a team player. Who wants to take such a player? Can you play alone? Then, mentally, the boys want to step aside and leave you to do the whole show. And when they step aside, can you succeed alone?
Okay, I get that part. But, I want to believe that players who have that team player deficiency. Okay, which would you rather have? Sorry. Which would you rather have? A player with team problem deficiency and a player with attitude problem? Because I've got to see a lot of coaches talk about attitude problem. Which would you rather have? A player with attitude problem or a player who is not a team player?
They go together hand to hand. They go together hand to hand. A player that's not a team, an individual player that just want to show, has an attitude of an ego, attitude of being proud, attitude of just want to be on his own world. So, and then arrogancy comes in. These things are attributes, you not being a team player. If you will not tell me a player that you are a player, you are humble, you are easygoing, how on earth won't you be a team player? It's logical. So the attitude thing you're talking about, yeah, it depends on what kind of attitude are you talking about. Is it so stubborn? Now it goes into coaching technology. There's identity of a coach, ideology of a coach. What kind of coach are you? Are you a coach that you are a developer? Or are you a coach that you are like a boss? Or what kind of coach are you? Your coach determines the level of player you want. You ask me a question if I want. I am a coach that is very disciplined. So as such, I don't want a player that will come and spoil the other players. It doesn't matter how skillful you are. If you're too good, I'll put you on the bench.
Wow. That's a very strong call. A lot of coaches would actually find a way to manage a player like that. But I think that's a Pep Guardiola thing. You're too good, but you have problems, you have to sit on the bench.
Yeah, before Pep Guardiola would do that, before any coach would do that, they would try to manage you. They would try to, support you and guide you. But when it's too much, it's too much. When everything is too much, it's too much. In the sense that, take a look at it. If I get a player, he doesn't come to training. Every time I play him in the game, even though he's a good player, he helps the team. Yes, he does help the team. How do you think? I'm managing a whole group. Not just one player. That player alone will cause other problems for me. So why would I want to create a problem for myself? I'm human, he is human. If he has a medical issue, that's a different thing. But if he's doing it on purpose and you try to help, how long will you continue?
Thank you very much, Sergio Rain. You've really been helpful in this particular conversation. I hope definitely someday we'll definitely have to have this conversation in a broader space where we're going to talk about a lot of things that has to do with not just the players now, but football generally. Again, let me ask you one last question. You've you're a coach, right? And then you're also a scout. You're scouting just football players, or you scout for other sports?
Football players. I scout both the ladies and the men.
So you do this tournament for ladies too?
If there's a ladies tournament, I come there to scout. Actually, I coach a female team 3 years ago in Finland, and we won the championship back to back in Finland when I was coaching before I left. So I've coached the female and I've coached the male. So I have vast knowledge for both.
Wow. So you definitely help us understand the peculiarity, between handling female and male. But definitely, perhaps we'll bring it to your studio so we'll get to talk about it. I don't know if that would make sense, but we would really like to have you.
Well, let's see. We'll see. But the unfortunate thing, how are you going to bring me to your studio? Because I don't live in Nigeria.
Oh, the scouting program brought you?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. But I mean, we can always do a virtual call.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
that's okay.
Thank you very much. Then we'll be looking forward to actually, bringing you on board someday.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. Now, this is Voice of the People Television and I am Chukwuma Okoro. Once again, Merry Christmas to you. We are less than 12 hours to Christmas. In fact, about 6 hours to Christmas. And from us here on VOP Television, this is wishing you Merry Christmas. Now, on the show today, extreme defections to the APC and Nigeria's democratic stability. When we move away from that, we'll talk about quest for Igbo presidency and nation building in Nigeria. And of course, in the course of the show, we'll also weigh in on the state of the nation, talk about insecurity, economic decline or economic prosperity, and human development index, and all of that. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined virtually by Dr. Fresh Onuoha. Dr. Onuoha is a diasporan. He's an APC chieftain. Coordinator Tinubu is the answer. He's the president, Nigerian Diaspora League in the UK, and former special assistant to the Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Emeka Majuba. He's also former organizing secretary of the Labour Party in Imo State. Good evening, Dr. Onuoha, and welcome to Political Lens. Good to have you.
Good evening, Chuma. Thank you for having me. Good evening, viewers.
Good to have you. It's been a while. By the way, Dr. Onuoha was my classmate in high school. Good to see you again.
Oh, my pleasure. It's been a long time, Chuma.
Over 40 years.
We've all changed. We are growing gray hairs
Growing
now.
gray hairs and all of that. I think the last time we saw you were in the University of Technology, Federal University of Technology, Owerri.
Owerri,
Am I
yeah.
right? Yes. And I came visiting from Calabar then. Good to see you again, Callistus. Now, let's get into it. President Bola Tinubu recently hosted a meeting of the National Caucus of the All Progressives Congress, APC, at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, as the ruling party intensified internal consultations ahead of key political timelines. While in attendance were 6 former governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, who recently defected to the All Progressives Congress. Talk about Similaya Fubara of Rivers State, the most recent, and not just the most recent, but as at then, Peter Amba of Enugu State, Sherry Oborowere of Delta State, Doyediri of Bayelsa State, Pastor Omoen of Akwa Ibom State, and Abu Kefas of Taraba State, who participated in the caucus session since crossing over to the APC. Now, this meeting was before Caleb Muftuan of Plateau State joined the APC last week. If you add him, it will be 7 PDP governors that have joined the APC. Also in attendance were the former Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, former Senate President Anyim Pius Anyim, and former Senate President Ken Nnamani, all previously leading figures in the People's Democratic Party before joining the APC fold. The list does not include senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives have joined the APC, not just from the PDP, but from other political parties. Party insiders at the venue described the engagement as strategic and consultative, designed to reinforce cohesion, reaffirm internal discipline, and harmonize positions before the NEC convenes. Well, the meeting also provided a stabilizing forum for senior actors to exchange perspectives, smoothing internal frictions, and build consensus around political direction, especially as the party approaches the 2026 calendar, when primaries for the 2027 general elections are expected to commence. Dr. Onuoha, the girl of defections to the ruling party, was democracy's true color and the meaning in the context of these defections. I would like for us to talk about democratic stability, given the fact that we have 36 state governors and practically about 26 of them now, or even more. I think we should be talking about 28 or 29 of them in the ruling party. Now, what color of democracy do we see, and what is the meaning of all of that within the context of these defections? What do you see?
Chuma, if you've been following the trend recently, you discover that PDP is in crisis. It's chaotic, and these governors want a platform to run for 2027, a guaranteed platform for that matter, and no one knows where PDP is going at the moment. Secondly, people are impressed with some strides which President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing in APC. So it becomes a good bedfellow for them to join. And that is why they're trooping without looking back. PDP, as we talk now, they don't have a platform. They have cases in court. They have double leadership. No one knows where they're headed. And at the end of the day, you don't know if you belong to this faction. The other faction will get approval from INEC. And so they are in dilemma now. The best option for them is to move. And where do they move? They will move to a party that is promising, a party like APC that will give them what they want and guarantee stability. And I think there are other parties beside PDP. So we are going on a very platform that will lead us to where we want to go in 2027. The opposition is still strong. P2B is still there in the Labour Party. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Onwoha, you said quite a lot that is quite instructive. And when you talk about the fact that, look, these governors, they need a stable platform, to contest the 2027 election, Nigerians are asking, what happened to the PDP? The internal crisis in the PDP, is it beyond the governors, to reconcile all these problems and stay within the party instead of having to jump ship at the moment? So who are they leaving the PDP for? And what gives you the impression, too, that they will not take the problems of the PDP to the APC? That is on one part. When we finish this part, I will now talk about the strides you say that the present government is making, apparently, pulling the governors to the APC.
Nuisance values are easy to come by. Destruction is very easy. You can build a house, you can take a whole year building a house, but it takes less than 1 day to pull it down with a bulldozer. I think the wrong persons are in PDP right now, and they are pulling the pillars that hold it together. It is only a matter of time it crumbles. And any intelligent person in that party who want to contest in 2027 should be looking for an alternative platform to contest in 2027. Otherwise, he will see himself in a vacuum and he will not be part and parcels of the 2027 election. And so the nuisance value I'm talking about, there are some people in PDP whose aim and objective is just to destroy the party. And they have continued to do that without apologies. They are using their personal funds, to ensure that there's no life remaining in PDP. Well, we are not going to regret it because it's heading in a good direction. We are encouraging, that drift to APC so that we will have, a landslide victory in 2027 election to enable President Ahmed Bola Tinubu to continue the good work which he's been doing. And, it's difficult to build foundation. He's been building and people are not saying. But for those of us who have, foresighted, know that very soon we are going to get to the El Dorado that we're looking for. Thank you.
All right, but I would like for us to still talk about the problems within the PDP before we talk about the president's stride. The good works that you have talked about. I'd like for you to list them in a bit. But talking about the PDP and the APC, can you think of any of these people, that has moved, that is currently in the APC, that has not been a part of the PDP? I mean, Atiku Abubakar has moved from PDP to ACN, from ACN to APC, from APC back to PDP, now he has gone to ADC. Which of these people, almost all, there's been this mix of people, the same characters that destroyed the PDP, supposedly, are the very people that are going over to the APC. And when you talk about people that are using money, state funds and all of that, money made from public, to destroy the PDP, what guarantees you, what gives you the guarantee that moving over to your APC, that they are not going to do the same thing? Because you already see some form of wranglings in some states, some APC states that are saying, oh, no, you came over from the PDP. Now you want to become the head of the party in the state. You are now the leader of the party in the state. You are ignoring those of us that have been in the party since creation and all of that. How do you think that these same characters will not cause the same problem that is in the PDP? And what guarantee do you have that there won't even be bedlam, that there won't be internal implosion, more like an implosion within the APC before 2027?
Okay, let's just look at it this way. Democracy in Nigeria is evolving. It's getting stronger by the day. We are making our mistakes and we are taking our lessons out of these mistakes. Remember in 1999 when we returned to democracy, PDP was the leading party. Over time, there were squabbles, people had differences, some decided to go to other parties. There were all alignments, new alignments, and new parties were formed, and all that. So for me, it is an element of democracy. We're getting stronger. We're getting the democracy is evolving in our country, and so we are not losing sleep about what is happening. About the party getting imploded, it is not going to implode. Rather, it's an alliance of like minds who are working towards the re-election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because you understand that the South and Northern politics in Nigeria is very obvious. In 2015, when during the time of President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, there was a gang up to throw him out, a Southern president who had performed very terribly, very well. Somebody who took our GDP to $500 billion, which was the largest in Africa then. Somebody who maintained our foreign debt at as low as $5 billion. But the people said no, they ganged up against him. There was a northern gang up against him. They formed a coalition that removed him. Sorry, I was in APC then, but we threw up one of the worst presidents the world can ever talk of, in the person of Mohammed Buhari, who didn't do much. Now, APC is trying to make amends on what mistake they have made. And they were looking for someone who is strong. And Bola Ahmed Tinubu emerged. Somebody we know is a strategist. Somebody we know has a track record. Somebody we know, is a prime mover from what he did in Lagos State and all that. And he is replicating it here now. I am sorry for the man, for the president. His Excellency is passing through this trauma because he is building the foundation, which is very difficult to do anyway. People don't understand. Some buildings have, 50% of their structures on their foundation, and it took years to come up, and nobody notices. And yet there is a lot of hard work that is going in there. So what is happening now, the coalition, the ADC and all that, is another bet they are throwing on the South to swallow, such that the South again will give up the presidency the way we did in 2015. We lost a president that was good and replaced him with somebody that was not, moving forward and was not moving backward. And so we are being very careful now. The bet they are throwing, we are not ready to swallow it. The coalition is still born. It's not going to move anywhere. And so that's why I think the movement that is going, the governors moving to APC is the right thing to do right now.
Okay.
It has to be strong. We have to give Bola Ahmed Tinubu all he requires to complete the reform he's doing.
Okay.
I know some people are not, comfortable with reform.
Not some people. A lot of people are not comfortable with your position, and we are going to talk about that in a bit. Now, from the way you sound, it looks like all these defections are orchestrated just to return Tinubu to power in 2027. And not because, like you said, that the nation is growing or that Nigeria is developing. Everything seems to be like, oh, he must come back to power in 2027. Why should that be?
Chuma, I think if we go into facts, you will understand that I'm telling you, the right things here. I want to give you an instance. Before now, electricity was very difficult to come by in Nigeria. The law had it that if you produce above 7,000 megawatts, you are expected to channel it to the national grid, and it's distributed in the way they like. If you recall, when Ahmed Bola Tinubu came into power in 1999 as governor of Lagos State, he was the first to think about bringing in an independent power plant. There was a floating power station. He moved in immediately, thinking he wants to industrialize Lagos, thinking he is going to localize that the electricity coming from that power station. But unfortunately, the rules and regulations, the laws did not permit him because he had to channel it to the national grid.
Okay.
There were other governors like Audley of River State who built power plants. They were never allowed to appropriate it in their neighborhood. They were asked to channel it to the grid. Now, during Buhari regime, the Senate passed the bill, for this thing to be unbundled and for private people to participate in generation of electricity and transmission and even distribution. That is what gave rise to what you're seeing in Abia State today. But let me just tell you that bill was not assented to by Buhari. He left it. But when Bola Ahmed Tinubu came in and saw that this is going to ginger the progress, industrialization of this country, he appended his signature in the very first month he came. And that is why we can stand here today and be proud to say that Nigeria is generating over 13,000 megawatts of electricity.
Dr. Onoha, that 13,000 is debatable. As at last count, as the last time I checked, the highest Nigeria has gone in terms of megawatts of power generation, it has not gone beyond 6,000. And even that 6,000, we cannot even use all because we don't even have the facility to take all of them.
This is verifiable.
Yes, I know, it's verifiable. We can really talk.
What you can argue here is that the quantity that is evacuated at the moment is 6,000 megawatts.
Or even less than that.
But I can tell you for free and allow you to verify this. I have, made my research through the regulatory bodies and all that. The last count, Nigeria was generating 13,000 megawatts. They've not been able to evacuate all. I'm sure gas lines have been built to ensure, and facilities are being put in place to ensure that these are evacuated. Okay. By the time all these processes are in place, we will be producing and evacuating 13,000 megawatts, which is not a joke.
Now, Dr. Fresh, I understand you. It is debatable, because a lot of people, including myself, I don't agree with the figure that you have put out. But we'll check up that in a bit. I would still like for us to talk about, the politics of defection. We will get into what the president has done in the past 2.5 years that he became president in terms of trying to grow the economy, in terms of HDI, in terms of trying to fight insecurity and all of that, scaling up the economy. I would like for us to stay at the moment, at the political level. Now, you made one admission that has been very difficult for people in your party, the APC, to do. You said that, Nigeria made a mistake in 2015, to have elected Muhammadu Buhari, who happens to be somehow the worst president Nigeria ever had. That was exactly your position. But you also said that there was more like a gang up from the north. Yes. When you talk about gang up from the north, Rotimi Amechi, is it from the north? Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is it from the north? I mean, these are the arrowheads, of the 2015 misfortune that you talked about. And unfortunately, I'm sorry, Dr. Fresh. Unfortunately, when Tinubu came into office, what did he say? He said, I will continue from where the mistake stopped. And that exactly he has done. So?
That will require to be clarified, Okay. I will continue from where he stops. He stopped. Could mean I would build on probably what he felt was tangible, like signing into law the electricity bill, which Mohamed Buhari was not able to sign. He continued and he signed it into law, and you and I are enjoying it today.
No, I'm not sure. You are not enjoying it because there is darkness here in Nigeria. You might be in the UK. You're enjoying like there is darkness here. We don't even have up to 3,000 megawatts that we are using. Industries cannot run on those things. We have industries that run on generators. We had an a telecom giant that said, look, it would have been better for me if I was running a telecom company, but I run two companies, one telco, one power generation, meaning that he deploys two big generators in over 1,000 base stations across the country. And you know what that means for him. So it's still not Uhuru for us.
That when it comes to power, we've had a lot of trouble over the years. And there's a building process. you must agree with me that facilities must be put in place. Remember that at the last count, Pacific Holding, Davido's father, which all of us know, commissioned generation of 1,200 megawatts of electricity, which is enormous. Geometric Power has commissioned 188. These are proceeds that are coming from private sector, who were hitherto not allowed to generate electricity in the past. And I can tell you for free that many other state governments are also building power plants that will enable us to grow. I'm looking at the end of the first term of Bola Ahmed Tinubu for us to be rounding off like between 25 to 30 megawatts, because a lot of plants are being built now.
Dr. Fresh, I hate to butt in at this moment because I want us to get things very clear. The problem doesn't seem to be generation. The 6,000 that we generate, very lowly, going by our standards, population and everything, the 6,000 we generate, we cannot even make use of all of them. And Nigeria, a country of over 230 million people at last count, we are fiddling with 3,000. The TCN, Transmission Company of Nigeria, is still fully owned by the federal government. And now we don't even have infrastructure. At last count, in the past 3 years, we have had more than 100 what do they call it, collapse. National grid collapse. In just 2.5 years or so, over 100. Yet we have a president who doesn't think it is necessary to build infrastructure that can even take up the 6,000 naira, the 6,000 megawatts, I beg your pardon. And we hear the impression that he created for us that, look, he seems to be doing well in the power sector. How is that so?
All right, let's take it systematically, because one, we are perfecting the act of generation.
Okay.
And you and I know that some of these power stations require gas, to proceed, to achieve, their height. And so he is moving into the second stage. Remember, recently, the federal government went into contract with Siemens, which is one of the world's best infrastructure provider when it comes to power. And they are trying to build, the transmission and then the distribution units that would help to evacuate more power from the generation sources. If you look at Abia yesterday, it was in the news, the federal government sponsored, the building of an infrastructure that enabled Okwa to come back to electricity after like 10 years of absence. What they have just done was to do, to ensure a transmission line of about 34 kilometers, and they were able to put down transformers, to distribute it. So they are having power supply. Now, what I'm trying to say is that the infrastructures take time, to get in place. Another problem is gas supply to these power stations. As I'm talking to you now, a lot of pipelines are being run, through all these power plants, to be able from sources where hitherto gases were flayed before, they are being gathered and channeled into this power station. And those processes are ongoing, and I have no fear that before the end of the tenure of this first term of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, those facilities would have been completed. And then you will begin to get the benefit of all this enormous generation that we're already having now.
Okay. All right, Dr. Fresh, I'm happy that you had to front load the president's performance, and we are talking about it now. But before we get into the numbers, I'd like to ask you, do you think that Nigeria will eventually slide into one-party state, more like a dictatorship? Do you see that coming?
I don't see it coming. Like I said, it's evolving. And the opposition is also strong in Nigeria. That's the beauty of the democracy. Like P2B is a strong force when it comes to the opposition. I don't see him joining the APC. I also see Atiku Abubakar, who is the head of the coalition, ADC. I don't see it, coming together to become one party. But what I think is happening is that there's a learning process we are undergoing. America have been a democracy for over 200 years. We just started again in 1999. So we are going to get there. It's going to get stronger, better by the day. That's what I think in that one.
Okay. All right, Dr. Fresh, I'd like for us to run the numbers now. Between 2015, when the PDP left office, and 2025, the 10 years of the APC government. In 2015, our GDP, like you rightly acknowledged, topped at $500 billion economy. Now we are 247. As at that time, we were number 1 in Africa. Now we are number 4. Egypt, South Africa, and which other country? I think Morocco has overtaken us. That is it. Inflation, as at the time PDP left office, inflation was 1 digit, 8%. Now, despite all the rebasing, inflation is still at 24%. I'm not talking about headline inflation. If you talk about headline inflation, it will be more. Now, exchange rate, as at the time PDP left office, was around 220 or 280 naira per dollar. Now, 1,456. Interest rate, 1 digit. Now, at what rate? Debt exposure, our debt exposure was below $40 billion. 40 billion naira. Now we have 152 trillion naira. In all of this, when you talk about reforms, what kind of reforms are you talking about? Reforms here in Nigeria or reforms on paper?
We have to look at it from the broader perspective.
Okay.
The former government put us on a hot seat. We were living on a borrowed time.
Okay.
Nigeria was moving towards the principle. What is not there. And it was a matter of time we slip into a failed state. And you and I knew that if that had happened, prolonged for another additional 1-2 years, there would have been disaster in the country. What this government has actually done is to, call a spade a spade. Made us to understand that all this time we're not running actual economy, we're living on borrowed time. That is the reason why on the inauguration day of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he decided to remove the subsidy in, from petroleum products. That alone could have created a disaster. Remember, every other president was so scared, stiff scared, to touch issue of fuel
subsidy.
The fuel subsidy.
Dr. Fresh. Dr. Fresh.
Yeah, let me
Dr. Fresh, are you aware that Nigeria still pays fuel subsidy? Are you aware, before we proceed? Are you aware?
Even if Nigeria, I'm not aware of that.
Okay,
but I can tell you a lot of money was freed from that subsidy.
Okay.
And now we are running the real economy. The other time we were running, on borrowed time. Now we are facing the truth for ourselves.
By borrowing more?
Petroleum products
we are facing the truth by borrowing more, Dr. Fresh, by borrowing more. I just told you our debt exposure in 2015, and now it has more than quadrupled. 142 trillion naira debt exposure.
When you look at it, you also look at the rate of the servicing rate ratio. Okay. You understand? You don't look at it as an isolated case. How much money were we using to service debt before?
Has that changed?
GDP. What I'm trying to say here is the debt servicing ratio to the GDP is better now by far. So we look at it holistically, you understand, because we are now doing the real thing. We are not shielding anything. We're not hiding anything. We have said this is how we are. We are not this rich. We are just portraying ourselves as being rich. But now, this is how we are. We have taken it from the foundation again. We are rebuilding from the scratch. We are trying to put things in place. That is what is happening now. And so the people are bound to face the pains. We are passing through the tribulation because we are now facing the pains of the reality of our time. Unlike when these things were shielded, hidden, and then all that, we're borrowing money and lifting ourselves up. But if you look at it now, things are beginning to look better again. Last year, a pound here was exchanging for 2,500 naira. But today, it is kept on coming down. As of last month, it was 1,800 per pound. So it will continue to get well because now we are becoming more productive.
More productive? Dr. Fresh, more productive. What are we producing? Companies are shutting down here.
Refined product. Okay, for instance, most of the petroleum product we utilize now are produced in our nation. So we are not foreign exchange reserve again towards that. And that is why you see there's a continuous the naira keep on getting stronger by the day.
Oh, well, I'm not sure Nigeria. I'm not sure the naira is getting stronger. If you look at the budget benchmark,
look at it this way.
Okay.
When we came to the basis, when we told ourselves the reality, it shot to 2,500. That was what it was at that time.
You're talking about the pounds. The pounds now. The pound sterling.
Yes, I'm just putting a benchmark with pounds.
Okay.
Now, as things kept on going on, the gross domestic product continued to increase. Like I told you, we are, unless for the overzealous independent marketers who are still bringing petroleum product, you and I know that Dangote Refinery and even the Port Harcourt Refinery, which has come upstream again, are producing enough for local consumption, and we're even exporting. So what that means is
Dr. Fresh, okay, land on your thought. Land on your thought.
Okay. Now, I'm sure you know that we're exporting to Cameroon and neighboring West African countries petroleum products from Dangote Refinery. Okay. So what I'm saying now, because of all these exports, the foreign exchange reserve is growing stronger. Like the last count, we had over $42 billion in our foreign exchange reserve.
Did you hear what the Minister of Finance said about the foreign reserve that is increasing? He said, no, it's not. It's because you are borrowing. It was more like a slip from him. Did you hear that? You didn't get that?
Every country in this world borrows. America has borrowed more money than any other.
And so when we borrow and it doesn't reflect on the exchange rate, the interest rate and all of that, of what use will it be to local production?
And I can tell you that nobody will borrow you money if they think you don't have the capacity to pay back. That is a simple, mathematics you and I know.
Because you have a collateral.
If they are able to borrow, means the lender understands that they have the capacity to pay back what they have borrowed. So the GDP is looking very good. Your borrowing has to be a particular percentage of your GDP. You can't borrow more than 25% of your GDP.
All right.
It's legal. Okay. And so I think they are keeping it within that range. So what I'm saying is that even though we are borrowing, we are getting stronger. Our reserve is growing by the day. The lenders are even having more confidence. But we are setting up infrastructures again. We want to get to a point where, this thing will be running on its own. It will be on auto drive, and the economy will smoothen out again.
All right then, Dr. Fresh. This is a conversation. It's an ongoing conversation. We might have to expand it some other time. For the meantime, let's get into another very interesting story, and that is the quest for Igbo president. Now, the quest for a president of Igbo extraction has been a sing-song since the return to civil rule in 1999. The closest an Igbo has come to the executive powers at the center was between 1979 and 1983, when Alex Ifeanyi Ekwueme was vice president. And since 1999, the highest has been the Senate presidency. And in the last 10 years, the highest has been deputy Senate president under Buhari. Talk about Ikwe Ekweremadu. Now, Dr. Fresh, what's your broad reaction to the quest for a president of Igbo extraction in Nigeria?
Chuma, you've asked a very sensitive question. I am first an Igbo man before a Nigerian. If you ask me, I would rather say, okay, I want an Igbo president. But it's a very sensitive matter as far as the situation we have in our hands is concerned now. Why do I say that? Now, each time they not want to play a divide and rule, throw a bet to us so that we in the South will be divided. Our votes are divided and they take advantage of that to ride on us. That's the situation. If you ask me which path will I follow, I will follow the path of Ohaneze. Ohaneze Ndigbo have thought it wise to support Ahmed Bola Tinubu for a second term.
No, I think that's a faction of Ohaneze Ndigbo, not the main faction of Ohaneze Ndigbo. You are talking about Isi Guzoro, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So now what we are saying is that they have seen some wisdom in it. The marginalization of Ndigbo has been there for a very long time. It's something that must be addressed. Tinubu came to campaign in Enugu 2 years ago. He said, I am the one that will help you realize this Igbo presidency. Now, what if we give him the support for this his second term? Definitely, we would have endeared ourselves into the hearts of the Yorubas. They are going to support us. We need their support. We cannot become president in isolation. We need the coalitions. The South-South, we have supported the South-South, so the payback time is coming. If we support the West, the payback time will come. And I'm also very sure that the North Central will back an Igbo presidency in 2032, which or 2031 or thereabout, and that is what we are looking forward to. It's overdue, but I don't think that this time is auspicious for that Igbo presidency, because it's another bird that is coming. The time that came in 2015, when we dislodged Goodluck Ebele Jonathan from office for this kind of thing. Now they are throwing the bet again for us to swallow and kick out another Southern president. When the Northern presidents were there, nobody bothered. Nobody, cared, whether he was doing well or he wasn't doing well. And nobody talked about building a coalition to remove them. Why is it only the Southern president that coalitions arises, in order to dislodge them? That's what we're asking here. We need the Igbo presidency, but it's not at the expense of our brother. We need to give him, since we know that he is on a trajectory of lifting this economy, since we know that he's setting out the template that will help run Nigeria smoothly. I think I will encourage my Igbo brothers that let us give him a backing that he requires now to get back to power and finish the work which he has just started. And then when it is our time to ask for their support, they won't look back but to support us.
All right. Now, Dr. Fresh, you have said quite a lot. You said that it is time for us. It is important for us to support Tinubu, because when he came to Enugu, he said when he gets it, that after he's done, he will give it over to us. That was exactly the story we were told, that was told to us during Buhari. Just support Buhari. The moment he's done, he's going to give it, to an Igbo man. That is number one. Number two, you said we should not align with the Igbo, should not align with the North at the expense of our brother, a Southerner. Now, let's do the arithmetic. Nigeria has 6 geopolitical zones. In 1999, power came down south, and the Southwest took it in Olu Obasanjo. In 2007, it went to the north. Yar'Adua took it. Somehow, it came down south again. Jonathan took it from the south-south. In 2023, who should have taken it, given that we have 3 zones in the south? Now it went again to the southwest. What form of justice is that? What color of justice is that?
Shuba, like I said, it's the marginalization of the Igbos did not start today.
Okay.
They look at it as, there was a civil war, they lost, and so we want to marginalize them. I think that's what my own thinking. I don't know what is in their mind, and I also think that to address the marginalization of the Igbo is going to be a holistic thing. We need to build the proper coalition and present ourselves as worthy to take that position. Why I'm saying this is that the time is not appropriate for us to jump in now because it's middle of the game. We will address the issue of marginalization. We are looking for a transfer of power, to the Igbo man, because we've been marginalized in every aspect, in appointment, in every other thing. Nepotism has been, the order of the day in this country. But that's not going to push us from, swallowing the belt again, because this is a very sensitive period. What we do with 2027 will determine how quick and how fast Igbo presidency will come.
Okay, by 2027, Bola Ahmed Tinubu steps back, and he does till 2031. And power goes back to the north from 2031 to 2039. That is how many years away from now? We are looking at approximately 3, 2, 4, 8. We are looking at about 15 years. Now, do you see what permutations do you think that can produce an Igbo president anytime in 20?
The holistic way.
Okay.
If you remember, the regions were like 3 regions.
Okay.
We had the West, we had the East, and we had the North.
Okay.
These are the principal regions. The discussion came recently, and when they started saying North and South, North and South. If we go to the original region, it could just be rotated through the major, regions, and vice versa. So we are looking for, there's nothing wrong in Igbo taking over from Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because we are a major region that has not tested power since democracy returned to Nigeria in 1999. And so we are very confident that even the North will consider it necessary to pass the power to the southeastern.
And you think that the North will allow? You think the North will allow power to stay in the South for 16 years?
But they have ruled Nigeria for more than 70% of the time, whether military or civil rules. Most of the policies that are affecting us today were done during the military. Remember the lopsidedness of the local government, for which Bola Ahmed now is trying to grant autonomy to the local government. And you know that the sharing basis here is local government and state. And one state in the north has 44 local governments. And a whole big Imo state has just 27. You understand that it's already lopsided. And these were created by military regimes. But when we talk about leadership, we talk as though military leadership was not a regime. You understand? We have to look at this holistically. The North has dominated leadership since independence. From independence, they have dominated over 70% of the time. So there's nothing wrong in handing over Bola Ahmed Tinubu, handing over to an Igbo president.
In 2020, in 2031.
2031,
okay,
exactly.
Okay, now beautiful. Dr. Fresh, let's talk a bit about the state of the nation. Now let's get into insecurity. You know the back and forth, that Nigeria has been having with Donald Trump of the United States, and how they have redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, recall the ambassador. Now they're offering $3,000 to illegal immigrants to return home and pay their flight tickets. And if you are not taking that, the moment to capture you, will take you in and will take you home first, and you not come back to the United States of America again. Now, do you think that this country, that the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing enough, in the war on terror, to the extent that, look, America can say, okay, Nigeria has a clean slate now, let's take them back? What do you think? What's your assessment of the president's drive to fight insecurity in Nigeria?
Chuma, let me start by saying that insecurity in Nigeria is a tetrahedron. And sorry to say, the leadership in the past has been complicit in this area. And that is why it has been difficult to fight insecurity. If you look at, there was a time when Sani Abacha was alive, he said that no insecurity will last 24 hours in Nigeria if the hand of the government is not in it. And you and I have been hearing about high-profile persons that are being mentioned who are complicit with this insecurity. And that is why it has been very difficult to dislodge. They've mixed religion with it, and they try to brand it with all them. It's the same thing with, whether they're calling it Boko Haram, whether they are calling it herdsmen, whether they are calling it bandits, they are all the same thing. They are all, violent crime, killing, maiming, kidnapping, to raise money to fund for their weapons and all that. Now, what is Donald Trump's interest? I want to tell you, before I even go there, let me also tell you that if our country is calm and peaceful, we have no need going out, because we have one of the best countries in the world. We have a country, that is happy 24 hours. We have a country that has summer for 12 months. We have a country, that are endowed naturally. We have a country that's endowed human resources and every other thing. So all we require to move forward now is to secure our borders and ensure that insecurity is brought to, the barest minimum. Trump is coming, a welcome development. Because you and I know that the world is moving, transiting from fossil oil to renewable energy sources. And I can tell you that lithium is playing a very paramount role in that process. In running your electric cars are made of lithium. And whether you're powering your solar energy or whatever, your inverters and all that, lithium plays a very paramount role. And I can tell you that we have a lot of reserve of lithium in Zamfara. Little wonder there is banditry in Zamfara. There are foreigners who come into our territory, across our borders, give guns to these bandits, exploit the mineral resources, and run away with it without paying anything to the government, and making it, even for our armed forces, difficult for armed forces to even get entrance into that zone and then flush them out. So we are thinking that Trump coming in will bring order to that area. Recently, lithium was found again in Kwara State, in one of the world's largest reserve of lithium has been found in Kwara State. And the bandits again has gone there, to create the confusion again. But Trump is saying we can take these people out and legalize this thing so that everybody will have, clean access to this energy, instead of some foreigners coming to steal it in compliance or in collaboration with some local chiefs, local politicians who continue to add such, banditry, and then insecurity continue to increase. Okay. But let me even ask you. Okay,
Dr. Fresh, I'd like for you to round off in 30 seconds because we are out of time.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Let me even ask you. Nigeria, some young boys invented or innovated, drones. And as I speak to you, these guys domiciled in Abuja, and they have capacity of producing 30,000 drones per annum. They are selling to the rest of the world. What stops the federal government from engaging these young people and then getting these drones to check our forests and all that? There are saboteurs inside, but I'm glad that they are being discovered. The federal government is naming those who are in the government who are trying to block all these processes, which to checkmate insecurity, bring peace on our land, and then have a very peaceful environment. And you see the world, I am thinking that the next destination of the world is Nigeria, because we have all it takes for tourism, we have all it takes for production, GDP increase, and all that. And so you, in the next 10 years, check out what will happen. And I think Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be able to rectify all these things and put us on the trajectory of realizing our nationhood.
All right, I'll take that as a concluding thought. And unfortunately, this is where we have to draw the curtain. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Fresh Onuoha, for being part of Political Lens. Now, Dr. Onuoha is an APC chieftain coordinator. Tinubu is the answer. President, Nigerian Diaspora League. Former SA to Honorable Minister of Education, Emeka Nwajuba, and former Organizing Secretary, Labour Party in Imo State. Thank you very much, Dr. Fresh Onuoha, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
Yeah, thank you, Chuma, for having me. I think there's a lot to talk.
All right, big pleasure. We'll do this some
I
other
love
time.
my country. I would always
now, on
want
behalf
to
of
be
the backroom staff, the technical director, bus engineer, the ingest manager, and the sound engineer. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemduto. I'll see you again tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning, on the morning show. From me, Merry Christmas and bye for now. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year, may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this is why they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic, and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power, and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, in some ways, about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? and for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me, because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now, to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother. Inspired by her daughter, the story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, she is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother, balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, it is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it For Men Only. I'm serious.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People
TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello Nigeria, Merry Christmas to you and a very warm welcome to you to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People Television, and we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nnenna Ndo. It's Christmas, and on today's episode of the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From Tinubu, governors and others calling for peace and religious freedom, to Netanyahu condemning attacks on Christians in Nigeria. Also, EFCC boss discloses corruption masking God's blessing on Nigerians. And finally, APC chieftain tells PDP to fix issues or merge with ADC. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. As Christians across Nigeria celebrate Christmas, political leaders and religious bodies are using the season to renew calls for peace, unity, and religious tolerance across the country. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to protecting religious freedom and promoting peaceful coexistence among Nigerians, regardless of faith or ethnicity. In a Christmas message to the nation, the president described the season as a reminder of shared values such as love, sacrifice, and compassion, urging citizens to embrace unity despite economic and security challenges. Across the country, state governors, clerics, and community leaders echoed similar messages, calling on Nigerians to remain hopeful and supportive of one another as the nation works through its current difficulties. The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, also urged churches to celebrate Christmas with wisdom, restraint, and hope, encouraging prayers for national healing, stability, and responsible leadership. Meanwhile, the Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Bishop Matthew Kuka, has used the Christmas season to challenge leaders to confront Nigeria's deep-seated problems. He called on political leaders to urgently address insecurity, poverty, and widespread suffering that are challenging the faith of Nigerians. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests who will be joining us virtually. We have Emperor Jackson Ojo. He is a public affairs analyst, a security expert, and an executive protection specialist. Also, we have joining us all the way from Benin City, we have Waya Kenneth Ogenovo, a human rights activist and publicity secretary of Talakawa's Parliament. Glad to have you join us.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Good evening, Emperor.
Yeah.
Glad to have you join us. Welcome. And good evening,
glad
Kenneth.
to join you.
Good evening, Kenneth. Glad to have you join us from Benin City.
Thank you too. I'm glad to join you people today. Thank you. Compliments of the
Okay.
season, please.
Hope you've eaten your Christmas chicken and all.
Still under the pipeline. We are still on it, ma. It's not yet finished.
Pipeline by
Come on,
7
join me,
o'clock. Okay, let's get right to what we have for today. Let me start with you, Emperor. So beyond seasonal goodwill, how can government, we've seen goodwill messages, we've seen the president talk about religious tolerance and all of that. But how can we go beyond seasonal goodwill, and how can government translate Christmas messages on peace and religious freedom into concrete policy actions?
Unfortunately, I don't believe in the kind of evangelism message from an evangelist that is not practicing his preaching. We enough of goodwill messages in this country. We want to see the
Okay, we seem to have lost connection with Emperor. Can we have you, Kenneth? Can you chime in on this?
Okay, yeah. The truth is a good thing that they're calling for peace, and religious tolerance. Let them be effective to preach. Okay. They don't need to give what good women. What they are doing.
Kenneth, you can go ahead, please.
Now it's good for them to call for peace and religious tolerance during this Yuletide period. Nonetheless, saying that alone is not tangible enough. We want to see these witches and this admonition, become a reality by the government taking the bull by the horn to put in place what will really, bring about peace and religious tolerance. Is not just calling for peace alone. Put measures into place that will ensure for peace. Now you're talking about peace during this Yuletide period, and there is no parameters that has been put in place to cushion the hard effect of economic hardship that the people are undergoing. They talked about a Christian genocide. They are yet to do anything tangible apart from the shenanigans, the parading that they have caught some bandits and the attackers and the rest. We are calling for a realistic government that walk the talk, a government that that they are not just doing what we call baraboism, a government that will really, feel the plight of the common man. The government that at least, we do the yearning and the bidding and aspirations of the common, Nigerian. Calling for peace during Yuletide period is not just what we yearn for. So it's good they are wishing us the Christians who are celebrating Christmas. Well, nonetheless, they should do better by at least putting measures into place to end insecurity, to end Christian or Muslim genocide, as the case may be. They should end S-men attack. They should end kidnapping and tend to the welfare of the common man. That is what is expected of them, and not this publicity stunt every time. Calling for what they're supposed to take action for. And during this Yuletide period too, with the money that is in the coffers of these legislators and our presidents and our governors, they are supposed to at least give, especially civil servants whom are at the end and receiving, who bears the brunt, they are supposed to give them 30 months salary. They would have paid them to cushion the effect, so that when you wish them, peace during their celebration, you give them something too for palliative measures. to cushion the effects of the already exacerbated, situation. So that is my humble take. It's good to call for peace. Nonetheless, the government should do the needful by putting parameters and measures into place to alleviating the woes of the plebeians and the common men in society. Thank you.
Okay, let me get back to Emperor. Emperor, can you just complete your thought?
Wait, not be so now. Whatever it was. No.
Emperor, are you with us?
And we do, but...
Can you go ahead? You were saying something before your network had issues.
And that's exactly what Mr. Wire was saying. That's exactly what I want to say. I don't believe in when an evangelist is preaching, but the way he's acting is against what he's preaching. Nigerians of today, we don't want anybody to grieve with anybody again. We don't want anybody to preach peace. Let us practice peace. Peace that you preach during Christmas, during New Year, during Islamic celebration. When you preach peace during this period of time, that is all. You don't care if the economy is okay. Economy is in comatose. Health fertility is in shambles. Insecurity is the order of the day. Educational system is in a rotten state. And you are preaching peace. You cannot get all this thing wrong. And you are expecting peace. No way. If all these things are okay, these are the combination that we work together to stabilize peace in any country. So enough of preaching peace during this period. They should practicalize it. They should make sure people can travel by road. They should make sure those people that want to travel by air, that can afford it. They should make sure that today, Christmas Day, some people will not be in their house. They cannot afford rice. They cannot afford any form of protein. Some people want to travel, no way. So enough of this preaching their peace. Let them practicalize it.
Okay, so one of the things that the president said during his speech, let me quote him verbatim. He said, "As your president, I remain committed to doing everything within my power to enshrine religious freedom in Nigeria and to protect all people of different faith from violence." That's what the president said in the speech. But I want to ask you, Emperor, let me still stay on you before I move to Kenneth. Do you really think that, do we really have religious freedom in Nigeria, in all parts of the country? Can we really categorically state that we have religious freedom in this nation?
There's religious freedom in this country. You are the atheists. Nobody is disturbing them. The herbalists, the traditional practitioners, they are doing their own. Nobody is disturbing them. Muslims are doing their own. Most of my friends, most of my business and political associates, they are Muslims. We don't think about that. When you want to board a flight, do you care to know if the pilot is a Christian or a Muslim? Do you care in the university? Do you care if the vice chancellor is a Christian or Muslim? Nobody cares about that. There is religious freedom in the country. But the only thing that is causing crisis is not even religious misunderstanding or whatever. The social economic of this country is damaged. It's in comatose. People cannot feed. An angry man is an angry man. That is it. They should put things right. In the 60s, before we were born, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, there is nothing like, we mingle. All these things people they call Fulani Expen, We grew up together in my village. They take their cows to farmland. They don't go to eat people's crop. So we mingle together with everything together during Ileya period. We go to their houses to eat. During Christmas, they visit us to eat. There is no religious misunderstanding. There is total religious freedom. But a lot of things that are supposed to serve, they are not there. No peace. No food. People cannot move. No freedom of movement. The law permits freedom of movement, but the system does not permit it except you want to take risk and kill yourself. That is it.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Kenneth. Kenneth, you know, can Nigeria realistically claim religious freedom? We've heard Emperor say that there is religious freedom, but can the country or can Nigeria as a whole realistically claim religious freedom when insecurity affects faith-based communities in some regions? That's one of the questions I want you to answer. And the second question I would like you to answer is that how can citizens measure whether religious freedom is truly being protected? Please, can you unmute your device?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. I cannot emphatically say that Nigerians are enjoying religious freedom. What is religious freedom? Is the right you enjoy from practicing your religion without intrusion or without coercion. If we were having what we call religious freedom, there wouldn't have been the outcry of Christian genocide that made Donald Trump and Senate in the US, to speak out that they want to come and lend a helping hand to Nigeria to, nip in the bud the religious insurrection or genocide. So there is no religious freedom in Nigeria, if you ask me. We'll see clips too when that reverend who called the attention of Trump and U.S. Senate and Rep. We saw the clip where he was conducting mass burial for victims of religious or Christian genocide. So with that alone, we cannot say that there is religious freedom in Nigeria. And what are the parameters for measuring truly if there is religious freedom in the country? It is when you worship whatsoever as any religious body you want, be it a Christian, be it a Muslim, be it an atheist, whether it's an African traditional religious person, that are without being disturbed, without experiencing violence. That is when it is said to be that there is religious freedom. But in the current state of Nigeria, amidst insecurity, kidnapping, in recent time, in those states where I stay, is all over the media, is verifiable. Even they kidnapped people in the seminary. Reverend fathers were kidnapped. Some church members were kidnapped. I think one also happened in Ondo. Not too far away. Not too far. Not too long ago, rather, when they went into the churches and the church and they were shooting sporadically into the air, and you could see allegedly that some persons were even killed, and you could see in the clip an old woman was trying to run for safety, but her legs could not carry her again because she's old. So seeing all of this, I will not be doing myself good, or posterity will not judge me aright to say.
Okay. We seem to have lost connection with Kenneth there. Let me go back to you, Emperor. Let me get back to you, Emperor. Emperor, and what role should religious institutions play? We've seen religious institutions, we've seen, religious bodies, what role should they play in holding government accountable beyond offering prayers and moral guidance? Like I said, we've seen them offer prayers, we've seen them talk about moral guidance, we've seen them say, give goodwill messages even on days like this. But beyond that, how can they hold government accountable?
For religious leaders, they should not obnob, they should stop obnobbing with the government. By the time our religious leaders continue to obnob with the government, they will not be able to tell the government the truth. This is a country where when some men of God are speaking the truth, and another some men of God, the second day they will pack themselves, they want to go to Aso Rock to go and do solidarity visit to the president. So which one? There must be a united religious bodies. The Christian must be united and remain one indivisible one. The Muslim must remain united and remain one indivisible one. That is when a reverend father speaks, he will be speaking the voice of all the Christians in the country. When an imam speaks, he will seem to be speaking the mind of all the Muslims in the country. But in a situation whereby some Christian bodies are criticizing government for the lackadaisical attitude of the government towards religious body. And the second day, some religious body too, in the Christendom or in the Islamic, we call press conference and be praising that same government. This is what government is encouraging this. They will pay some people money to support in building churches. They will support some people to go to Israel. Some people will go to Mecca. But if you ever criticize them, they will never give your group slot. So these religious body, they have allowed themselves to be infiltrated by the government. And that is why, because of their disunity, that is why they cannot hold government responsible. Simple as ABC.
Okay, so while I was reading like the background to this question or to the analysis that we're having, I actually talked about Kuka. Kuka was one of the persons who spoke in this story, and he said that he called on leaders to address the insecurity in the country. And one of the things he said, I'm going to also quote him verbatim. He said, while these challenges cannot be denied, he wants Nigerians not to lose hope. And he said that Nigeria cannot outsource solutions to these challenges, but rather be united in confronting them. He's saying that we should not outsource the solutions to our problems, but be united. What do you make of this statement? How can Nigerians be united in fighting against insecurity like we have it today?
You listen to me, to my submission now. I talked about unity. In those days, during Christmas, the Muslims will visit the Christians. During Salah, the Christians will visit the Muslims. Recently, even in the northern Nigeria, during the Christmas coordinated by the governor of the governor of Kaduna State. In that Christmas carol, you saw some really Muslim leaders there, and that is how it should be. There is nothing bad. People like Adeboye visit the Sultan of Sokoto. There is nothing bad. Oyedepo, Biyomiye. There is nothing bad. They visit religious leader, by Islamic religious leader. All is united to bring about peace. whatever they should do, after all, the principal thing is that all of us were serving one God. It is only one God that created heaven and earth and owns everything that in it. So, if the religious leaders, if you see the Sultan of Sokoto today, that pay visit to Baba Adeboye, and they dine and wine together, you will see tomorrow some Christians will not see any reason why they should not visit their Muslim brothers. But at the top there, you see them not uniting. How do you want the populace to unite? So our leaders to first of all unite. If the Christian leaders, Muslim leaders are united, the government of the day will be afraid of the people and they will do the right thing. But just because there is no unity, that is why the government of the day, they are not bothered. They can do whatever they like. Simple. That's my submission.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has called for an immediate end to attacks on Christians in Nigeria, stressing that religious persecution against any group is unacceptable. Netanyahu, in his Christmas message, said the persecution of Christians or followers of any faith cannot and must not be tolerated. He specifically referenced militant assaults and forced displacement of Christian communities in Nigeria, urging that the violence must end and it must end now. The Israeli leader contrasted the situation in Nigeria with what he described as religious freedom in Israel, where Christians are able to practice their faith openly and celebrate traditions without fear. Israel, Netanyahu said, stands in solidarity with Christians around the world. Okay, I don't know if Kenneth is back. Kenneth, okay, what do you make of this Netanyahu statement? Okay, Emperor, can you take this up?
Yeah. See, I am afraid if Ted Cruz, a senator in America, raised this issue and instantly the president of America accepted it, and now you are seeing the Israeli leader is accepting this, buying into this. We are leading towards religious crisis in Nigeria. Political crisis is a minor thing. Security crisis is a minor thing. Religious crisis, I doubt if any government will be able to handle it. We should do whatever we want to do as a nation. Our governments will rise up. The two major religious bodies should rise up to communicate to the entire world that there is no religious crisis in Nigeria. If the Senate of America raised this, the President of America raised it and even threatened, and Netanyahu is saying the same thing. I am telling you today that religious crisis is looming, and the government of the day must be very careful. Instead of the government of the day to be taking this matter very seriously, what they are after is the numbers of senators that decamp to the ruling party. It's the numbers of governors that decamp to the ruling party. 2027 election preoccupy their minds. But if there is religious crisis, Israel want to intervene to support Christians in Nigeria. America want to intervene to support Christians in Nigeria. There will be religious crisis and there will be no election in 2027. Our leaders will be very careful.
Okay, you know, some persons would actually say, or actually I've heard some persons say over this particular issue, that Netanyahu does not have the moral right to make the statement because the same Netanyahu, Israel, the issue they have with Palestinian and all of that, that why would he be saying Nigerians are being killed, Christians are being killed in Nigeria, when Israel is actually doing same to Palestine. So what do you make of this? Do you think that he has no moral right to make the statement? Is it a case of remove the log in your eyes before trying to remove the speck in Nigeria's eyes? What do you think?
Is there morality in Nigeria here? There is moral conflict in this country. Is there morality here? No morality here. And when they know that even in our government, there is moral justification to do some certain things that they are doing, then if you don't have moral justification to do what you are doing, if any other person is coming to do it, will you have moral justification to stop the person or to tell the person to stop? No. They are seeing the loophole and they want to capitalize on it in order to come in to cause crisis. The crisis that God knows what they want to benefit from. That is it. If you don't keep your house in order, another person that the house is full of disorderliness will come to your house and correct you. If you don't remove the speck in your eye, a dirty man will come and tell you to remove the speck in your eye. You must first of all, if we keep our house in order, do we need any international intervention? No. But is the house in order? In Benue, in Plateau, in Borno, in Katsina, in Kebbi, in Zamfara, in Sokoto, in Niger. If they are not killing anybody, will anybody be able to live on our country? No. So when you are not treating your children well, definitely those people that are not even clothing their children will come and correct you. It's as simple as ABC.
Okay, thank you very much, Emperor. Let's move on to the next conversation for tonight. Now, of course, we're moving the EFCC boss, the EFCC chairman, Ola Olukayode, says Nigeria's developmental challenges has been linked or is linked to entrenched corruption. He disclosed that corruption continues to mask the enormous blessings God has bestowed on Nigeria, preventing the country from achieving its full potential. In his Christmas message, Olukoyede argued that Nigeria is richly endowed with human and natural resources, but suffers from systemic misuse of public funds and abuse of power. The EFCC chairman called on Nigerians to join hands together and fiercely confront corruption so as to allow the abundant life of God manifest in the nation. Let me come to you, Emperor. You know the statement by the EFCC about Nigerians' blessings, our blessings being masked by the corruption that we have in this country, or that is operational in the country. What do you make of it? Do you think that is true? Do you think that corruption has really obstructed our blessings from God?
You see, there are times some people are just talking, just because they want to talk. Olukoyede, the EFCC chairman, has no moral justification to be talking about corruption or not corruption. You heard recently the billions of dollars that were not remitted by the NNPC, did they probe anybody? Dangote came out recently. What we heard was that the two directors resigned. Did they have they resigned? Did they interrogate them? Did they prosecute them? No. So these people are not really fighting corruption. Today, I see EFCC as an attacking dog against anybody. Most of the people that are in the ambassadorial list that have been cleared now, most of them have corruption cases in court. What is the EFCC looking at? The former governor of Kogi State, over 80-something billion dollars or thereabout. The man is moving freely in Nigeria today. What are the EFCC doing? There are lots of allegations against some serving ministers. What did they do? Immediately you decamp to APC, your financial crime is forgiven. So Olukoyede should be quiet. It should be silent forever, except and until when we see his actions that is actually fighting corruption. Nobody is fighting corruption in this government. So Olukoyede should be quiet and silent forever.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you actually think that corruption in Nigeria is primarily a moral failure, or is it a governance failure, or is it a bit of both?
Corruption in Nigeria today, it has turned to a disease, incurable disease. It's a disease that there is no doctor or traditional healers that have known how to fight it. So when you put some people as anti-corruption organizations, it's just to empower to pay them salaries and emoluments. Today, it has become the most dangerous virus today. Corruption in Nigeria today is worse than HIV, is worse than COVID-19. Today in Nigeria, it's becoming a norm because people can be corrupt now, and there is no punitive action. So far, so that is it. What is Olukoyede doing? He's not doing nothing. Yes. It's only the opposition, those people that have offended this in Ngige. Just because Ngige insulted Tinubu some time ago, that is why they are after him. The role of Malami in the presidential election, before Tinubu emerged as the candidate, that is why they are punishing him. They act now. They are all preoccupied now by chasing anybody that is not going to support 2027 presidential election of the incumbent president. Olukoyede should go and sit down. He should go and sit down. By the time he's coming on air to talk about fighting corruption, to talk about this, he's kind of shaming himself and degrading the government in which he's serving. Corruption is now a norm. It's an abnormality that has become a norm in Nigeria. And they are not fighting it. They are just pouring manures. Do whatever you want to do. The second day they come. When the former governor of Delta State was arrested for over ₦1 trillion something, 3 days later, he was released. A week later, he decamped. with all the APC structure, PDP structure in Delta State to APC. Did you hear anything from that case again? No. Nobody is fighting corruption. Corruption has come to live with us until God will send a government that will be ready to fight corruption. But this government, they are not fighting corruption. What they are doing is to pour more fertilizer for corruption to grow bigger and to yield poisonous fruit across the country. That is my submission.
Okay, thank you, Emperor. Let me move to Kenneth. Kenneth, we're talking about the EFCC's boss or chairman saying that corruption, or he has linked Nigeria's developmental challenges to entrenched corruption. He actually said that corruption continues to mask the enormous blessing God has bestowed on Nigeria, preventing the country from achieving its full potential. So first, I would ask you, what do you make of this statement? That's one of the questions. And then secondly, what reforms do you think are necessary to ensure anti-corruption agencies are seen as impartial rather than political tools? Can you unmute your device, please?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, please. You can go ahead.
Okay. Honestly, I find this statement coming from the EFCC chairman to be very, very laughable and ridiculous at the same time. It's a very funny one. Come on, how would he make a funny statement such as that? When we know that the current EFCC that we are having now under his watch is nothing but a rubber stamp that is just doing the bidding of APC and Tinubu. EFCC for me is not a serious institution or organization anymore, because they are what we call corruption itself. They are the most corrupt agency, and because they are not anything corruption inclined, they are just after people. You know, I will call them, they are wish hunting people. When they see that you have the money, they go after you. When you give them some money, they'll keep quiet. Nobody will know how the case later ended. So EFCC is not fighting corruption because they are the hub of corruption itself. Okay, look at the case of Yahaya Bello. Up till now, EFCC, they are yet to arrest Yahaya Bello. I will never take EFCC serious. And they bring him to book. Okay, look at the one that they are doing in Delta and those states. They are going after Yahoo boys. Nobody reported to you people that their money got missing. There is no complainant. You will just go. You are witch hunting.
Okay, we seem to have lost connection with him again. Emperor, are you with us?
I'm with you.
Okay, well, before we go, on a lighter note, let's move away from all the issues about EFCC and every other issue we've talked about today. But on a lighter note, I want to ask you, what memories do you have from your childhood of Christmas that you've never forgotten?
Christmas Day. When any day we enter December 1st, we begin to be joyous because we know that Christmas Day will be as early as 6 a.m. We'll be free to visit all our families and extended families and friends, classmates and others. From morning till night, we can trek from one community to our community to a nearby community. And we will be there till around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night. And after 8 o'clock, we trek back under the shadow of darkness. And we come back. That is it. But nobody does that again. You see Christmas Day now. People lock their children at home. People lock their gate because nothing for them to eat. Chocolates of entertaining visitors. But those days, it's a day that we eat and overeat. We are joyous. We move round. It does not happen again. That is it. It's so painful. People I need to travel with my family home. But how can I go? The road is not safe for me to move. The cost of aircraft, I will need over 2 million to fly my family down home. And by January, I'm going to be picking some bills. So that is it. Economic decadence, everything, infrastructural decadence, everything is in shambles. We are running a symbolic government. It's affecting the social religious activities. It's affecting social cultural activities. May God save Nigeria.
Hello. Sorry, it was the network. So,
sorry, Imperial. Okay, Kenneth, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, ma. Thank you.
But we just have 1 minute. So quickly round up on your thought, and then you'd round up with telling me what memories you have from your childhood of Christmas.
What memory? What
do you have from your childhood of Christmas?
Oh, if madam, okay, I will round off with that very word.
Please, just in 1 minute, please.
The memory I had as a child of Christmas, was so lovely. So lovely to get. We lived in harmony with our neighbors. It was funful. In fact, even when it gets to nearly Christmas season, you will see the atmosphere change, smelling Christmas here and there. But now, even Amatan said, here, cash Amatan. Amatan not come Nigeria for Christmas this year. Even our neighbors now, many of them, they could not even buy ordinary rice to eat. Everybody is feeling the heat. And before you see your neighbor, they'll knock on your door. Neighbor, I came to give you Christmas goodies. But now, my sister, everybody just they look each other. Sit down, look, don't dog name. It's very unfortunate. This is not the Nigeria of our dream. Mama, you want to cut out? This is not Nigeria of our dream. They should do better, honestly. How long do we continue like this? How long do we continue like this? When they cry, they see road. We can no longer continue like this as a people. This is not Christmas. In fact, this year's Christmas, we didn't do it too. This is not Christmas for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Waya. Hopefully, we hope that Christmas will get better for everyone and the nation will become better. Thank you very much, Kenneth, for being a part of this show all the way from Benin City. And thank you very much, Imperial, for being a part of the show from Port Harcourt. Thank you for joining us virtually for the issues.
I appreciate you.
We appreciate
you, and I'm very happy to meet Mr. Waya here.
Thank you,
sir.
I appreciate you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's polity and electoral governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Happy holidays.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Lagos today joined the global community to mark the International Day of Persons with Disability with a strong message on dignity, access, and inclusion. At the event organized by the Lagos State Office of Disability Affairs, participants from across the disability community highlighted the progress made so far and the challenges that still limit full participation in society.
We are also human beings like them, that what others can do, we can also do better.
Our mobility, how to deal with our challenges. People don't sometimes, like I am partially sighted. Most people don't know that there's a condition called partially sightedness.
Speakers stressed that when persons with disability are included, their skills and contributions become undeniable, their relevance becomes visible, and their success is guaranteed.
When the disabled are accepted, there will be provisions for their needs, just like every other person.
There is ability in those children if they are given the chance to participate, the chance to be around their peers, their age group, and they can also bring out that ability in them only if they allow that inclusion.
Disability is not a disease. And so, because it's not a disease, then, there's so much that can be done about it.
The state government reaffirmed its commitment to global principles such as the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability and the Sustainable Development Goals, especially those focused on equity, education, decent work, and inclusive community. They emphasize that inclusion is a right, not a privilege.
Today, I am pleased to announce that very soon, Lagos State will introduce the Lagos Disability Inclusion Compact. It's a comprehensive policy framework designed to deepen accessibility.
The government also called for stronger partnership, noting that it cannot build an inclusive society alone. It appealed to private sectors employers, technology creators, faith-based organizations and communities to open doors, design accessible platforms, and dismantle discrimination.
Our administration and policy is about everyone. Our Themes Plus developmental agenda speaks to this. The plus is an intentional, deliberate focus on inclusivity, youth, and gender equality.
According to the state, persons with disability are innovators, creators, professionals, and visionary leaders who enrich workplaces, inspire creativity, and strengthen communities. The government announced that Lagos will soon introduce the Lagos Disability Inclusion Compact, a comprehensive framework to expand inclusive education, improve transportation support, enhance digital accessibility, deepen economy empowerment, and reinforce LASODA's regulatory power. The state commended on its agency for swift action in addressing recent discrimination incidents, insisting that accessibility must become a natural part of every system. As Lagos marks the 2025 International Day of Persons with Disability, the call is for every resident to recommit to dignity, justice, and empathy. And people build a strong society. Ability is defined not mobility, vision, or hearing, but by courage, creativity, and potential. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kiddies Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
TV, a voice for the people.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happen.
Compliments of the season and welcome to the News Hour on Voice of the People television. I am Chioma Innocent. Before we begin, kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. President Tinubu assures Nigerians of security gains back state police. Tambuwal cautions against U.S. counter-terrorism involvement in Nigeria. Ndume Lord's airstrikes urges federal government and U.S. to extend military operations to Northeast. Rivers community leaders demand federal government answers on oil pollution. Governor Ayedatiwa honors Akeredolu on second anniversary of his passing. Federal government announces boost in power supply. Underworld report, AU rejects Somaliland recognition, backs Somalia's unity. In business, climate shifts endanger shea butter production across the Sahel. In sports, Benin beat Botswana in first African finals win. And in the world of entertainment, Nkechi Blessing halts film production after 80 million naira loss. Peers urge resilience. Now the news in detail. President Bola Tinubu has assured Nigerians that the ongoing recalibration of the nation's security architecture would soon yield results capable of restoring public confidence. The president gave the assurance during the meeting with a delegation of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, led by its president, Archbishop Daniel Oko, at his Lagos residence. This was contained in a statement issued by presidential spokesperson Abayo Onanuga. President Tinubu also told the Christian delegation that his government has sought the help of Turkey in tackling the insecurity challenges currently facing Nigeria. The president called on religious leaders to support government efforts through cooperation, vigilance and prayers, noting that some security measures require time to mature. Meanwhile, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, has said recent U.S. military strikes targeting terrorists in Nigeria sign a new phase in the country's long-running fight against insecurity. Speaking during a television program, Tuga said the development underscored Nigeria's seriousness in tackling terrorism and its readiness to work with other countries. He also noted that Nigeria will continue to try to end insecurity as well as it can. You're watching the news on Voice of the People television. We'll take a very short break and return with more stories. Stay tuned.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
Stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Welcome back. Former Sokoto State Governor and the senator representing Sokoto South, Aminu Tambuwal, has expressed concern over possible United States involvement in counter-terrorism operations in Nigeria. He warned that past U.S.-led interventions in other parts of the world had produced limited. Tambuwal spoke during a media chat on Saturday amid reports of an airstrike linked to ongoing counter-terrorism efforts in parts of Sokoto State. Reacting to questions on whether U.S. collaboration with Nigerian security forces would help flush out terrorists and restore peace, the former governor said he viewed such involvement with caution. Tambuwal also stressed that Nigeria's security crisis must not be framed along religious or ethnic lines, insisting that the core issues remained national security. Former Senate leader, Senator Ali Ndume, has urged the federal government to extend its joint military operations with the United States against terrorist hideouts to the northeast, citing the continued presence of Boko Haram and the Islamic State West Africa province, ISWAP, in the region. Ndume made the appeal on Saturday in a statement in which he commended the recent military airstrikes carried out against ISWAP cells in Tangaza local government area of Sokoto State. The former chairman of the Senate Committee on Army said expanding the scope of the joint military operations to the northeast would significantly weaken insurgent groups operating in the region, particularly ISWAP and Boko Haram. Now, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, has charged troops of the 248 Battalion, Ilela Barracks, Sokoto State, to take pride in their role as pioneers of the newly established unit, while assuring them that the welfare remains a top priority of the Nigerian Army. Addressing officers and soldiers on Saturday during a visit to the battalion, Lieutenant General Shaibu described the posting as a badge of honor, urging personnel, particularly the young soldiers, to see the assignment as an opportunity to build a legacy they would be proud of in the future. The Chief of Army Staff disclosed that Army headquarters had approved several immediate infrastructural projects to improve living and working conditions at the barracks. These include the construction of additional accommodation, the development of the parade ground, and the construction of the access road leading to the barracks. Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has weighed in on the U.S.-Africa Command AFRICOM airstrikes in Sokoto State, emphasizing the urgent need for Nigeria to address its domestic security challenges. Spokesperson for the African Democratic Congress, Bolaji Abdullahi, wrote an X saying President Bola Tinubu has outsourced his most important constitutional responsibility, effectively taking a back seat in a vehicle that he is constitutionally assigned to drive. Now, you may recall that the United States conducted airstrikes against Islamic State militants in Nigeria in Sokoto State on December 25, 2025, in what officials described as a coordinated action with Nigerian authorities to counter jihadist threats in the northwest. U.S. Africa Command said the strikes targeted ISIS-linked positions after Washington and Abuja shared intelligence. There were information on casualties, and the precise role of Nigerian forces has been limited and sparked debate over sovereignty and communications. Highlighting the stakes, the ADC on Friday acknowledged the broader security context in the country, but added that the party reiterates its long-standing position to the physical operation of the foreign military forces on Nigerian soil. The ADC also called for transparency, urging the government to inform Nigerians of the outcomes of the strike, including the number of terrorists reportedly killed. In another development, the People's Democratic Party PDP chapter in Kwara State has faulted the state government over what it described as a lack of official response following the explosion that occurred in Offa, the headquarters of Offa local government area, leaving residents anxious and seeking clarity on the incident. The party's position follows earlier reports the explosions rocked parts of Kwara State on the night of Christmas, damaging property and prompting security agencies to cordon off affected areas as investigations commenced. In a statement issued in Ilorin and signed by the PDP State Publicity Secretary Olusegun Adewara, the opposition party said the Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak-led administration has failed to address the public or to offer reassurance since the incident. According to the party, there had been no official explanation, no security briefing, no visible government presence at the scene, and no word of reassurance to residents of Offa and other parts of the state as of the time the statement was released. The PDP expressed sympathy with the people of Offa, especially the Olofa of Offa, Mufutau Gbadamosi Shuoye I, as well as resident business owners and communities affected by the explosion. Now, leaders of the Ekpeang community in Kana local government area of Rivers State has urged the federal government to be accountable for what they described as a massive oil spill that has plunged the community into a deep environmental and humanitarian crisis. They said the spill has devastated farmlands, polluted rivers, and exposed residents to hazardous living conditions. Community leaders, youth, and traditional authorities accused the federal government, Shell, and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, of negligence and abandonment. The accusations came on the back of a December 26 inspection tour of the affected areas by members of the Ekpeang Council of Chiefs and Elders alongside youth leaders. According to local leaders, what they encountered was nothing short of catastrophic. Speaking to journalists during the tour, Chief Anthony Wilder, the Benemene of Legbo Kingdom and president of the Ogoni Association of Business Owners in America, described the spill as a total and unacceptable disaster that underscored decades of environmental abuse in Ogoni land. As he walked through the spill site, pointing to oil-coated soil and contaminated waterways, Wilder expressed grave concern over the health and survival of residents. Now, in a recent development, Katsina State Governor Diko Rade on Saturday flagged off the Al-Majiri and Islamia school census across the state, a program aimed at providing accurate data on the education system and informing policy reforms, represented by his special advisor on Quranic education and out-of-school children, Tasil Dandaguru. The governor also approved the training of enumerators from Al-Majiri and Islamia schools, equipping them with the necessary skills for a successful census exercise. The event was organized by the Katsina State Bureau of Statistics in collaboration with the United Nations Children's Fund, UNDP, and other partners. The exercise is expected to generate critical data that will enhance the state's national and international standing. Elsewhere, Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa of Ondo State has paid tribute to the late former governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, describing him as a visionary leader whose legacy continues to inspire good governance. The governor paid a tribute in a statement made available to journalists on Saturday in Akure while marking the second anniversary of Akeredolu's passing. Ayedatiwa said the late governor was a foremost advocate of state policing and played a key role in mobilizing Southwest governors to establish the Southwest Security Network, codenamed Amotekun Corps, to strengthen regional security. He noted that Akeredolu's initiative redefines Nigeria's subnational security architecture and laid the foundation for ongoing national conversations on decentralized and intelligence-led policing. The governor recalled their long political association, adding that Akeredolu consistently emphasized leadership, mentorship, succession planning, and institutional stability throughout his tenure. Well, now joining us virtually to analyze the news, we have public affairs commentator Prince Francis Chilaka. Welcome to the news, Prince Chilaka, and compliments of the season to you. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. I wish you the same.
Thank you very much. Let's start with the president assuring Nigerians that there is an ongoing recalibration of the nation's security architecture and that it would soon yield results capable of restoring public confidence. Now, he was actually talking with the Christian Association of Nigeria when they went to visit him at his residence in Lagos. There have been conversations of an ongoing alleged Christian genocide in Nigeria. And just yesterday, or rather on Christmas Day / Boxing Day morning, the United States decided to make a statement by firing a missile to Sokoto State, which many of the residents say had impact just on the land, but not on the people. They say there were no casualties. How exactly can President Tinubu and his administration restore public confidence on security or insecurity, as the case may be, as we go into the year 2026?
Well, I'm one of those who would always say that talk is cheap. We just don't do the talk, we do the work. I think Mr. President needs to go beyond making promises and beyond talking to Nigerians and taking a step to ensure that whatever he says is matched with action. If you're talking about giving people freedom, and making people feel that you're going to have security at the end of the day, let him start by ensuring that those who are as leaders in this country doing video, going on podcasts, talking about the sovereignty of the nation. Well, what happened? Immediately after the American did their strike, the same people are now praising it. So Nigerians seem to have a problem, and that problem is, they don't know when to say yes and when to say no. And our leaders themselves are the problem because they keep deceiving the people. They keep selling the wrong narrative to the people. It took Donald Trump's tweet before the federal government responded. And then the federal government should have responded first.
Actually, around Sokoto State and in some other parts of the north, Nigeria has also been dilly-dallying with France, although it may not be in the area of security. So we have this relationship with the United States. We say we are sharing intelligence. We have this relationship with China, which has said they're ready to help us anytime. On Christmas Day, or was it on Christmas Eve, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu came out to condemn the alleged Christian genocide in Nigeria. So it seems Nigeria now, it's almost as if Nigeria is that damsel in distress with so many knights in shining armor falling over themselves to rescue the country. Is that a good look for us? Why are we going to Turkey for help if we are already sharing intelligence and military capacity with the United States?
I think if you listen to Sheikh Gumi's response, he had come out vehemently to oppose the fact that Americans, sent in Scud missiles or whatever it is into Nigeria. And the first response he gave was that Nigeria should look at Pakistan. And, a lot of things went through a lot of people's mind. Why would you be looking at Pakistan? Now you're talking about Turkey. Why would you be looking at Turkey? These are more like Islamic states. So it looks as if there is a particular reason why the government wants to shift or why to look for allies that have some Islamic backgrounds. And that is where the problem lies with what is happening between Nigeria and America. America has said that it's a genocide. The government is saying it is not a genocide. America has said, we will give you support. We will do everything to help you curb these people. I think that the government should, stay with one person at one time and see how far they can go, rather than jumping from Peter to Paul to Matthew at the same time without achieving anything. So whatever plans or whatever ideas the government has, because now you're talking about Turkey, you're talking about Israel, you're talking about America. I mean, are we going to become a captured nation? So the government needs to decide, proactively what they want and go for it.
Deciding what they want, is it not different from deciding on what benefits the people and also what the people want? You've talked about your concerns with Nigeria going to nations that are not secular, that are like Islamic nations, and asking for help, like Turkey. You'd rather Nigeria sticks with US, which is supposed to be a secular state, even though Donald Trump claims to hold some Christian ideals and has vehemently opposed the Democrats, whom he has used very derogatory terms on, including calling them scum. Right? So at this point, if we're seeking help from all of these different nations, what exactly are the Nigerian security agencies now doing? Because I've spoken to political analysts who talk about just how wonderful the Nigerian army used to be, how we were involved in ECOMOG missions, how we could actually help our West African counterparts, our West African neighbors in time gone. What happened to that Nigerian military?
Well, what has happened to the Nigerian military is corruption. And that is what is killing this country. It's killing every structure, every fabric of this nation. Corruption. Suddenly you now have generals who own cars, who own drugs, who are into logistics, they own aircrafts and all of that. So these are the problem. You have generals who are making money. So there's the professionalism in the Nigerian army has seemed to have been thrown to the dogs. And that is where the problem is. So if you want to have a real military like you used to have in the 90s and 70s, then you need to go back to the basics, and that is discipline. In those days, you don't see the military men on the street. You don't see them roaming around. You don't see them escorting anybody. But today, you find the Nigerian soldiers everywhere. They are busy, either they are mounting checkpoints or they are busy escorting trucks from the port. They are busy escorting VIPs. So the whole beauty, the whole discipline of the military has been eroded. And so for you to have a military that is strong, that is disciplined to fight these insurgents, these terrorists, we need to go back to the basics. We need to bring back discipline and order into the military. Or if we don't do that, we will not be able to achieve anything.
Do you believe what the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Toga, is saying, that these recent U.S. military strikes targeting terrorists in the Northwest, that's in Sokoto State, has ushered us into a new phase of Nigeria's fight against insecurity? Meanwhile, while we talk about the unconfirmed report of a Chinese spy satellite in the Nigerian airspace, or hovering above the Nigerian clouds and trying to track these terrorists, we do know that the U.S. and China are not exactly on very good terms right now. Many Nigerians are concerned that with both countries offering help, that Nigeria may be used for a proxy war between those two countries. Do you also see that happening? And also, do you believe what the Minister of Foreign Affairs is saying, that we've entered a new phase? Do you think the terrorists are now more scared? Because there was a bomb explosion on the Zamfara highway today with many travelers being feared dead. So are they increasing their momentum? Or are they retreating into the forest?
I think that I tried to listen and to understand what your Minister of Foreign Affairs was saying, but it didn't make any sense to me. Because if you're saying you're entering, when the Americans gave you this olive branch, initially you turned it down. So what is the new phase you're entering into? Is it that you acquired more aircrafts? Is it that you have gotten new trained military men? Is it that you're opening your borders or your airspace to Americans or to the Chinese to come in? So he needs to explain to us what he means by that. And if you look at what has played out in the last few days, it appears that the terrorists themselves are beginning to recoup. They're beginning to get more deadlier than before. So it's more of intelligence gathering. Do we have the capacity? Do we have what it takes to gather the right kind of intelligence and to use it properly? Everybody's been asking that question, and I'm still asking the question: why Sokoto State? Why not Zamfara? Why not Benue? Why not Plateau, where we've had this, insurgent, this terrorist hold sway? Maybe, like I said to somebody, maybe the reason why they went to Sokoto, maybe that is the base. That is the command base of the terrorists. Maybe that is where their funds are coming from. Maybe that is their logistics. Maybe that is where they have their armory. So there must be a reason why the Americans decided to target Sokoto State. We get tactical approval, then there must be information that the federal government also have regarding Sokoto State that they have not been available to Nigerians. But unfortunately, we have a government that don't talk to the people. They feel that the people shouldn't know what is going on, but it is wrong. The people should know, because the people are the ones who send them on an errand. We are the ones who, in quotes, elected them, and they are responsible to responding to us and to being accountable to us. But unfortunately, Nigeria is a country where leadership is not accountable to the people.
Quite unfortunate. Now, certain northern leaders have been speaking about these U.S. airstrikes, which is all the rage at the moment. That is what constitutes the bulk of our conversation for the past few hours. Now, Tambuwal is saying, look, this should not be happening. We should not be collaborating with the U.S. to wear out these terrorists. While Senator Ndume is saying, yes, we need more collaboration. And in fact, they should extend it to the Northeast. Let us make sure that we wipe out these terrorist elements. Why do you think there is that difference in opinion?
The thing is, there are a lot of people who are sentimental and who believe that, to them, they believe that these terrorists, well, call them whatever name you want to call them headsmen, call them bandits. There are people who seem to have love for them, and those who feel that, they shouldn't be taken out. So that is where the problem lies. We're not speaking with one voice. Some people are saying, we want this terrorists decimated. We want people to go back to their ancestral homes. We want our farmers to be able to go to the farms. And we want to be able to travel without anybody harassing us on the roads. But then there are people who, they will come out to say it, but deep inside of them, they do not want anything harm happening to these people. You know, they prefer this whole idea of saying, oh, we are integrating and rehabilitating them. But it's gone beyond that. Where we are today, if it's gotten to that point where you have to decimate them, or else they will overrun the country. So, you know, when people have different views, they have their views for reasons best known to them. But I think that some people just don't feel comfortable. One, they don't even feel comfortable that it is America. And they feel they would have felt, maybe they would have felt more comfortable if it was like Pakistan or Turkey, you know, because they feel maybe those ones would have sympathy for these guys because they are Muslims. But the point is that it's no longer about religion. It's about Nigeria first, safety of the people.
All right, talking about the safety of the people, there was also an explosion in the Offa local government area of Kwara State, and the ADC, the PDP, and other opposition parties and figures are berating the Nigerian government. The PDP is particularly berating the Kwara State government for its silence over that. The local government chairman of Offa local government came out to tell us that it was not a bomb explosion, that the military is carrying out investigation, and it was not a bomb explosion. But up till now, we don't know what it is. We've been seeing pictures making the rounds on social media of residents and people who were affected, taking pictures of certain items that, you know, if you're not a military person, if you do not have some some idea of what happens in the military or of some kind of weapons and equipment that they use, you may not know what it is. They're taking pictures of this and saying, oh, this look like there are remnants of bombs which came in. It literally destroyed a new building, destroyed shops. And the Kwara State government is yet to say anything about it. Would you say that across the federal and state governments in Nigeria, we have used this culture of silence, of almost acting like the people do not deserve to hear from their leaders?
The duty of government, or the, how do I put it? The bad side of government is to hide information. And then it is the responsibility of the journalists to seek for that information. But as we know, we have a government that feels that the people have no rights. Unfortunately, that is where our democracy is today. We have a democratic system that has swallowed completely the sovereignty of the people and feel that the people have no right to anything called sovereignty. And the people have no right to question the actions of government or to ask for government to be responsible and accountable. So that is why when things happen, you find out that government is not talking. Government just feel, you know, they have this nonchalant attitude, which is why you have a lot of people doing all manner of things on social media. And then the next thing you will hear is that government will tell you it is fake news. Fake news is when you refuse as a government to give the people enough information to work. Kwara is something we expected that, you know, just like that the government should be able to respond immediately, you know, so that the people's blood pressures, everything will be low. But when the government keeps keeping quiet, they allow the fifth columnists to do what they want to do, which is not good for the country. So I am saying now that the Kwara State government should respond and tell Nigerians what is going on. And the federal government should also come out and tell Nigerians what is going on. But you know what will happen if somebody like Peter Obi raises an eyebrow tomorrow, you'll find out that the government will respond immediately. So it's just that we have politicized everything in Nigeria and nothing matters anymore. That's the problem.
Let's now go to the South region of Nigeria, particularly in Rivers State, where community leaders have come together to inspect oil pollution in certain areas of the state, and they're calling on the federal government, the NNPCL and Shell Petroleum to do something about it. This takes us back to what Ken Saro-Wiwa and others were actually agitating for many years ago. More than 30, 40, 50 years down the line, leaders are still talking about the same thing. Why is there such a disconnect whereby the people have gold, literally liquid gold, what has been described as liquid gold, flowing on their lands, and yet they cannot benefit from it?
Well, it's the thing that is happening in the South, especially in some parts of Rivers and other areas where you have oil is really saddening. It doesn't speak well of us as a people, and it doesn't speak well of our leaders. If you recall, the late President Buhari, when he came into power, he came up with this project of they need to cleanse Ogoni land. And up to date, nothing has been done. And then I asked the Rivers people, you have your FCT minister, who was once the governor of the state, Nyesom Wike, who is wielding so much power. How Fubara rules the state and all of that. Why are they not holding him accountable? Why are the people not calling him out? If he was that good as a governor, why did he not take care of those things? So we just have a situation where our leaders, I keep saying it, our leaders are the problem of this country. They are the problem because the things they're supposed to do to alleviate the sufferings of the people, to add value to the lives of the people, they are not doing it. Rather, they are all chasing elephant projects that do not add value to the lives of the people. So the Ogoni people or the Rivers people that are now calling on federal government, these are same people tomorrow. When you have an election, they will still vote the government that has not been able to provide for them. And until the people begin to hold their leaders accountable, until the people begin to vote in people with character, people with integrity, we will keep suffering. The poverty in the land will keep escalating. The hunger, the lack of employment, the lack of good environment, it will continue. So it behoves on the people to do the right thing and elect people with character, people with vision to move even the state and the federal government forward.
All right, then. Well, while we keep talking about this, if the federal government is not acting the way the people want, what can the people do? I mean, can they mobilize themselves? But it will take an extensive cleanup to actually get Ogoni land to be what it used to be before the discovery of oil on their soil. Is there anything the people can do? Or we should stop advocating for Nigerians to help themselves when they have a government, when they have people who come out every 4 years to say, vote for me and I'll help you out. And they do not keep to that promise.
And the people must realize that power belongs to them. When you realize that power belongs to you, you will not decide who to elect. But unfortunately, people get carried away with 10,000 naira, 20,000 naira, 2 cups of rice, tin tomatoes, onions, for the people to keep agitating, keep pushing, keep talking to government, but have at the back of their mind that 2027, they must do the right thing to ensure that that development that they want gets to them.
All right, then. Thank you so much for joining us today on the news. We sincerely appreciate you and hope you enjoy the rest of your holidays.
You too.
Thank you very much. We have been speaking with a political affairs commentator and public affairs analyst, Prince Francis Chilaka. You're still watching the news and Voice of the People television. When we return from the short break, group petitions IGP over conflicting police investigations following Enugu teenager's death. Stay with us for these and more stories after the break. Welcome back and thank you for staying tuned to the news. Civil society organization Rule of Law and Accountability Advocacy Center, RULAC, has petitioned Nigeria's Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Egbetokun, calling for an independent review into the death of a 19-year-old Nnamdi Chidi in Enugu State, following contradictory official police conclusions on whether the teenager was murdered or died of natural causes. The organization noted that the death was linked to events and dispute involving individuals and institutions within the community, making the matter one of public concern. In a petition signed by its executive director, Okechukwu Nwanguma, the organization said its intervention is not based on a definitive finding of homicide, but on what it described as the failure of the Nigerian police force to transparently reconcile conflicting investigative outcomes reached by different police units. Rulak said the contradictions are institutionally significant because they involve divergent findings by separate police formations on the same death, raising